Ladies and gentlemen, the jury has decided. Catholics, Restorationists, now Anglicans are derided. Soren versus the other Paul, icons are apostolic. They're portals to the saints, much more than just symbolic. Now, counsel for holy orthodoxy. Proceed! Please the court, we set the record straight. The point at issue are icons, okay to venerate. Resounding yes, both in scripture and tradition. The other Paul says no, but his theology is fiction. You see it in the Bible, Old Testament and New. Icons honored in the tabernacle, in the temple too. The Anglicans chose to abandon their tradition. They were founded by a king with an adultery addiction. Cherubim in the curtains, angels on the ark, God's divine counsel, consecrated art. To the ark and the people to the temple. The king bowed to Daniel. Tell me, what does that resemble? Don't get me wrong, Other Paul's not a parody. Australian good citizen, genuine sincerity. Stands for the anthem, salutes the flag, honors shrines of the soldiers coming home in body bags. But Other Paul doesn't see God's kingdom as greater. Stops honoring the saints? Congrats, you're a traitor. Cherubim in the curtains, angels on the ark, God's divine counsel, consecrated art. He hides his face. The other Paul stands, his heart starts to race. Tertullian origin, heretics arise. Double down on origin, is anyone surprised? The incarnation strengthened the iconic flow. What you did to the least, cast to Christ, don't you know? We know about the Father through his icon, the Son. No icon means no Trinity, theology undone. Cherubim in the curtains, angels on the ark, God's divine counsel, consecrated art. Temple in Jerusalem, cherubim stand sublime, more than a mere depiction, a portal to the divine. God was incarnate, his flesh was created, descended to earth, death was evaded. Although he's eternal, in essence unknowable, now he's depictable, discernible, showable. Let me ask you this, I'm not trying to fool ya. Deep down we all believe iconodulia. Look at the Bible, do you think it's sacred? Can it be used for toilet paper? Why venerate it? Words are icons to idea in a sign. Immaterial reality, it'll blow your mind. Angels, dominions, divine council members, joined by the saints, the martyrs, defenders. Icons, not only decorative art, they serve a special purpose, always set apart. Icons in worship, divine liturgy, join the Orthodox Church. Come and see. Cherubim in the curtains, angels on the ark, God's divine counsel, consecrated art. Soaring eagles, you saw the truth unfold. Victory for holy orthodoxy, a sight to behold. Soren versus the other Paul, the cure to iconophobia.
What is up, everybody? Didn't I tell you I wouldn't let you guys down? I wouldn't disappoint you. We got a hat trick over here. We're 3 for 3. This is great. And I have a special guest on with me today who helped me prep for the debate And this is also kind of his area of expertise, talking about early church icons and the succession of iconodulia. We have Michael Garten. You're muted. What's up, man?
Glad to be on, Alex. Disclaimer: I'm not actually an expert. I'm just a guy trying to repent, trying to serve the Lord, trying to take care of his family. That being said, for those that are interested in this, there is that book I made, Early Icons, came out late 2024. And if you want to know more about this and kind of see the history, see everything kind of laid out, the full case, that's volume 1. So yeah, there's something there.
There's a volume 2 coming up, guys. It's in the works. It will come eventually, and it's very good.
Yeah,
volume 1 is very good too. So
thanks, man.
Do you think you should? Do you have to get volume 1 to understand volume 2? Is it like a sequel, or are they like independent works?
I think it'll be kind of independent, but volume 2. So volume 1, I focused on some of the the written evidences from pre-Nicene authors. So some of the ones that people often think are anti-image, Clement, Origen, Tertullian. I talked about other stuff in St. Methodius, St. Ignatius of Antioch, St. Justin Martyr. Then I talked about paintings and the catacombs and at Dura Europos. Volume 2 is going to be specifically devoted to talking about early evidence of the veneration of portraits and of crucifixes. There's going to be other stuff in there as well, but there's actually a really strong case to be made that the veneration of some pretty recognizable like image types that we even have nowadays still in church, that began before 325 AD and just continued straight through. Little changes in style here and there, but the basic idea of a portrait icon, like an icon we normally think of, or a crucifix, that it was there. And yeah. So that's what volume 2 is going to focus on. And I'm thinking probably sometime 2027, unfortunately, is more realistic for when it's going to come out. But yeah,
it'll be worth the wait. We got a Koki wants the 66 book canon. Hey man, we'll give it to him here.
The complete, inspired, inerrant, infallible, indestructible Word of God, the 66th book, King James Bible, amen.
The 66th book, King James Bible. Oh, that's awesome. That is one of the best soundboard ever. So I used a new argument in this debate. Well, maybe not a new one. It's an old one, but it hasn't been used for a long time. Is the thing. I didn't realize it was an old one. Before we started the stream, I was talking to Michael and he was like, during the time of iconoclasm, this argument actually was, at least in some form, made by Pope Hadrian. But it was very interesting. I think you guys probably noticed too that I was kind of feeling out this argument for iconodulia in the Old Testament as I was going through the debate. But as you know, we'll get into it and we'll see. But he didn't respond to 3 out of my 4 points. And the only one that he ended up disputing was the cherubim in the veil. And then after that, he just disputed that the temple was an icon at all, or that the tabernacle was an icon at all. He said, just the presence of God is there. But, we'll get into that. What did you think about that, Michael? Like the general overall approach that I took, looking at the Old Testament and the tabernacle as imagery?
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of merit to it, because I think that the more you look carefully at the symbolism of what's actually happening in the tabernacle and temple when incense is offered, and the more you look at what the Psalms say about the kind of veneration that was given in the direction of the temple and in the direction of the ark, the more difficult it becomes to just flatly insist that images in the Old Covenant were not venerated in any way. And I think the more a person starts to understand the distinction between like what an idol is and what an icon is, what veneration is versus worship, I think it becomes like a lot easier to see that like this was a reality in the Old Covenant. And yeah, there's lots of stuff in Second Nicaea that that actually is helpful in this regard. This is not very widely known, but there's a lot of clarification we get about what Second Nicaea was about and what it treated as the basis for iconodulia in, like you're saying, Alex, the letter of Pope Hadrian. So Yeah, I think it'll be kind of cool to go into that time. I'll screen share it at one point and kind of walk people through a passage from that. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. All right. Well, I guess there was one thing that I thought was really interesting was that when we were talking about the cherubim on the veil, eventually his objection ended up being he was reduced all the way down to, okay, but where does it say expressly, Alex, that the incense was offered to the angel, that it went literally through the veil? And I'm thinking, even today, when we offer incense, like, yes, we ask the saints to pray for us, but it doesn't have to like go right on the icon, right? Like I have this prayer corner over here. I'm not always putting the incense on the Theotokos. Michael, does that mean that when I ask the Theotokos for her intercessions, that my prayers don't count because the incense didn't go right on her icon?
So I think the crucial thing is like, what's the purpose of having those images right there? Like, and it really seems to be that in having the angels and having the cherubim on the veil, that this is supposed to be a kind of almost like an aniconic depiction of how God revealed himself to Moses, because he always revealed himself like in a cloud, like surrounded by like thick darkness that is also divine light, right? And at the kind of edge of that cloud, you get the sense that there were angelic powers, the heavenly hosts around it. So it's like a cloud of divine glory and of heavenly host at the same time. And they're partaking of that glory. So since that's actually right outside of where the glory of God himself would in fact manifest, it's really hard to think about those images of the angels and see them as not having a purpose of kind of amplifying your experience of the holiness of the space. It really doesn't seem very credible to say that they are just decorations. But once you start admitting that they amplify your sense of the presence of the heavenly host, even if they're invisible, that they amplify your sense of the fact that this is the cloud of divine glory in front of you, even if on occasion it wasn't manifestly visible. Once you start to admit that they have this purpose of amplifying the sense of presence, I mean, at that point, you can't really distance yourself from saying that there's some kind of interaction going on with them. Because we know from Revelation that they offer the incense, which is the prayers of the saints. And this is your whole argument, Alex, that they're going to offer the incense, which is the prayers of the saints. They're going to offer that up to God. But if you're offering incense right outside the veil, and then they on the inside of the veil are continuing to offer the prayers of the saints that were outside, there's something going on there. It's really hard to deny that the sense of their presence that you get from their images has a connection to this transmission of prayer. And I do think it's important to say, like, the claim isn't that we're offering incense to the image. The claim is that we're offering incense to God, and the image allows us to have an experience of this kind of transmission, this passing of the prayers. It's very difficult to shake the sense that that's what's going on. Like, once you get past the point of thinking like, okay, these images, they're not just decorations. Once you're past that, it's hard to go back and say, yeah, but no veneration.
Well, that's what he ended up doing. I mean, we'll get to the debate here. We'll start with my opening. We'll do his opening. We'll go through it. But in the cross exam this is because I thought he opened the door to this. Right? I thought he opened the door when he said that that you don't venerate the temple because it's an image of the heavenly assembly. You venerate the temple because God is there, right? So, okay, well, now you open the door to the iconic principle. Let's ask you about that, right? And then he ended up saying basically, well, yes, it passes through the image to the prototype when it's a demon. It's like, okay, why doesn't it apply to Jesus? Well, that's because it doesn't apply to Jesus. What? Why?
Yeah, I think that's
he has to presuppose like his own view to do that. Well, because it doesn't, because then I'd be wrong.
Well, I think the way he tried to get around it was by saying like, well, depending on your intention and how you approach it, it may or may not dishonor, may or may not pass through. But I think the difficulty there is that, so we would even say the same thing about icons, technically speaking. we would agree that intention matters when you're
Yeah,
approaching.
there's a part of it that's like a heart issue.
Yeah.
The disposition of your heart.
And icons aren't really about just external physical gestures. That's not really what they're for. So I think that wasn't actually a disagreement with the fundamental point. And to say like, well, dishonor can pass through, but to be skittish about saying honor passes through, yeah, I don't know. I don't really know exactly what Paul would ultimately have to say about this. And I know he will say stuff. He'll probably say something like, well, maybe I agree. He might end up saying, I agree that technically that's true, but it's up to you to show that the apostles thought that. But the thing is, if the argument that's being made is kind of a matter of common sense, and if the argument that's being made is also about the practices of Old Testament religion that was continued by the apostles, I don't know if you can get out of it quite so easy. Like it seems like you would have to be basically saying like, well, maybe the apostles didn't accept the common sense principles that I, the other Paul, do. I don't know, man. It seems like it probably did.
Yeah. So, all right, I'll stop filibustering here. We'll get to the actual meat of what you're here for. Guys, again, Michael Garten, his book, check him out on Twitter. Go follow him on Twitter. He's got great stuff, really good threads on this early icon veneration. So here we go. Here's my opening. No sound. It's muted. Uh-oh. Boomer moment. Sorry, guys. Why? All right. Sorry. Hold. Let me try again. Boomer moment. Okay, here we go. I think this will work now.
Sounds good.
Okay. The topic for tonight's debate is whether iconodulia is apostolic. And now, I've had the benefit of speaking to Paul beforehand, and we agreed to some definitions. There are 4 elements. Paul wants me to show that performing venerative acts towards a material image, communicating honor through the image to the thing depicted, that's an apostolic practice. He doesn't want to talk about the Trinity, doesn't want to talk about how this affects theology. He just wants to talk about this specific narrow issue. And the Orthodox perspective is, yes, absolutely, that is an apostolic. Real quick, these 4 things, I took these verbatim, right? And notice, towards the end of the debate, he started shifting the goalpost a bit on the material image thing. And he started using this term. He started saying visual similitude, I think was the term he was using. It doesn't have a visual similitude to a person. So, well, you messaged me something else. Copy pasted this right out of the X DMs, right? Out of the Twitter DMs.
Yeah, I think there is a bit of a distinction there because, you can make an image that's purely symbolic that doesn't necessarily have a likeness to the thing in question. Like the American flag, it's technically an image, but it's a symbol in the sense that it doesn't resemble America in like a straightforward or literal sense, right?
Right. It's not like a map or something.
Yeah, but yeah, this does seem to, that if what you were saying is correct, then that does seem to be a little bit of a shift in terms of the target, because I mean, technically speaking, by these definitions, you probably could have just argued for the veneration of images based on the veneration even of the cross. Like you could have argued based on things that maybe not even the cross. Pick something that doesn't bear any resemblance to anything else, that's more purely symbolic. So yeah, that seems like maybe a bit of a shift that happened, but I'd have to go back and listen.
Yeah. This specific narrow issue. And the Orthodox perspective is, yes, absolutely, that is an apostolic practice. In fact, I will show tonight, not only is this practice apostolic, but it long predates the apostles and is part of how God instructs Israel to worship. Iconodulia is, in fact, one of the best ways to demonstrate that the Holy Orthodox Church has continuity in worship and is how God has always instructed his people to worship. So let's get into what exactly that is. I'll start with 4 biblical evidences that independently each of these meet Paul's criteria. First, the tabernacle is an image of the divine assembly, worshiping God in the heavenly liturgy. Bowing toward the tabernacle passes through the material image to the spiritual reality it represents. 2, the cherubim on the veil of the tabernacle and the temples are an image of the cherubim in heaven, delivering the incense offering of the people to God. The incense literally passing through the material image of the holy cherubim into the Holy of Holies, likewise passes through to the spiritual reality that the image represents. Third, the first and second temples, like the tabernacle, are images of the divine assembly worshiping God. Bowing towards the temples, likewise, passes through the material image to the spiritual reality they represent. And last but not least, the cherubim on the walls of the temples, both the first and second, are images of the divine assembly worshiping God. Invoking the cherubim in songs passes through the material images to the spiritual reality that they represent, inviting them to worship with the earthly liturgy. So this is like, I guess, a persuasion point for you guys. One thing that we emphasize a lot in litigation is like repetition, right? So tell them what your argument is, then deliver your argument, then tell them what your argument just was, right? So you're going to see me going through here and being like, I have 4 points, right? 4 points. We're going to go through 4 points. Here's point 1, here's point 2, here's point 3, here's point 4. I just told you about point 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? And it seems a little monotonous when you lay it out that way, but repetition is persuasive. And that's why, like, when you have these open dialogues and back and forths, talking time is very important. Like, if you look at presidential debates and like talking time, whoever like ended up monopolizing the time, generally the perception is that that person won. But yeah, see you nodding along, Michael. Do you have any opinions on these 4 points or on the persuasiveness over there?
No, I agree with you. I mean, yeah, like the kind of strategies you're talking about makes a lot of sense. And my best friend's a lawyer, so he might actually be watching right now, in fact. So yeah, no, I'm tracking. Yeah.
Okay, let's start with number 1, the tabernacle. In Exodus 24 and 25, we see that the glory cloud of God has descended onto Mount Sinai. Moses goes up the mountain into the glory cloud, and he's there for 40 days and 40 nights. While he's in the glory cloud on the mountain, God tells him to build a sanctuary, a tabernacle, patterned on what Moses sees in the glory cloud. He says, let them make for me a sanctuary so that I may live among them. According to all that I am showing you, the pattern of the tabernacle and the pattern of all its furnishings, you must make it exactly so. So this is a very important verse, this one, Exodus 25, 8 and 9, where basically Moses goes up to the mountain, he goes into the glory cloud, he sees the divine assembly, the divine council of God, worshiping God in the heavenly liturgy, and God says, hey, I want to dwell among the Israelites, make a tabernacle, make a sanctuary based on everything that you saw here. So he's literally telling him, like, recreate it. So you know this is an image. It is an image of some real spiritual reality. Like this verse is a very important link in the chain. And you see it's corroborated by Hebrews 8 here as well. And because, you know, Father Stephen, been spending a lot of time talking to him lately, he encourages this NET full notes edition Bible, which has like absurd amounts of notes. I think I talked about it earlier in a live stream, but like here's a sample page for you guys. So like this paragraph at the top of the page here, like right there, that's the verse. That's the scriptures. All the rest of the page, that's just translation decisions. It's pretty crazy. But there's a note on this verse right here that talks about how the only logical explanation for this verse is Moses saw something and God told him to go recreate it. And that's like a consensus of many, 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 many scholars that work on the NET translation right there. Likewise, in Hebrews 8, we're told that the place where they serve is a sketch and shadow of what? Of the heavenly sanctuary, just as Moses was warned by God as he was about to complete the tabernacle. So basically, like, if you don't believe me on Exodus 25, Paul, when he's talking to the Hebrews, he has the same interpretation of this that I do. He says, see that you make everything according to the design shown to you on the mountain. So this leaves us with a very important question. What did Moses see on the mountain? We see the holy ones of God, the cherubim and the curtains, enveloping the tabernacle, the divine assembly gathered together surrounding the holy place and the most holy place. We see the cherubim on the veil separating the holy place from the Holy of Holies. They stand before God. They stand before the presence of God and between God and the altar of incense. That location. I really emphasize like visual aids on this one because like you can see the altar of incense like right there below the red circle. It's literally right in front of the veil. Like I remember I was asking him about this on cross-examination, and I was like, when you go to light the altar of incense, you walk into the tabernacle, you walk directly to the altar of incense. What are you looking at? And he told me the altar of incense. I said, okay, that's funny. What you're looking at is these two cherubim right here is what you're looking at.
Well, yeah, and if the actual sacrifice is directed towards God, then you would be facing specifically that veil. So
yes,
and the what is depicted on the veil is those who offer incense.
Yes, exactly. So, what in hindsight, I thought of like better answers, because this is a newer argument, Orthodox apologists, even Roman Catholic apologists. I haven't seen any of them make this argument, like literally zero, none of them went to the Old Testament to try to support their iconodulia. When I was thinking about the layout, though, it just seemed blatantly obvious to me. I was like, wait, hold on a minute. The incense is offered right in front of, the part that corresponds to our iconostasis. What do we do in front of the iconostat? We have the incense with the censer. So the gears started shifting in my mind there. That's when I talked to Father Stephen. I was like, can I make this argument? And he said, you can, in his typical Father Stephen voice. But you're right there. You're looking at it, like, of course. And the best answer to, well, how do you know they were actually engaging the images? Other than it being blatantly obvious from the placement you see in this like recreation right here, is that Revelation 8 tells us that's what their purpose is. And many other passages too tell us that the angels bring our prayers to God. They bring the incense to God. That's why you engage the image. Is very important. Now, the Holy of Holies is where Moses saw on the mountain that God resides. The ark represents God's footstool. Notice in the tabernacle, there's no direct representation of God because, as God says in Deuteronomy 4:15, you saw no form when the Lord spoke to you on the mountain. Now, after the incarnation, of course, this changed. God presented himself as man. That's why in the Holy Orthodox Church, we represent Christ as presiding over the divine assembly because he is God. So the biblical evidence is very clear on the tabernacle. The tabernacle is a representation of God ultimately, but not only God. It's a holy image of the entire divine assembly in heavenly worship. As we see in Revelation, the divine assembly sing, they offer incense, they bring sacrifices to God. The holy image on earth corresponds to that actual spiritual reality in heaven. And for the final link in the chain, we see that the Psalms, i.e. the songs used for the liturgy, talk about how by engaging with the physical assembly, you also engage with the heavenly assembly. I think this verse, this Psalm 138 is like, that's the nail in the coffin for this kind of thing. Because it says, I will give thanks to you with all my heart before the heavenly assembly. I will sing praises to you. I will bow down toward your holy temple. By engaging with the physical thing, it passes through to the thing that it depicts. Like, we're not making this stuff up, fellow Protestant friends. It's right there. You engage with the physical image. By engaging with the physical image, you engage with the spiritual reality that it represents. Like that Psalm 138, it is such a key verse right there.
And I know that the response of the other Paul is, but those things, in addition to being types and shadows, that they're also consecrated and they have the presence of God. I think the issue with that kind of response, though, is that the actual wording of these psalms, it doesn't make the kind of distinction that he would want. Mm-hmm. So the ideal way that this text would be written, if the Protestant view were correct, is I will bow down towards you as you sit in your holy temple, or something like that. I will bow down towards, there's also the verses about the ark. I will bow down towards you as you sit upon your footstool. Now, so I think that therefore there's this kind of sticky situation here. The instruction is to bow towards the temple. Now, if the temple isn't itself functioning as a type of a heavenly prototype, if it's not functioning as in a somewhat aniconic manner, a symbol of God. If it's not functioning that way, then why is it acceptable to use it as that towards which the bowing is directed? It seems like it would only be acceptable to use it as that towards which the bowing is directed if there's a fitting kind of relationship between that physical type and the prototype. That's the only thing. So really, it does seem to map onto our type prototype principle. The only difference is just in relationship to the question of facial likeness. Now, I hope you don't mind if I do this, Alex, but I'm going to quote from Deuteronomy 4, if that's okay.
Yeah, please go. Yes, I mentioned it in passing in my presentation, but I didn't actually bring it up. So please go ahead.
This is a really important verse for understanding the reasoning behind second commandment. And this is something that my friend Seraphim Hamilton really, drew my attention to years ago. St. John of Damascus uses this argument as well, but Seraphim elaborated this argument from St. John in relation to the text that St. John quotes. He elaborated it in a way that really, really hit home for me years ago when he and I were first starting to collaborate about these things. So this is Deuteronomy 4, and I think I'm going to read verses 4 through, 18. Okay. Deuteronomy 4, 12 through 18.
I can actually probably pull it up on the screen as well.
Okay.
Sorry.
My preferred Bible website is Blue Letter Bible, but I don't know what you use, Alex.
Usually Bible Gateway. What translation are you using?
I'm using the ESV.
Okay.
Thank you, sir, for zooming in. All right, so yeah,
verse 15.
Let's go to 12. Let's start a little further up.
Sure.
So then the Lord spoke to you out of the midst of the fire. You heard the sound of words, but saw no form. There was only a voice. People are, familiar with that from the Revelation on Sinai. And he declared to you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform. That is the 10 words or 10 commandments. And he wrote them on 2 tablets of stone. And the Lord commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and rules that you might do them in the land that you are going over to possess. So now here's where it gets really, really important to like zero in on this. Therefore, watch yourselves very carefully, since you saw no form on the day that the Lord spoke to you at Horeb out of the midst of the fire. Beware lest you act corruptly by making a carved image for yourselves in the form of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any animal that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged bird that flies in the air, the likeness of anything that creeps on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the water under the earth. Okay. So the reasoning for why no face was to be made in the temple, no face for God, is given to us here. We're told it's not that God. It's interesting. It doesn't say, well, because God doesn't have a face, or because you could never do this in principle. It specifically is because you saw no form when God revealed himself in the cloud of divine glory, which is the cloud of divine darkness. Now, there were things that were seen in the cloud, and Moses is told to make an image of them, and that includes the cherubim. So there's not even a command to not make representations of faces or anything here. Some of the saints were in that cloud that Moses saw. Some of the saints were pictured, specifically which holy ones in particular, the cherubim. So this is the image incarnation principle in a kind of negative form. The principle that to make an image of God is legitimized if God reveals himself, if God shows himself.
If you saw a form on the mountain, that would be a different story. But because you saw no form, you cannot make an image. I get it. That's a very good point.
And I really think that it's also good to drill down into this a second time, that it's interesting that God, so he reveals himself in this cloud of divine glory, and he's veiled. And there's the angels that are kind of on the outer edge of the veil.
Yeah.
And he reveals himself between angels, right? They're kind of like on either side of him. He's kind of in the center, and they sort of swirl around him and mask his presence. Okay. Now, that actually physically corresponds to the veil around the Holy of Holies and to the Ark of the Covenant itself. So it's not even that they weren't making a representation that bore a relationship to how God revealed himself. They were actually. What was represented in the tabernacle actually did match how God appeared. It's just that God didn't appear with like a clearly discernible, visible form with a face that could be precisely replicated and put into an image. So it's not even a prohibition against there being symbolization of God himself. And that's actually what ends up being there in the temple.
Yeah, it's the cloud, right? It's like he
Yeah.
appears to them in the form of that cloud. Yeah.
And so I think it's very interesting, to consider this, that in a way the ark itself is a kind of aniconic icon. It represents the presence of God by means of the absence of the characteristic idol statue that would be between two throne guardians on an ark. By not representing a little statue idol in the middle of that, by not having that, it actually presents how God showed himself. It actually represents how he showed himself. So anyway, I think that's a really important thing to consider for those that are still sorting through these issues, that it's not a rejection of iconography. It's what we see here is a limitation of representation, not a complete prohibition. And then regarding the second commandment, I hope you don't mind if I...
Please go ahead. Yeah. Real quick, before we get to the second commandment, I got a $10 super chat from Jeremy Kipper, but there's no question. So I thank you very much. I appreciate the donation. Guys, of course, if you want questions for Michael, super chats get priority. But, if you put, maybe we'll just save it to the end. I'm not going to promise that I'll get all of your questions in the queue right now. I'm not as good as Cleave to Antiquity when it comes to doing that. But we'll have a time at the end where send in your questions and we'll try to get to them. We also have a comment from Father Stephen. He says, if you want to really get into the nitty-gritty, there's another level once you go from the tabernacle to the temple. Temple is a body of God. Ezekiel's temple and the incarnation. Christ's body as the temple. I sense a Lord of Spirits episode coming up on this.
and actually, I kind of wonder about this, Father Stephen, because I know that in 2 Corinthians, St. Paul draws attention to the transition from the earthly body, or shall we say the somatic or psychical body, to the resurrected body by means of analogy to the transition from tabernacle to temple. So there's like a greater degree of solidity to the temple compared to the tabernacle, just as the resurrected body is even more real, even more permanent, in that sense, even more concrete than our, the body as it currently exists. That transformation of this body into a glorious body makes it even more, it fills it with the weight of glory, to use Paul's own phrase in that passage. And so, yeah, I do see something there that's kind of like an increasing concreteness. The image kind of crystallizing, becoming like more visible in that transition from tabernacle to temple. I'd love to talk with Father Stephen. Maybe over email.
I feel like we're stumbling across something like really deep right now. We got another $5 from Compendium. He said, when I was a Protestant, I was amazed at how self-referential the Bible was. Learning from Father Stephen, I'm blown away how deep that rabbit hole actually goes. Man, when I'm thinking about the Old Testament and comparing it to the New Testament, I'm just like constantly reminded of my own ignorance and like how dumb I am. I'm constantly reminded of it because I keep on seeing these things and I'm like, yeah, I'm 33 years old. I've been reading the Bible more or less since, since like children's Bibles or whatever. And like, I'm still missing so much stuff. Like, what have I been doing this whole time? But yeah, you're going to tell us about the second commandment.
Oh, no. Well, I do want to add to that.
Yes, please.
Definitely. I was received into the church in 2008, and gosh, every year it seems like, especially when Lent comes around, but just year round as well, the depth of the scriptures really just becomes more intense and more vivid. And not just even in terms of the intellectual connections, which are beautiful and fascinating in their own right and have a devotional significance, but also just, I mean, really, living the realities that are there in the scriptures. It just, for those who are coming into the church now or have been in for a short amount of time, buckle yourself in. It's going to get even better over time. So, but then, yeah, regarding the second commandment, I appreciate that Paul didn't try to use that as evidence against icon veneration. And I think that there's a good reason why. So obviously the second commandment in forbidding, what it forbids is making and also serving and bowing down towards images. Okay, but the word that's used for image, it's not as broad as an iconoclast might hope. That word in Hebrew, my understanding at least, hopefully Father Stephen Dion will throw some additional assistance here. That word, in my understanding, good to see you too.
Father Deacon Ananias, yes.
Oh, yes. I know him. Yeah.
Heard of him before?
I'm more accustomed to calling him by his first name, but I will refrain from doing so. Good to see you, Father Deacon. But that word, my understanding is that it's not like images broadly. It specifically picks out what are called cult statues, which really are what our buddy, the other Paul, described. I mean, they were understood as the bodies of gods. And Father Stephen DeYoung, was one of the first people to include me into this when I listened to his Whole Counsel of God and other podcasts he did. There was an entire ritual of the ceremonial opening of the nostrils of idol statues to ask a divine spirit to come in and indwell that statue so that it could then receive offerings of food. It could eat. Aroma could be burned so that it received nutrients from what was being sacrificed to it. That's very, very specific understanding of images. That's talking about a very narrow class of images. That's not talking about all images. That's talking about cult statues which are the recipients of worship, as in sacrifice, as in being nourished by an offering.
Yes, exactly. And I think it's like once you take the verse numbers and chapter numbers and subheadings out of it, it's so obvious that the second commandment is just an expansion on the first, right? Yeah. You'll have no other gods before me. You shall not make any carved images or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in earth beneath, or that is under the water or under the earth. It seems very obvious that it's connecting these images to the ones that you treat as if they are God himself.
And using the second commandment in order to attempt to argue against the veneration of icons is awkward because, and I know people will draw attention to the fact that it says, verse 5. I'm sorry, Alex, would you mind moving the highlights a little bit there? Okay, thank you. You shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I am the Lord your God, a jealous God. Okay, now. The problem with trying to apply this to proskynesis or bowing down towards icons, the problem with trying to do that is that if the rest of the previous 4 verses isn't talking about images in general, if it's just talking about cult statues or idols, as we call them colloquially, if that's what's going on, then that instruction to not bow down and serve, it's not talking about all images. It's talking about not doing that to specifically and narrowly idols. The reason for not trying to apply these verses to all images, for restricting it narrowly to cult statues, is that if you were to try and apply this to all images, then you're landed in a hopeless sea of contradictions with every time in the scriptures there's an instruction to make an image. And so that's not a credible way of reading these verses as just a flat condemnation of the making of all images. Therefore, when you get to verse 5 and it says, do not bow down and do not serve, you're importing something strange and alien to the text if you want to squeeze out of that an instruction against all acts of honor towards all images. If the previous part was talking about idols narrowly, then that part is too. Now, someone might say, but where's the proof? Where's the evidence that honorific actions towards material representations, that's an okay thing to do? Where's the evidence of that? Well, that's what Alex has been presenting, and that's what you see in the Psalms with where it speaks of doing proskinesis in the Septuagint. It actually uses that word, bowing towards God's holy hill, towards his temple, towards his footstool, which is a word for his ark. So all that, hopefully that was helpful for those that are inquiring into these things and still feel a little weird about how do we really make this make sense with the second commandment when read in its own historical context and as the church received it as well. There's literally no problem here and no contradiction. So anyways, apologies for all that. I mute myself.
No, that's what we're here for. We want the inside scoop from the icon guy. We got $7 from MKG. The kill shot Michael just mentioned about qualified images, those who have seen the images in heaven, that is a key connection. Yes, that's why I put that verse there and tried to, like Hebrews 8 and Exodus, where it says that, hey, Moses, I need a sanctuary to dwell among the people. Those things you just saw in the cloud, go make that again in the sanctuary, right? We got a comment from Cody Russin I thought was relevant here. He says, there's a parallel behind opening the nostrils of idols and the indwelling of breath God gave to Adam. Idols is a mockery of that one initial inbreathing, which only comes from God. Good point.
I hear Father Stephen DeYoung's voice in the background behind all of this. And it was really wonderful, by the way, Father Stephen, if you're still watching, be able to speak alongside you. You've definitely influenced my view of things, and a lot of, what I presented even in early icons in my book, it had like that influence behind it. So thank you.
By bowing towards the temple, the holy image, you participate in the heavenly reality. Your venerative acts pass through to the thing actually depicted. So for answer 1, the tabernacle, it's beyond doubt. It's a holy image. Moses recreated what he saw on the mountain. Bowing towards the tabernacle passes through the material image to the spiritual reality it represents. That meets literally every single one of Paul's criteria. Answer 2, the cherubim in the veil between the holy place and the Holy of Holies. It's like, again, I pick these pictures like very careful because it was like the visual aids are so important. If we're talking about like what were they looking at, like literally what were they doing? You can't really put yourself in the shoes of an ancient Israelite person, setting up a tent somewhere in Canaan, right? Like you need somebody to show you. It's really hard to do that on your own. Answer 2, the cherubim in the veil between the holy place and the Holy of Holies. In Revelation 8, we see some of God's angels have a special function related to the incense offered up to him. The passage reads, another angel holding a golden censer came and was stationed at the altar. A large amount of incense was given to him to offer up with the prayers of all the saints on the golden altar that is before the throne. The smoke coming from the incense, along with the prayers of the saints, ascended before God from the angel's hand. So like all the links you need in the chain, it's like make this connection. They're all in the Bible. It's all there. This is how they worshiped. That's why you have the angels between the incense and the place where God resides. Now we see the spiritual reality in Revelation depicted in the layout of the tabernacle. In that, the altar of incense is very intentionally placed literally right in front of the holy images of the cherubim on the veil, corresponding to the spiritual reality we see in Revelation that the incense comes to God from the angel's hand. The incense is offered on the altar of incense every morning and every sundown, and it literally, as I said, passes through the holy images of the cherubim and is delivered to God, filling the entire temple. By the way, this was like one of my favorite pictures that I found because when I was looking up visual aids, because this one has 3 cherubim on it and it's looking more like an iconostasis here. Yeah, it looks exactly like what we do today, more or less. This is an important thing to notice. Does this look familiar to anybody, Orthodox Christians in the audience? Does this ring any bells? This burning incense and you have the images of the cherubim right here. That's what we do in the Orthodox Church, man. The only Orthodox Church today still does the same thing. We offer a sacrifice of incense up to God through the holy images of the saints in the divine assembly. So the cherubim on the veil in the tabernacle are a holy image. They are a window to a heavenly reality that Moses saw on the mountain and that John saw in Revelation. Offering incense to God through the holy image communicates honor to the spiritual reality depicted. Pufferfish says, why is Alex making an argument from a picture book? Trying to dumb it down for everybody, right? Answer 3, the first and second temples. For the same reasons the tabernacle, I won't beat this one to death here. It's for the same reasons the tabernacle is a holy image, the first and second temples also are holy venerated image. So the honor shown to them passes through to the spiritual reality depicted. Again, the Psalms show that in bowing towards the temple, you participate in the heavenly reality the temple depicts. Your venerative acts pass through to the thing depicted. So for the same reasons as the tabernacle, the first and second temples are also material images representing a spiritual reality where the veneration shown to the physical image of God, the divine assembly, and the heavenly liturgy passes through to the spiritual. Answer 4, the images of cherubim and other things on the walls of the first and second temples. In 1 Kings and 2 Chronicles, we're told that Solomon added 2 cherubim statues to the Holy of Holies. This is like one of my favorites because I feel like a lot of Protestants, I didn't even visualize what Solomon's temple would look like until I was probably like in my late 20s. And then I went to go see it and I was like, hold on a minute. They have statues and they're like enormous. Like the wingspan from the widest point to the other widest point for one of the cherubim was 15 feet. So the idea is that the span of the wings of the cherubim is going across that entire space of the Holy of Holies. It's like 30 feet across, and they're tall too. Like they're enormous statues. Holies, they correspond basically to the cherubim over the ark. Solomon maintained the veil and the interwoven cherubim images between the holy place and the Holy of Holies. He also had more cherubim carved into the wall between the holy place and the Holy of Holies. I think that's like one of the most important points, that like it is between the altar and the Holy of Holies. Like that's the whole point. How else are they going to hand it off to God? He had cherubim, palm trees, flowers, and gemstones in the walls of the temple, like the tabernacle. These things correspond to the heavenly reality that Moses saw on the mountain. The text says that these images were all about the temple enveloping the entire building. So as you can see in this recreation here, these images cover the ceiling as well. Now, St. John tells us in Revelation that many angels circle the throne, 10,000 times 10,000. This demonstrates a heavenly reality corresponding to the holy images in the temple, that all the images of the cherubim are enveloping the entire building. You see that you see in the Psalms that are used for worship in the temple, that the Psalms correspond with the holy images. The Psalms invite all of creation and the holy ones of God, as well as the celestial bodies, which are represented in the gemstones. As you can see, the Psalms make a type-prototype connection. Ergo, it is not just the temple itself that acts as a holy image, but also the holy images inside the temple that are carved on the walls and sewn into the veil. Yeah, like I think the fact that the images are there in the wall, and then you see these additions in the temple, like creation and the gemstones, that like in the tabernacle, it was just cherubim. I wonder why you see in these Psalms also, that would correspond to that period of that first temple. They're talking about engaging creation and these like celestial bodies that the gemstones represent. But it's clearly they correspond to one another.
And Alex, do you mind if I do a little excursus and read a quote from a scholar?
Yeah, please
okay,
go
so
ahead.
it's related to this. So thanks to our good friend Cassian King for pointing this out to me. He passed me this
again for the audience. I tried to get him on tonight too, but he has a family or something, I guess. I don't know. No, he had a basketball game or something he was going to, but I do plan to get him on soon because he is a good friend, and he has, along with Michael and Father Stephen, they've like helped me out with this stuff. So sorry, go ahead, Michael.
So this is from the scholar Michael Barber. It's his article called Cultic Theosis in Paul and Second Temple Judaism. And so I'm going to quote from page 242 on to page 243 here. All right. This is called The Temple and Divine Realities. It is no surprise that the temple retained a prominent place in future expectations, though the temple had significant economic, political, and sociological importance. Its prominence in eschatological expectations was especially tied to its theological significance. Indeed, the temple was closely identified with divine realities. As Gary Anderson has shown, seeing the sanctuary's furniture is described in the Pentateuch as tantamount to beholding God. For example, the Lord explains in Exodus 33:20, quote, "You cannot see my face, for man shall not see me and live," unquote. Such language is paralleled in Numbers 4:20, which says of the sanctuary furniture, quote, "They shall not go in to look upon the holy things, even for a moment, lest they die," unquote. Thus, it was even possible to describe the sanctuary itself and its furniture as a kind of physical manifestation of God. For instance, in describing Zion, the psalmist states, "Walk about Zion, go round about her, number her towers, consider well her ramparts, go through her citadels, that you may tell the next generation that this is God, our God forever and ever." So that's Psalm 48:13 through 14. Regarding the phrase, "this is God," the Jewish exegete Amos Hakem suggests, the word "this" is similar in meaning to "look here." It is an expression of palpable excitement, and its point is that the one who sees the temple in its splendor and glory feels within himself as if he saw face to face the glory of the Lord. He cries, "This is God, our God," this as though the building is. He's not literally identifying the building as God, but to see it is to see God. So that's that prototype relationship. Likewise, Anderson says, these texts exhibit ancient Israel's deeply held view that God really dwelt in the temple and that all the pieces of the building shared in some fashion in his tangible and visible presence. So really great quote by that scholar, Michael Barber, illustrating that, this isn't an Orthodox speculation that there's a sense in which the temple symbolizes God himself and that it manifests his presence. It's really there in the text and acknowledged by scholars. So,
yeah, huge point. Very important. There was somebody in the chat talking about the furniture. Like, why is the furniture so important? Why does God care about the furniture so much?
Well, I think it's obvious that it bears some kind of relation to what is going on in the heavenly place. The furniture of the temple somehow corresponds to the heavenly realities that are experienced. God clearly has, in some sense, a throne. What exactly that means, I'm not going to try and give them the precise metaphysical explanation.
Probably not a chair. I'm just guessing.
Right. It's probably the angelic hosts themselves, right? Like holding up or bearing his presence in some manner. How exactly that all works, not up to me to say. That being said, the furniture seems to basically match with this. It seems to match with the arrangement of the heavenly hosts in the highest. That seems to be like the teaching here. So I think that for that reason, it makes sense that the furniture would matter and that the way that you interact with it has some bearing on how you're interacting with the heavenlies. So, yeah.
I have a question from Orthodox convert who says, how would you explain the relationship between the resurrection of Christ and iconography? That seems like a very broad question with a very big answer.
Well, I think there's some things that can be said in kind of a concrete way, because so let me see if I can make a little comment here. A portrait of a person requires their face to be presented to you. But with icons, there's a kind of fusion of the Roman tradition and more broadly just ancient, Mediterranean and worldwide, shall we say, even traditions of portraiture. There's a fusion of portraiture and symbolism. Icons, they don't present an exact likeness of a person's face. And there's lots of meaning that's like encoded into it. But still at the same time, it does intend to, in some sense, present the historical likeness of the person, which is why it's not something that can just be like messed with or like engaged in a purely creative way. So I think if Christ had not presented his face to the disciples after rising from the dead, I think that we might have been limited to a sense that, you can make, historical portraits of the Lord, and of his apostles. But trying to include in that symbolization of divine realities, heavenly realities, might have seemed a little kind of questionable. But because in his resurrection, Christ is both physical and fleshly, and at the same time, radiant with this divine glory, and revealing all these heavenly mysteries in the 40 days he spent with his disciples, while in the body. That, I think, is part of why we are allowed to have things like the halo, the nimbus, often gold leaf around the head of the Lord, around the head of the saints. I think the resurrection opens that up for us. It opens up this particular way of fusing a person's historical likeness with all of this spiritual meaning. And I think if we had only had the face of the Lord presented to us before his resurrection, maybe we would have been more limited in like how we could have portrayed. So
I love that. Yeah.
This is more just my personal speculation. So I leave that to the church to really.
It is interesting to think about, though. That's it does seem to play a big role. His glorified body is seen by James and his disciples and Paul and every 500 other people, right? $10 from Video Integrity. Thank you very much, Video. Appreciate that. Today we celebrate Saint Mary of Egypt. When I see her icon, I remember her fleshly sin and how she rejected and repented from sin and became a saint. I was changed by her and asked for her intercession. I don't worship her.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to tell people here. They help us. Right.
Saint Mary of Egypt, pray for us. Yeah. This is
right.
Yeah, she's such a wonderful and transformative person. And yeah, it's so good that we get to focus on her as we're reaching the culmination of Lent, and we're kind of seeing, well, what does ascesis really bring us if we tried to sincerely follow the Lord's path towards the cross during this time. Then there is this transformation, there's this spiritualization and a bit of glory in the fleshly body, even while on earth. And it's just so wonderful having icons of Saint Mary of Egypt around.
Very well said. They too act as windows to the spiritual reality. So those are the 4 examples in the Bible that meet literally every single one of Paul's criteria: the tabernacle, the cherubim in the veil, the temples, and the holy images in the temple. But you might say, Alex, aren't these all in the old covenant? What does that have to do with the apostles? They're under the new covenant, right? What's at issue in this debate is whether veneration of images such that that veneration passes to the prototype, is that apostolic, right? Does that come from the apostles? Did the apostles worship this way? Of course they did. Of course it's true. God never retracted his instructions on how he prefers to be worshipped. He already told us how he wants to be worshipped. And yes, I think the stronger proof text here is this Luke 24. It says that they were continually in the temple courts blessing God. And what does that consist of? Right? We got $5 from Orthodox Convert. You guys do great work. Thank you. Well, thank you very much for your donation. I appreciate that. I can keep on getting the big brains on here like Michael, and then I can LARP as a big brain by having them on here. Right? Thanks for the donation, guys. Appreciate it. In a way that reflects the worship in heaven, and the apostles recognize this. That's why we're told in Luke and in Acts that the earliest Christians continued worshiping in the temple. They didn't just throw all of this stuff out. This is why after the destruction of the temple, you see holy images in Christian places of worship. They correspond to the holy images that you see in the second temple, in the first temple, in the tabernacle, going back. I think that argument from continuity is so important for us because we believe our view is true. We ought to have the strongest continuity from the covenant with Moses, right? Out of any other group, we should have the strongest sense of continuity. So I think going all the way back there and pulling it back, it just shows that the Holy Orthodox Church has that. There was one more other point. Oh yeah, I think there's something in Protestant theology to where they have this bifurcation of the Bible, where they have the covenant of works, now they have the covenant of grace. So they can just get rid of all that stuff in the covenant of works. They don't need to worship that way. All that stuff is done away with because they understand fulfilled, that everything in the law was fulfilled. They understand that in some way that is well, it's eliminated. It's gone. It's done. Whereas we understand it as like filled full, right? You have it more than ever before. You have it in abundance now. Like that's how fulfilled it is. So it would make sense if you're understanding fulfilled in that perspective. We're going to have images fulfilled. We're going to have them in abundance now, right?
And one thing really quick about that, it's very interesting that in Hebrews, one of the contrasts that's presented between the Old Covenant and the New Covenant is the contrast between shadows and icons. The New Covenant gets described as icons, and the Old Covenant gets described as shadows. Like it actually uses the word
icon.
Yeah. So and if someone wants to be like, well, who knows if that has any actual relationship to physical images, I would just say, well, think about what it looked like to have shadows in the Old Covenant. Well, it involved having all these physical images. So if you're getting something even more concrete, something closer to a likeness in the New Covenant, then yeah, you would kind of expect it to have images that would accompany as well. So anyways.
This image is from the catacombs of Priscilla, which is in the 200s AD, was also a Christian place of worship. Notice that because of the incarnation, it's not just the cherubim on the walls. You now see people worshiping Christ, the Good Shepherd, in the top center. On the right, you see Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego worshiping Christ. And interestingly, they are also one of the oldest intercessors invoked in prayer. In St. Hippolytus of Rome, his commentary on Daniel, he says, "Tell me, you three boys, remember me. I entreat you that I also may obtain the same lot of martyrdom with you. Who was the fourth person with you, who was walking in the midst of the furnace, and who was hymning to God with you as from one mouth?" I got that from Cassian, by the way. I got that from Barrel Aged Faith. That little evidence there. It's good. So at the same time, we have the images of Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego showing up in these Christian places of worship. We also start to see intercessory prayers. I wonder if there's a connection in there. Another thing to note here is the orant image. Now, the orant, it was understood at the time to be like an instruction to people who walk into the space. As you can see, the instruction here is to look up, to fix your gaze on the Good Shepherd, to raise your hands, and to pray to him as you're looking at the image. So you see continuity with holy images in the Old Testament and the New Testament and with early archaeology. And these images are here for a reason. It's for people to interact with them. And another evidence to show that they're arranged this way for a reason is that it's standardized very early on. This is another such catacomb of worship from the catacomb of Comedilla. This is from the 300s or 400s AD. Notice the layout of the images is standardized. It's basically the same. Here you have Christ, the top center, surrounded by the saints.
Can you go back to the catacomb image? Yes, that one. Yeah, good. So what you were saying, Alex, is absolutely correct. An orant figure is very, very consistently interpreted by scholars of early Christian art as itself being having a relationship to prayer. It's not considered to be just a decoration, and there's lots of good reasons to go in this direction. Outside of Christianity and outside of Israel, there is a long history of depictions of praying figures in ancient Sumeria. There are surviving kind of like prayer figures that are similar to a Roman orant that actually have inscriptions on them, like statue, pray to the king for me, or that just say it prays. So there's a long previous history of association between a praying figure and the activity of prayer. So then you also see this with there's similar kind of like small figures depicted as praying that you find all throughout the ancient world. There's some from Spain that I drew attention to in early icons. And typically these kinds of images, these little statuettes that have, hands outstretched in prayer, they're interpreted as themselves either aiding you in prayer or in some cases, obviously for those ancient cultures that believed in animated statuary, they would actually be seen as praying on your behalf. Now, that's enough to establish that there's not just a decoration understanding of that kind of imagery. When you look in Roman art, there were coins that were minted by certain Roman emperors who wanted to impart to the populace a a sense of piety and to motivate them to actually perform the action of praying with outstretched hands. And so when they minted the image of pietas or piety on their coin, and it said underneath it pietas, it actually said piety. That's kind of the understood intention, is that they were basically presenting a model to the viewer for how they were supposed to act. The Roman emperors, they actually were instructing their populace, pray in this manner, like with outstretched hands. So to then go to this early Roman Christian art in the catacombs and see a Christianization of the pietas in these orant figures, it's no wonder that early scholars of early Christian art, such as Michael Peppard, Robin Jensen, and I think Fabrizio Visconti would probably agree with this as well, but definitely Norbert Zimmermann, that these scholars of early Christian art, they tend to just really agree and have a strong consensus that the purpose of these depictions of praying figures in the catacombs is to motivate prayer. Robin Jensen draws attention to the way in which the eyes of the Donna Velata, the veiled lady in that catacomb in particular, her eyes and her hands, they're both gesturing upwards. And so Norbert Zimmermann, he has that quote that I gave last time we were streaming as well, where he talks about how when you have a depiction of a praying figure with Christ above, depicted as the Good Shepherd, the correct way of understanding this is that the image is itself a, quote, proper prayer, unquote. The image is a prayer. The very making of it is a request. And obviously, if when you read a prayer that's written, you repeat it to yourself. Similarly, if you transfer that into visual form and you look at this image, which is itself a prayer, then you are caught up in the act of praying to Christ as Good Shepherd as well. And so this idea that there was early on prayer addressed through images, using images as windows to heaven, this is absolutely something that you can find arguments for in scholars of early Christian art. There's the opinions of the scholars, and then there's also the strong reasoning behind it that I laid out just now. To all of that, I would also add the fact that in many of these catacombs and many of these cubicula, these kind of the passages that have their ending and then have the arcosolium at the end, the little kind of the little sort of semi-arch. When you look up above, there's these kind of almost semi-domes in some cases, and seeing Christ portrayed in that context, it does connect to the later understanding of domes as basically a representation of heaven and as meaning to communicate to the viewer the presence of heaven. There's this great book called The Dome, A History of an Idea, or The History of an Idea, that basically lays out this the connection between the architecture of like ancient mausoleums, where domes were intended to kind of portray the heavens and to impart to the person that goes to someone's tomb this sense that this person has been like received by heaven or is blessed by heaven even in their death. That's precedent for the Christian understanding of the dome. And this all kind of is taken into Christianity naturally as Christianity becomes more materially abundant and has more resources to make beautiful buildings. Something that becomes more of a reality after St. Constantine converts. This understanding of the dome as a window to heaven, it just comes straight into Christianity from the surrounding ancient cultures. And therefore, it's completely legitimate to see significance to the fact that Christ is portrayed in that position. The understanding of domes and canopies as windows to heaven, it's already there in the beginning. There's something similar going on at Dura Europos when you see Christ portrayed in that kind of arcosolium style semicircular depiction in the back of the baptismal font with a ciborium, the heavenly canopy over him that has stars in it, supported by 4 columns, and then the baptismal waters underneath. there's scholars that point out, like, yeah, the purpose of these kinds of portrayals, the purpose of these kinds of architectural structures is to impart this sense of a window to heaven. And so there's one scholar of early Christian art whose name is escaping me, but I'll remember it right after we resume the stream, of course.
I'll bet. Yes, that's how it always works.
who basically talks about how early domes, early representations of Christ in a dome, as well as that baptismal font with its ciborium at dura Europos, these are to be understood as a, quote, theophany to the viewer. So there you have it, that understanding of windows to heaven. That's fairly common in scholars of early Christian art.
Not a scandalous idea, because I was talking to the other Paul in the cross-examination about that St. Gregory of Nyssa quote, where he says that he met the gaze of the martyr Theodore, right? And he was like, "Do you have the quote?" He was trying to sight check me on that, and I was like, "I mean, I guess." And I did. I sent it to him on Twitter after. But like, this is not a scandalous. This is not a controversial thing. Most scholars agree that this is talking about an icon. Question: has the image of Edessa been mentioned yet? Also, the icon of Panagia Megalospiliotissa. I tried, which was made by St. Luke. Does Eusebius say anything about venerative acts towards the image of Edessa? I think maybe it does. Maybe I should have brought it up. I don't know. I thought I had enough in the Bible, honestly. And the question was whether icon veneration is apostolic, right? So Michael told me he'll be right back. So
yeah, and on the image of
yes,
Edessa, so one thing to keep in mind as we wade through these kinds of issues is there are things that one can accept based on the authority of the church without needing historical proof for them. So we do this all the time with the scriptures. There's plenty of things from the Old Testament that can't be historically proven, and in some cases, there's not even that much of a good kind of material trace of certain historical figures. They're not necessarily always mentioned by, non-biblical sources. But that doesn't mean that you can't know that they existed based on just the fact that the scriptures say so. As Orthodox Christians, there's nothing that prevents us from doing the same thing with what the church says about the history of early Christianity. So the image of Edessa that was made by on a cloth by that was
Christ put his face on it, right, and sent it to the king of Edessa. I think that's how Eusebius recounts the story.
Well, to be a little careful here, Eusebius.
Oh yes, he went to the place and found the documents in their library or something. Yeah, that's what he says.
With Eusebius, the story that is presented there involves a letter, a correspondence between King Agbar of Edessa and the Lord, but Eusebius doesn't include the content related to iconography. He doesn't include that part of it. Yes, however, that part of the story does show up in accounts that are in the 400s. So I accept that is something that historically happened, but I'm okay saying that, like, I don't have some kind of strict proof of that fact. I think it's okay to just say, like, this is part of the pious tradition of the church, that image existed, that it was created in this manner, and that it was honored. And that's not to say that there aren't evidences that portraits go back to the apostolic age, because there are. And that's not to say that there aren't things that make some of these stories plausible. But I also don't think that the desire to chase proof of everything is also, it's just not really like what this is all about.
It's not necessary even to make our case at the end of the day. Right.
And just really quick on the icon. By St. Luke as well. Similar thing here. Like, there's not a first or second or third century document that says this claim that we make about St. Luke being, the prototypical iconographer. Now, that's not to say, again, that there aren't sources from early on that talk about icons being apostolic, because there are. I think that, there's probably at least 5 pieces of evidence that within the first 300 years of Christianity that make the claim that portrait images, venerated portraits, are in some manner originate in the apostolic age. But some of the stuff related to St. Luke, I accept, but not because I can, prove it from the first 300 years or something.
It's because the church is trustworthy.
Yeah.
It's the pillar and ground of the truth. Yeah. You're going to like this comment here. It says, Origen famously states that Christians have rejected all images and statues. And first of all, I wonder, when we say that Origen is a triple heretic, I think people sometimes think I'm using an ad hom to wave him away or something, but that's not the point I'm making. I'm saying that his wrong theology is going to influence how he sees these things, right? Your theology influences how you see the world. And I wonder how you're going to match him up with people like Eusebius, who talks about, and Michael pointed this out to me, literally a portraiture succession from Christ and the apostles to preserve what their face looks like. They have made copies of the images to make sure that their likeness was preserved.
And I'm happy to talk about that.
Let's get into it. Yeah. I know. So, I want to be respectful of your time as well. So I know you have 25 minutes.
I hope it'll stretch a little longer than that, but that might be my limit. So
sure.
So real quick here. So this is actually something I talk about in my chapter 5 of Early Icons, called Origin on Veneration of Altars. And so, right off there on the first page, I do quote that. I do include that quote from Contra Celsum, from Against Celsus. So the quote reads, "Those who, being taught in the school of Jesus Christ, have rejected all images and statues, and even all Jewish superstition, that they may look upward through the word of God to the one God who is the Father of the Word." All right, so here's what I write in response to it. The word which gets translated as image is, and I think the Greek word is idramata, but I'm not a Greek guy, so forgive me if this is the incorrect pronunciation, but it's definitely not the word icon. Okay, so it's not talking about images in a kind of general way. The word which gets translated as image is idramata. This is better translated shrine or even temple, however.
Can we repeat that last line?
Yeah.
You guys hear that?
Yeah. Which makes clear that images in general are not in view here. Rather, it is a specific kind of pagan structure for cultic use in the idolatrous worship of false gods.
So, Flyer, you have a misquote. This is not an accurate quote.
Well, and it's hard because the Schaff and Wade translation of the early church fathers, it does have this wording. It's just that the translation is, shall we say, a little bit misleading for the purposes of this kind of a conversation. So it would read more like, Christians have rejected all statues and shrines. And that really doesn't have the same ring as all statues and images. It really doesn't, kind of land in the same way for the anti-icon side of things. And then the issue is you have to deal with the fact that Origen elsewhere is quite comfortable talking about the importance of being respectful of the imperial icon, the imperial portrait, the portrait of the Roman emperor, which is itself, I know I feel like a broken record saying this, it's kind of a sketchy image. It's not exactly the most clean of idolatry. And yet he says respect it because of the person who's depicted. So, yeah, I think these attempts to paint Origen as aniconic, number one, they're not very well received by scholars of early Christian art. Number two, they don't tend to hold up to a careful scrutiny about the words themselves. And number three, there's evidence that Origen accepts something that looks like iconodulia. So yeah.
Oh yeah, and I have the quote that you have from his homilies on Joshua from your book, where he says, "Nevertheless, the great extent to which we are instructed by semblances of figures of this kind must be known, because if there are any such persons among us whose faith is characterized only by this, that they come to church and bow their head to the priests, exhibit courtesy, honor the servants of God, even bring something for the decoration of the altar or church, yet they exhibit no inclination to improve their habits or correct their impulses. There are those who are like this. Let them know they will be assigned a part in lot with the Gibeonites by Lord Jesus. So saying there are people that they venerate the priests, they venerate the clergy, they honor the altar, they honor the people there. This is like, and why do you honor the clergy? Because they're representative, that priesthood of Christ.
And to this we can also add like this idea of so the bringing of a decoration for the altar of the church, that's in a list of these various modes of veneration that are done in the church. Now, when Origen is listing this stuff, he's actually talking about what he considers to be like people that just show up and like go through the motions. But the things he's bringing up are things that he considers pious. He considers them right to do, even if the people doing them, they're kind of doing it half-heartedly in like a just external way. Now, if you think about that list, it does seem like maybe that those final two examples of modes of veneration, bring something for the decoration of the altar, bring something for the decoration of the church, those may actually be kind of the most intense. It involves giving something of yourself. If you're leaving a decoration there, if you're leaving flowers or a candle, a votive crown, whatever it is. So that's kind of interesting in and of itself. There's very clearly a veneration going on there. Elsewhere, Origen does accept a type-prototype connection between the physical Christian altar and Christ ministering in the heavenly places according to the order of Melchizedek. He draws this type-prototype connection. Lastly, I would point this out. Churches by Origen's time already had images in them. Dura Europos being the prime example.
And we saw the catacombs, and we know these are places where they worshipped, where they prayed, and they used I forgot the name for the cubicles where they actually put the person's remains, but they would use those as altars because they had relics of holy people inside.
There is some evidence.
Jerome tells us this, I think.
I believe there is some evidence that at least in some of the catacombs there was a use of there was like a use of the surfaces under which people were buried for that kind of a purpose. I think it would be called a cline, is that surface that you would bury a person on or under. It's I think that once you start to accept that churches at this time already would have had iconography, that comment about bringing something for the decoration of them, it starts to actually look a little bit more Orthodox coded. Like, well, where are you going to put these decorations? Well, you're probably going to put them in front of some kind of a representation of Christ, not just a blank wall or something like that. If you have an image of Christ in the church, and then you have some blank space, you're probably going to put those decorations in front of him, whether that's flowers or candles or whatever it is. So I think that Origen doesn't get us all the way there in terms of, he doesn't explicitly say, hey, I have icons in my churches, go kiss them or something like that. But if you start to kind of consider all these things together, it doesn't really look so good for those that want to take him as purely aniconic. And then lastly, I'll just say this too, like there's a really good argument to be made that the birthplace of Christian iconography, portrait iconography, is or a place where it was at least incubated, is Egypt. That it took on a lot of its formal features and a lot of its canons developed as an expansion on the Egyptian artistic tradition associated with the place called Fayum. There are strong resemblances between our earliest icons that we have and what are called the Fayum mummy portraits. Now, that's Egypt, and Origen is in Egypt. And the stylistic features that are carried over from the Fayum mummy portraits into Christian iconography and become permanently a part of it. Certain ways of depicting the eyes, the use of certain materials to make an icon, the way in which the figure is presented facing outwards and so forth. Many of these stylistic features that become permanently a part of our iconography, they are most strongly present in those mummy portraits from the 1st century and the early 2nd.
Interesting.
And this is the argument of Thomas Matthews and I don't remember the first name of the guy, but Moeller, who co-authored the book, The Dawn of Early Christian Art in Panel Painting and Iconography. They make this point, and this is what leads them to conclude that the origins of iconography are actually connected with the origins of Christianity itself. That's a great quote from them that Craig Truglia brought to my attention. They think that portrait icons in Christianity existed and were venerated in as early as far back as the 2nd century, the 100s. So, this is something really important, by the way, about the scholarship on these matters. I know that, the way that, for instance, Dr. Ortland presented things in 2023 and since then, it gave this strong impression that there was this consensus of scholars that icon veneration in Christianity didn't exist until the 6th or 7th century. But I think
which is crazy, to be honest. That's like a really late date.
So I think if one looks at scholars of early Christian material culture and art, you see something different from the scholars of Byzantine iconoclasm that Dr. Ortland chose to focus on. Those scholars of Byzantine iconoclasm that are part of this older generation of scholarship, their specialization is in that time period, and the claims that they make about that time period are more likely to track accurately with the state of the question. When they venture into making comments on the first 4 centuries, it's a little bit like asking like a surgeon to like comment on like the health of a horse or something like that. It's like you kind of have some ability to say stuff, but like you're out of your wheelhouse a little bit.
Yeah.
So anyway, so hopefully that was helpful. Bringing it back in. If the origins of iconography in Christianity are connected to Egypt, I think it's a little awkward to try and say that Origen was an aniconist on top of all the other reasons I gave. So,
yeah, we got $5 from Compendium. Let the grift commence. $5 from Octavian for the grift. $5 donation from Pufferfish. Thank you, guys. Many thanks in Christ, brothers. Blessed Lent. Well, yeah, I think I was talking to Michael beforehand about this, and he was saying that for a lot of people, this is a linchpin issue because of how strongly it's been presented on the other side. And I think after going through the biblical evidence and like really just site checking Gavin Ortland on this stuff, looking at what art history scholars and scholars of Christian art have to say, this is a much more nuanced topic than it has been presented to people over the last little while. So thank you for the donations. $20 from Brett. Keep up the good work, brother. Thanks. I have your prayer rope right here. I'm still wearing it. I appreciate that very much. So I guess let's get to some of the more problematic quotes. Real quick, we have, didn't Eusebius say that they ought not to have recorded it in that manner and scolded them for it? I could be wrong. I haven't read Eusebius in a while. I'm very glad you asked this question because he did not do that. He did not say that.
So this is a very interesting topic. There's a lot of controversy about this. You will often hear Eusebius described as extremely iconophobic, extremely opposed to any, representations of Christ and the saints, and definitely opposed to their veneration. Now, here's the issue. Basically, there are a number of works by Eusebius that talk about images. Some of them are undisputed, such as his, I think it's called The Preparation for the Gospel, and his Church History. These are undisputedly works of Eusebius himself. There's another work that is called The Letter to Constantia, and this is a disputed text that may or may not have been written by Eusebius. Now, this disputed text has no physical traces and no quotations in other sources prior to the iconoclast controversy. So it's not something that we have evidence of it being quoted prior to the time that this started to become a really big issue in the church. Now, in that letter to Constantia, Eusebius does chide and attack those who make images, and he compares the making of images of Christ and the saints to idolatry, and he gives theological reasons for why one ought not to make such images and insists that they should not be venerated. And he makes some interesting historical statements. He says, who has ever heard of anyone making an image of this kind? And I can bring up the exact Eusebius quote if it is so desired, but that's the gist of it. Now, this is very interesting because this is a work that is disputed in scholarship. This is not considered to be an utterly uncontroversial work. It is not unanimously accepted as authentic, and for good reason. Now, let's consider, on the other hand, uncontested works by Eusebius, such as his church history, which is literally like what he's famous for, and his work that I think is called the Preparation of the Gospel. In the ecclesiastical history, there it is. In the church history, Eusebius talks about the existence of two images, two categories,
yeah.
which he alleges to be of the apostolic age, which he alleges to be from apostolic times. One of those is a statue at Paneas that represents a man in a cloak with his hand outstretched and a woman reaching out towards that cloak. This statue, Eusebius says, is regarded by Christians of the area as being a representation of Christ healing the woman with the issue of blood from the Gospels. Now, so Eusebius talks about this, and he also says that it is alleged to have been made by her. So it was made by that woman. Somehow she commissioned the making of this image. Now, immediately after this, Eusebius seems to be acknowledging that there's some question about whether that image has been correctly identified. Is it really an image of Christ, or was it an image of something else and got repurposed? Now, Eusebius says, you know what? It's not so crazy. It's not so crazy that there would be this image of, of Christ healing this woman, this statue. It's not so crazy that would exist because, we have these images that are copies of icons from the apostolic age that preserve the historical likenesses of Christ and the apostles. This is a Gentile custom. This is a common way that Gentiles honor their savior figures. And here Eusebius has in mind not images of gods, but he's thinking specifically of images of like emperors, military generals, philosophers,
yeah,
heroes, ancestors. So this is what Eusebius has in mind when he speaks about this category of image, and he's using this as an example to support the claim that, hey, it's not so crazy to think that there's this statue from the apostolic age as well. So that's in his ecclesiastical history. And if you try and set that alongside the letter to Constantia, which says, who's ever even heard of someone making an icon of Christ or the apostles? That is a very, very awkward fit. That really, at face value, it's difficult to see how this makes sense. Now, in his...
That's because it seems to be a contradiction on its face. Here he's saying we have portraits that go back to the apostolic age, and apparently here he got amnesia or something.
Yeah. And in his... I'll just mention this really briefly, and then unfortunately I do have to get going in a second here, Alex, but in his Preparation of the Gospel, Eusebius attests to the existence of an image at Mamre, at the Oak of Mamre, which really sounds very similar to our icon of the Hospitality of Abraham, where there's a symbolization of the Holy Trinity by means of depicting Christ in angelic form and the two angels that accompanied him. Eusebius, in his Preparation of the Gospel, he attests to the existence of this image at the oak. And he speaks of the greater honor of the figure in the center that's between the two angels. So you don't get any sense there of Eusebius disapproving of this image. And in fact, if anything, he seems to be trying to draw something out theologically from it. Now, going back to church history, that image at Paneas, Eusebius regards that statue, which is, apparently of Christ and the woman with the issue of blood. He talks about how there's a plant that grows up and touches near grows near the cloak where the woman touched Christ's cloak. There's a plant that grows there that confers healing on the person that takes it. Now, this is, if not an example of a wonder-working image, I don't know what is. Like, this seems to be basically an image that imparts healing to the one that approaches it in a certain manner. And the scholar of early Christian art, Robin Jensen, she acknowledges the existence of these two categories of images, that they were present in the 200s AD, that they were venerated. And she talks about how, yeah, it really does seem like when Eusebius describes this statue at Paneas, there's a kind of convergence between the biblical story and what happened with Christ and the healing and the image. It's like the story is being continued in the image. That's basically what we mean by holy images. That's basically what we mean by icons, that there's a participation between the material reality and what is depicted, and that some of the power of what is depicted flows into the world through the depiction. So anyway, so that's a reason for thinking that the image was venerated also, because if an image works wonders, then if it confers healing, then as the scholar Richard Price, who authored the translation of the Acts of Second Nicaea that is most commonly in use, it's a scholar that Dr. Orland I know loves to quote. Richard Price acknowledges that evidence that an image worked wonders is evidence that it was venerated. So
that's a pretty good point.
Well, it is. It's a great point. It makes complete sense.
It's one of those it's kind of like duh moment, but
sure.
like you wouldn't, I think, intuitively think of that as a modern person, but like once you hear it, you're like, oh well, yeah, of course.
Yeah. So that's those are reasons for thinking that veneration was occurring. But then I would also just add in, and this is something I'll be talking about a lot in Early Icons Volume 2, because it's more focused on portraits and crucifixes. That statue at Paneas, Eusebius uses a specific word for remembering it. And this word that he uses for remembering it is the same word that he uses for talking about honoring the tombs of the martyrs in his book Martyrs of Palestine. So it does seem to be specifically connected to honor. It's something that is to be shown honor towards. It's to be venerated. Lastly, I will point out that he describes this image at Paneas as a trophy, a tropeum. The word trophy in the Roman context very specifically denotes an honorable image type. A trophy is it's composed from the remnants of a battle. You set them up on a pole, basically kind of like a cross-shaped pole. Early Christians had a lot to say about this. You set it up on a cross-shaped pole as a kind of representation of your triumph, and then you and your army show honor to this depiction. Well, to call something a trophy is to automatically pick it out as kind of in that category of venerated types of images. And the portraits that Eusebius talks about right afterwards, in order to kind of bolster the sense that it's credible that this image at Paneas could have been from the apostolic age. The portraits that he talks about, they're part of a widely known, it's not a mystery what type of art this is. Greco-Roman portraiture existed for the purposes of memory and veneration. And then for Eusebius to specifically talk about how the making of these portraits was a Gentile custom that gets brought into the church, this just automatically implies these were honored images.
That's what they're made for. You can't say that, oh, they had them. That doesn't mean that they honored them. No, they have them because they honor them. It's the exact opposite of what they're saying. Sorry, go ahead.
And I'll say one last thing, and then I should probably jet. This is, I think, part of the issue with one of Paul's points, which is that he can imagine having certain images in his church and not venerating them.
He can imagine.
But the real question is, right? The real question is,
can these early Christians imagine, right? Yeah,
in the Greco-Roman cultural context, given the prehistory of these types of images, like portraits or trophies, signet ring seals, images on cups, given the prehistory of these images in their cultural context in the Greco-Roman world, would that have been what was implied by Christians making them? Would it have been implied that like they could just be decorative? No, instead, what's really suggested is by incorporating these images, they were deliberately selecting to make images that were of the honorable types of images that would be shown veneration. And so an example you can use is like, consider if you were doing, a dig in Egypt and you came across this little statuette and you were like, oh, this is a statuette of such and such Egyptian god. Would you sit there and would you go, oh man,
it doesn't mean they venerated it. I mean,
I wonder if this was worshipped, or maybe
That's
this was
so
just
crazy.
maybe this was just used to, stir like the cooking pot or whatever. Maybe this image was just used to, hang dirty towels or something. Well, hold on a second. Like, if the image is of a known type and it's clearly an idol, you can automatically infer from the type of image it is that worship was given to it. Now, take that same thing over to portraits in early Christianity. The very existence of them implies veneration was done, because the same thing is true here. These are of a known, recognizable image type. It was clearly defined. There were gestures that were definitely done towards them in the Roman context, and Christians knew what they were doing by incorporating this kind of image into their repertoire of images they had. Anyways, hopefully that's helpful. That point is what I mean when I speak of intrinsically honorable images. There's certain kinds of images that in a cultural context, they're kind of defined as being existing partially for the purpose of veneration. And once you find evidence of those in early Christianity, it's like, well, if you can find additional evidence that gestures were done, that's awesome. But you kind of already have the evidence in the very fact that those images were there in the early church. Anyways.
With that, I would like your reaction to one more thing here. We have a super chat. Likich, $5. Thank you very much. He says the evidences and verses are all well and good, but when Paul had no issue with stepping on an icon of Christ or using a Bible as TP, it was over. What do you think about that? My whole point of like doing that ad absurdum argument, or like take him down that line, was to show that, like, to the viewers, look, we are all iconoduals. We all know this deep down. You just have to find it.
I think there's some extreme cases where in our history, icons have been returned to no longer having a representation of the face on it, and then being used for more practical purposes.
Right.
But you would have to remove the face first. And those are like in the most extreme situations imaginable, maybe. Doing such a thing deliberately or being asked to do such a thing is another story. And I think that Paul's reticence to make these logical connections, I think that it is something that people who are on the other side of the fence from orthodoxy, I think they need to think about this. This is really important. Are we really being honest with ourselves in not taking that leap and acknowledging these prototype connections, and that veneration is a real thing. Yeah, that's what I'd leave it at.
Michael Garten, thank you for having me on. Thank you for coming on to my show, Michael. I'm gonna have to have you on again, because you're just such a wellspring of information. So where can people find you?
Please take a look at my Substack, and feel free to support my efforts by becoming a premium subscriber there. There's lots of kind of interesting articles behind the paywall on these points. A lot of the stuff that I elaborated tonight, you can find it on there. Please, purchase early icons. Please pray for my family. Please pray for me as I continue to write these books. I'm trying to wrap up a book on the Megiddo mosaic, that wonderful
awesome.
church from the early 200s, and then on to Early Icons Volume 2. So follow me on Twitter, but yeah, more importantly, please pray for me, a sinner. So yeah, thanks for having me on, Alex.
Awesome. Thanks for coming on, Michael. Appreciate it.
Bye, everyone.
God bless you. So you guys got Michael. Now I'm going to show you a few more evidences that I was looking at, because there's a comment here talking about dunk him with the Acts of John Gnostic text. Okay, this is cool. Also, $5 from Octavian. Thank you, Octavian. In the epistle to self. You guys don't like that I say the T. I've seen some commenters say that. It's in the epistle. That doesn't sound right. In the epistle to self, it says every generation shall form new traditions. Well, not familiar with that one, but thanks for the donation. I appreciate it. Okay. Guys, the Acts of John is crazy. And Michael put me on this one too. This is crazy. Okay, I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to show this to you guys. This is crazy. Can't emphasize enough. Every time I talk about it and I'm reminded of it, I am again struck with how insane this text is. Here we are. Okay. The Acts of John. Okay, so this is a Gnostic text. This was written by the bad guys. This is dated to the 100s AD. The 100s, okay? There came together, therefore, a gathering of a great multitude on John's account. This is not the real John. This is Gnostic John, the fake John, right? A great multitude on John's account. And as he discoursed to them, that there were, like Lycomedes, who had a friend who was a skillful painter, went hastily to him and said, "You see me in a great hurry to come to you. Come quickly to my house and paint the man whom I show you without his knowing it." So he's going to this painter. He's saying, "Hey, please paint a depiction of the Apostle John, Gnostic John, without him knowing it." The painter, giving someone the necessary implements and colors, said to Lycomedes, "Show him to me, and for the rest, have no anxiety." Lycomedes pointed out John to the painter and brought him near him and shut him up in a room from which the apostle of Christ could be seen. And Lycomedes was with the blessed man, feasting on the faith and the knowledge of our God, and rejoiced yet more in the thought that he should possess him in a portrait. So Lycomedes realizes John is here preaching. He finds a painter. "Hey, quick, come look at John. See, get a good look at his face. Paint a picture of him." The painter then, on the first day, made an outline of him and went away. And on the next day, painted him in with his colors, and so delivered the portrait to Lycomedes, to his great joy. And Ly took it and set it up in his own bedchamber. There's like some typos here. It's probably he took it and set it up in his own bedchamber and hung it with garlands, so that later John, when he perceived it, said to him, "My beloved child, what is it that you always do when you come in from the bath to thy bedchamber alone? Do not I pray with thee and the rest of the brethren, or is there something thou art hiding from us?" And he said this and talked jestingly with him. He went into the bedchamber and saw the portrait of an old man crowned with garlands and lamps and altars set before it. So what do you see? You see Lycomedes has a portrait of John. He put it up, a special place in his bedroom. He crowned it with like flowers, with garlands. He had candles, lamps, altars set before it. And he called him and said, like, what does that sound like, by the way? Hey, these are the Gnostics. These are the guys that think material things are bad. They think this is bad because they think all material things are bad, right? And he, Gnostic John, called him and said, "Lycomedes, what meanest thou by this matter of the portrait? Can it be one of thy gods that is painted here? For I see that thou art still living in heathen fashion." And Lycomedes answered him, listen to this. "My only God is he who raised me up from death with my wife. But if next to that God it be right that the men who have benefited us should be called small g gods, it is thou, Father, whom I have painted in that portrait, whom I crown and love and reverence as having become my good guide." What is that? What argument is that? That's the argument of the iconodules at Nicaea 2. This dialogue is already happening in the 100s. You already have portrait icons in the 100s, and the same debate that's happening in Nicaea 2 happens in the 100s here. Now listen to the counter argument. And John, Gnostic John, who had never at any time seen his own face, which is not true because they had water, they had pools, he could see his reflection, they had mirrors. Gnostic John, who had never at any time seen his own face, to him, "Thou mockest me, child. I am like that in form, excelling thy Lord. Am I like that in form, excelling thy Lord?" He's saying you made the portrait too pretty, basically. "How canst thou persuade me that the portrait is like me?" And Lycomedes brought him a mirror, and when he had seen himself in the mirror and looked earnestly in the portrait, he said, "As the Lord Jesus Christ lives, the portrait is like me, yet not like me, child, but like my fleshly image. For if this painter who hath imitated this my face desired to draw me in a portrait, he will be at a loss, needing more than the colors that are now given to thee, and boards and plaster and glue, and the position of my shape, and old age and youth, and all things that are seen with the eye." who he's saying it's not even an accurate representation. It might be close, but you'll never have an accurate representation. That's the same argument that the friggin' iconoclasts are making. At Nicaea too, they're talking about that. You'll hear it even today. That's, oh, well, that doesn't actually look like, it's not a real picture of Jesus. Well, first of all, it is. That is what he looks like. That's the same argument they're making in 100 AD that the Gnostics are making. But do thou become for me a good painter, Lycomedes. Thou hast colors which has given thee through me, who painteth all of us for himself, even Jesus, who knoweth the shapes and appearances and postures and dispositions and types of our souls. The colors wherewith I bid thee paint are these: faith in God, knowledge, godly fear, friendship, communion, meekness, kindness, brotherly love, purity, then a whole list of virtues, and the whole band of colors that painteth the likeness of thy soul. See, look, material bad, immaterial good. This is the Gnostic mindset. The whole band of colors that painteth the likeness of thy soul, and even now raiseth up thy members that were cast down, and leveleth them that were lifted up, and tendeth thy bruises, and healeth thy wounds, and ordereth thine hair that was disarranged, and washeth thy face, and chasteneth thine eyes, and purgeth thy bowels, and emptieth thy belly, and cutteth off that which is beneath it. And in a word, when the whole company and mingling of such colors is come together into thy soul, it shall present it to our Lord Jesus, undaunted, whole, unsmoothed, and firm shape. But this that thou hast now done is childish and imperfect. Thou hast drawn. Remember what Paul said in our debate about dead images? About the images are dead. This that thou hast now done is childish and imperfect. Thou hast drawn a dead likeness of the dead. He's literally making a Gnostic argument that the Gnostics were making back in the 100s. This debate has happened before. This debate is not new. This is in the 100s. This is the same debate that's happening at Nicaea too. Who are the iconoclasts? The freaking Gnostics, because they're against material images. Can we say that this is a polemic against Orthodox Christians? Yes, with some qualifications, right? This is clearly a preserved argument. This is an argument that's preserved for Gnostics to use. The only qualifier to that is when you go through Irenaeus against heresies, he identifies certain Gnostic sects as having images. Not all of them had images. Whenever he talks about like the Carpocratians or some niche sect, he says, and also these are the ones that used images, because it was atypical for Gnostics to use images, to use icons of this kind. They were against the material. So, in my opinion, when I look at this, I've spoken to Michael and to other people. Michael would qualify this much more. This looks to me like a polemic that's preserved to use against Orthodox Christians. Like what Eusebius is talking about in his church history. And I guess I'll read that portion out to you guys too, because like this has been so unfairly mischaracterized. And after I'm done with this tulip thing, oh, I also have to make a video responding to Jordan Cooper. I'm going to do that too. Because that was improper what he did in that video and very feminine. And my idea is I'm going to argue in my response to him the same way that he argued in his video about me. So that people can see what would it be like if an Orthodox Christian, an Orthodox lay apologist, used the same tactics that these people do. It's dishonest and it's unfair. So you have the Acts of John in the 100s AD, talking about how the Gnostics are against portrait icon veneration, saying that they're dead images, that they're not even similar to the likeness of the person anyway. They never will be. And you have the Orthodox Christian, Lycomedes, the Orthodox Christian, who is rightfully honoring John. Gets a stern talking down to from Gnostic John, right? Crazy. The Gnostics said only the spirit is good, right? Yes, that's their whole thing. That's why they didn't like images generally. That's why whenever there is a Gnostic sect that uses images, it's specified. Again, when you read in Irenaeus's Against Heresies, he goes through like many Gnostics. Like it's like the first 3 books are only him talking about Gnostic sects. When he comes across one that uses images, he'd be like, "Hey, so you have this group, that group. These guys use images. Moving on, next group, next." He uses it as an identifier. He's not saying images are bad. He's saying that these groups use images because it's atypical for Gnostics because they think is bad. So thank you for that suggestion, Bubba Brandy and Christ. This is a really good evidence. It's the 100s. And it's the same arguments. That's what blows my mind about this. It's the same arguments. And the bad guys are using the arguments that Paul uses. I thought this was funny. I saw this earlier, so I just started it real quick. James says, "Good evening, everyone. But wait, does the hello pass on to the people behind the screen, or am I just speaking to electrical projections?" I think it depends on whose reasoning you use. If I guess it just stops there at the projections. I already covered this one. And then $2 from Compendium. "Good night, y'all. Heading to bed. Get this man to goal." I'm not at goal yet. It's okay. I do this for the love of the game. We're talking about... Okay, anyway. Makes me think that demons are at work more than everyone considers. Yeah. You know who has a long memory? Demons. Same demons that were around at this time are around today. They're probably influencing people to make the same arguments. I love that you brought it up again, Alex. It is such a good testament in the early church. Yeah, these are the arguments the bad guys are making. Why are you making the arguments the bad guys? You aniconists, Gavin Ortland, TheOtherPaul. Why are you making the arguments that the bad guys are? They're bad guys. Hello. Origen, influential, yes. Mostly wrong on everything to a heretical extent, to where he's thoroughly condemned. Oh, but St. Gregory of Nyssa and Basil quoted Origen. They quoted the good things because they're in a position to do that. I'm not Basil. I'm not Gregory of Nyssa. I can't do that. They can. St. Demetrius Staniloy quotes Calvin for some things. That doesn't mean you get carte blanche to accept everything Calvin says. Every now and then, a broken clock is right twice a day. This would have helped me get over my icon issues. I can't believe that the Catholics are not making these arguments. They just accept the stupid development argument. It's so dumb. Why is the altar of incense right in front of the images of the cherubim? Why is it right there? Could it be that the cherubim carry the incense to God? So I get very worked up about this stuff. Very good point. They're copying arguments from Old Testament prophets against idols, which comes down to a disingenuous conflation of iconography with idolatry. Yes. Yes. Catholics follow the stupid development argument for no good reason. Yeah, it's so dumb. Like, literally just read the Bible. I don't know what else to say. Like, just read Eusebius. I'll read this part from Eusebius right here. This is where he talks about this like succession of portraits from the time of the apostles, right? This is book 7, section 18 of church history. This Paul Meyer translation, I think, is quite good. This is very good. Very readable. It's more of like a thought for thought, but it's an accurate thought for thought. Since I have mentioned this city, I should not omit a story that should be recorded also for those who follow us. The woman with a hemorrhage who was cured by her Savior, as we learn from the Holy Gospels, came from here, they claim. Her house was pointed out in a city, and amazing memorials of the Savior's benefit to her were still there. On a high stone, or base, at the gates of her home stood a bronze statue of a woman on bent knee, stretching out her hands like a supplicant. Opposite to this was another of the same material, a standing figure of a man clothed in handsome double cloak and reaching his hand out to the woman. Near his feet on the monument grew an exotic herb that climbed up the hem of the bronze double cloak and served as an antidote for diseases of every kind. Hello, OrthoCAD. This statue, they said, what are you doing? Sorry, guys. This statue, they said, resembled the features of Jesus and was still extant in my own time. I saw it with my own eyes when I stayed in the city. It is not surprising that those Gentiles who long ago were benefited by our Savior should have made these things, since I have examined likenesses of his apostles also, Peter and Paul, and in fact of Christ, preserved in color portrait paintings. And this is to be expected, since ancient Gentiles customarily honored them as saviors in this unreserved fashion. Now, the counter argument usually is like, look, he says this is a pagan practice. No, he doesn't. He says it's a Gentile practice. Gentile just means the nations. It's a practice of it doesn't mean it's bad. It just says it's done by people that were not Jews. Brother Alex, those monster drinks are no good for us. Do as you will, but I care about my brothers in Christ. Sorry, I'm not judging, so don't hate me. What's bad in them? That's my thing. Like, literally, which ingredient? This is my lawyer brain. You got my lawyer brain going. Okay, so anyway, Eusebius talks about portraits really early on. All right, I'll get buddy. Say hi, look at the camera. He doesn't like the light. Ow. Puh. Yeah. He's cool. I like him. Yeah. So there's Eusebius. There's my cat. There's Acts of John. Yeah. Be gone, human. Bop. You got him like you were a potato bag. Yeah. Monsters are fine if you aren't drinking like 3 daily. Yeah. Cat name. You might like this if you guys watch anime Nier. He's named Nier after the anime character, but I skipped your super chat. Why didn't they debate faith versus works salvation? Because they all realize they have to do things. You can't just not do things. Oh, are you talking about me and other Paul? You want to clarify in the thing? Christ follower, you want to clarify your question? $2 from I'm Not Filioque. This would have helped me get over my icon issues. So I'm glad you're hearing it now. Maybe you can pass it on to somebody else who is having icon issues, right? Thanks for the donations, guys. Funny how the many French Gnostics popped out in the second millennium in light of the Carolingians rejecting Nicaea II. Yeah, dude. Here's the thing, though. He said that the Franks were aniconic. They were not aniconic. That is crazy. Pope Hadrian. You heard Michael Garten at the beginning of this thing. Pope Hadrian made the same argument that I made, reaching back to the Old Testament, saying that this is old, like really old, like Mosaic. I don't understand. Why didn't they debate faith versus works? Because they all understood that you have to do things. You can't just not do things. It's not like some idea that pops into your head that saves you. But anyway, I hope you guys liked having Michael on. He is very, very smart. I love having him on. I'm going to open it up to callers. Michael's very smart. And he has like excellent recall. Let me add the stop sharing the Acts of John here. Yeah, guys, the Acts of John, very, very useful text for apologetics. Oh, did I hit the goal? Oh, we hit the goal. You guys want to debate? If there are people that disagree, of course, you jump to the head if you disagree. In a sassy mood, so you can get people that disagree. Oh, we got another super chat. $5 from Moses. Hey, what's up, dude? How you doing? Faith alone equals I accepted a job sincerely. They should pay me despite the fact that I never showed up. I totally accepted the job offer with all my heart. Did you tell them that you accepted, or did you just accept it in your heart? Might not be a binding contract, but
Righteousness is but filthy rags before God, Daddy. That's going to send you straight to hell, amen.
Frankish icons are more orthodox at before the Renaissance. Before the Renaissance modernized them into religious art by taking inspiration from the ancient Greeks. Father Ron, what's up, Father Ron? My goal is to get 1,000 subscribers on YouTube so I can set a super chat goal. Guys, go subscribe to Father Ron. Oh, Johan is back, guys. Does anybody else disagree other than Johan?
Well,
What's up,
hey,
gang? How
so,
you doing?
hey, what's up, man? So I just wanted to bring maybe some irony. I believe that the Monophysite position actually provides the best logical foundation for icon veneration. Yeah,
Okay.
because Christ has, again, one composite nature. There's no gap. So when we paint the icon, or I have like a beautiful icon in my room, it's a painting of the Logos himself in his full incarnate state. So it's not just a painting of his human nature that is attached to him. It's the full God man, and that's what makes it so beautiful. And I guess, okay, but
How do you,
on that, I'll ask
okay,
you.
can I ask you about that? Can I ask you a question about
Yeah,
that?
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
In Acts 17, when Paul's debating with the Athenians,
Oh,
he says the divine nature cannot be depicted.
I think you just right. So, well, right. So this is where it's not that the divine nature is being depicted; it's the theandric nature. Because for me, there is no isolated divine nature, not in Christ.
Quid.
No, you
You
know it's
just
not.
said-
Come on.
you
I mean,
just
some people might
said-
think of that. It's not
you
red,
just
blue,
said
and then
it's
purple.
combined nature.
No. That would only be true if Jesus was purple. Red, blue, then equals purple. But the thing is, if you don't have the monophysite view, wouldn't your view arguably be Nestorian? Because your
No.
icon is okay. How is icon veneration not monophysite or Nestorian on your view? Because it could go either way on your view. That's my argument.
It depicts a person. It doesn't depict the nature.
Okay, but then now it's like that's kind of my so you're kind of saying my position. So that's kind of like
No.
monophysite then. Well,
No, 'cause
you're
the
saying
divine
it depicts the
nature
word.
cannot be depicted, but because he put on a human nature and he's fully human, he can be depicted. If you say that he cannot be depicted, and you would agree with me on this point, if you say that he cannot be depicted, then that's Docetist. Then you're saying he didn't actually really become fully human. So like, on one end we have that. On the other end, we have the divine nature cannot be depicted. You got to go somewhere in the middle, which is the diophysite position. Otherwise, you have problems on the left and on the right. This is one where you go the via media. You go right in the middle.
Yeah. I understand. I mean, yeah. I still think it's weird that they didn't debate. I don't know why they didn't debate faith and works. It drives me nuts. I don't
They
get
all
it.
understood what Paul was saying.
I know, but Paul, I mean, Paul was like driving it down their throats, like faith. It's not you. It's not you. It's God. It's God. It's God.
But pistis, the word that he would use for faith, was like well known. It was like understood. It like refers to, you know how like the phrase goes, "You're faithful to your wife."
Yeah.
That's not just like you think about her all day. That's you do things. You're faithful. That's how pistis was understood. So when it says like have faith, it's like, yeah, look at my wife and I say, have faith in me. That means that she actually trusts me. It's not just an idea. She also acts it out.
Right. But then, as you know, Paul like doubles down on it and says, like Titus, not by works of righteousness. So Paul goes a step further. But again, he's talking to the Jews. I get it.
You have I'm not site checking you. I'm just so I can find it faster.
I think it's at Titus 3:5. I think it might be Titus 3:5, where it's maybe his most direct claim against that your righteousness can actually merit.
Bible.
All good.
Yeah, Bible study, guys.
I used to make fun of Bible study kids when I was a kid.
Honestly, I'm kind of eager to use my NET, my new one.
Now, I wish I shouldn't have made fun of them.
Okay, chapter 3, Titus.
Yes.
Remind them to be subject to rulers and authorities, to be obedient, to be ready for every good work. You hear that? They must not slander anyone, but be peaceable, gentle, showing complete courtesy to all people. For we too were once foolish, disobedient, misled, enslaved to various passions and desires, spending our lives in evil and envy, hateful and hating one another. But when the kindness of God, our Savior, and his love for mankind appeared, he saved us not by works of righteousness that we...
Boom.
Oh, I guess we just stop reading there.
Mic drop.
He said, "You got me, bro.
Got him.
Been refuted.
Got him.
It's not by works of righteousness that we have done, but on the basis of his mercy through the washing of the new birth and the renewing of the Holy Spirit, whom he poured out on us in full measure through Jesus Christ our Savior. And so, since we have been justified by his grace, we become heirs with the confident expectation of eternal life." I don't see anything in here that says you get a feeling in your heart or an idea in your head, and that means that you're saved. It just says that he saves us, which we believe as Orthodox Christians. Of course he saves us.
Well, I've also heard that the reason why they didn't debate it is because they were caught up with the Gnostics and the Arians and the Nestorians. They were debating all these other sects. So there was the faith works debate, even though maybe it was happening in individuals' own hearts. It wasn't a collective phenomenon that critical mass in 1500, critical mass of anxiety, So I don't know. It's still a mystery to me. I don't get it. Why it took that long. But it's really interesting.
I don't think it's a contradiction, though. I don't think that's a scandalous or
no. I know, but
ambiguous passage. It says Jesus saved us. We believe, of course, Jesus saved us.
Right, but I just have a hard time believing that none of the early Christians struggled with how exactly they're saved. You know what I mean? Like, I'm talking about the individual. like
You
individual
know-
part.
You know who did think they were saved by having an idea?
Wait. Don't tell me. Judas.
The Gnostics.
Oh,
The Gnostics. They believe they were saved by knowledge, by special knowledge.
oh yeah. I should ask you about that. I was asking some people in the chat, and they were saying it's like secret. What knowledge exactly? And I've studied this for years, but I still don't know.
It
I
was
read
just
all of it.
a system of like cultic rituals and like initiation rites where probably like a modern day comparison might be in some sense Freemasonry, where you get initiated into some society, and as you go up the ranks you get more and more like hidden knowledge, which is just like occultic stuff.
But the Bible has hidden knowledge all over it. Like that's the weird irony to me.
I mean, you have to read it.
Right, but I think another.
But you're not saved based off of what you know is the point.
Oh, you're saying they believe they're literally saved by the knowledge?
By secret knowledge, yes.
I wonder where that. I don't know what type of spirit that comes from in the human heart, but interesting. But they also believe that the divine essence. We are literally. I think we each have a piece of the divine essence in us, like literally.
I think the Gnostics did believe that.
Right, which is actually, ironically, this is what's interesting about this. That's actually close in many, many ways to the deep Christian mysticism of the church fathers and later saints. That there is a spark of truth to that, which is where it gets kind of interesting. But yeah,
Nathan says there is no hidden knowledge. What is he saying? I think you mean that like not everything is obvious on the first reading, right? You don't mean like Gnostic secret knowledge, right? I understood you to say that like on your first reading you don't gain everything. You have to actually like study it and like dig into it.
well, I believe that I'll just put it this way. I believe that there's far more knowledge and wisdom in the Bible than any human has yet to unearth.
But
Yeah, I'll just put it that way. But
all right.
yeah.
Thanks for calling in, Johan.
Okay.
Good
All right,
comments,
man.
like always.
Thank you, sir.
Honestly, I'm not being like facetious.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
But
Happy
later.
Happy Palm Sunday. It's Palm Sunday for me today, but I know
For
it's for you.
yes,
For you,
I
it's next week.
guess.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Peace.
Cool. Thank you. Are you able to invite me on behalf of Al? Yeah, come on, Father Ron. Of course. It's open. Anybody can call in. Anthony, what's up, dude?
What's up, Alex?
I like your flags.
Thank you.
And your
I
icon corner. That thing is
Thank you.
stacked back there, dude.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't really have a better configuration to put my desk so that it's not in view. I can just cover it
I
up.
hear you.
But
What's on your mind?
well, I was going to say something about the whole Miaphysite thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Johan is still here. Maybe
He's still here?
Johan, you still there, Johan? Man left. All right.
He left. Dang. But yeah, something Miaphysites will get confused with is the way that Saint Cyril used the word physis, and the way that that the later Antiochians would use the term physis. Is early on, physis didn't mean substance in the way that the Antiochians would use it. It meant something more like a concrete reality.
Hold up 1 second. Sorry, we got
Holding up.
Father Ron.
Hey.
What's up, Father Ron? How you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah, Anthony is telling us about Miaphysis and how the term feces was used.
I'm listening.
Go ahead, just you can pick up where you left off, man.
But basically, the way that Saint Cyril used physis was more to mean a concrete reality instead of just substance. And so Saint Cyril would speak of Christ having two substances, or being into or of two. But he wanted to kind of avoid saying physis or saying hypostasis, because hypostasis was used to mean something different. Hypostasis used to mean something more similar to a concrete substance.
Yeah, to substance.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But-
I think it's like that's kind of what we see. Like apostolic succession too. People will make, like the evangelicals will make similar arguments as the Miaphysites on this issue. You see a standardization of language, right? So like maybe bishop was used as a broader term back then, or like elder was used as like a broader catch-all term. You see like a standardization of language. It doesn't mean that there weren't three distinct offices. It's like, I think the same way with this whole issue that Pope St. Leo's tome is really just standardizing the terms that we use when we talk about this.
Yeah, and I mean there would be some looseness associated with the term later on. I think it was Constantinople II that spoke of an actual Miaphysite definition that could be used, which sort of explicated on some of those terms.
Yeah,
the beard.
Yeah, exactly.
It would explicate on some of those terms that you could say physis is applicable for meaning like a concrete substance or concrete reality, and that substance is used more properly to denote each nature. But it's like he made a comment early on about them, like the human and divine natures existing different or like separately from each other. I'm like, what?
He's like, this is the best argument for iconography or so for iconodulia, and I'm just thinking like, it's kind of not, man. Like, you need to have a distinction.
Yeah, no, because the Saint Maximus would speak about how the principle of unity within Christ is the person and not the natures.
Yes.
So I would just go down that line of argument.
Yeah. Well, any line of argument that St. Maximus goes down is usually a good one. Probably an IQ gap for a lot of people, but good stuff anyway. Cool. All right, Bet. Thanks for calling in, Anthony.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. Father Ron, what have you been up to?
I just came off doing my own live stream.
Bible study.
Yes. So if anybody wants to watch, I just did John chapter 13. It's just under an hour long. And if anybody watches, the first 30 seconds are complete silence because I forgot to turn on my microphone as usual.
I still do that. I started this stream and I was reacting to a debate that I did with TheOtherPaul on Friday. And I did like the first 5 slides of my opening statement. I look at the chat. It's like, we can't hear anything, Alex. And I was like,
oh, I don't feel so bad. Oh my goodness.
And all of us do this. Streamer problem.
Yeah.
But John 13. So this is washing the disciples' feet.
Yeah, that was last time. This time was the sort of second half where Jesus is he gives a new commandment. And sorry, for some reason I just had a moment here. I can't even remember what I just said, but it's verses 21 to 38. And so that's the last one I'll do on John before Pascha. But I do want to ask you a question, Alex. I unfortunately was not able to watch your debate. I was in and out. So it's hard to get sort of a good systematic flowing. I just wanted to know if was there any mention by anybody, yourself or even after the after party with Michael, about I did a video, some of the people in chat may have seen it, about the veneration of the saints, and I went into the Old Testament and I actually started with Hebrews as well, where they serve a copy and a shadow.
Hebrews 8, yes, that's
and so I mean, just a very brief synopsis. I started with that verse and reverse engineered back to Leviticus and just started looking, and I started looking into the Greek Septuagint and the Hebrew. And there's, to me, at least, nobody's sort of challenged me, which is that there is a definite, where God says to revere my sanctuary. And how that word, the word for sanctuary is interesting, the Septuagint. It's the word for saints. And so
like agioi,
agion,
something.
That's correct. Agion. And so
like in the same sense that like the cherubim and the saints are like the holy ones, the sanctuary is this like holy place, like the holy ones, like the place where they are. Wow.
Yes, that is correct. And so but
that's a great connection. That's a really good connection.
Well, I just found it interesting that he says to revere my sanctuary. And then what does that mean, to revere? And I looked at some Jewish sources and how they translated that word from Hebrew. They said venerate. So all these connections are being made. Again, I'm trying to remember.
Wow.
That's sad. I don't even remember what I said. I don't remember what I said. But
I didn't go to Leviticus, but I don't know if you watched my opening statement at all, but I made a similar case to that where
oh yeah,
Moses goes up on the mountain, he goes into the cloud, he sees something. We find out later what he sees. We don't find out in Exodus. And then God says, I would like to dwell with the people of Israel. What you saw on the mountain in the cloud, go make that in the tabernacle. Like, copy what you saw and make it there. So like right away, it's an image. The tabernacle itself is an icon of something.
Oh, even more so. In Hebrews, it's an exact copy.
Yes.
But in Hebrews, it doesn't. And this is the question I put out to everybody. So if there's somebody in your audience tonight who will look at this and sort of, this is what I'm looking for. This is sort of the last thing. The way I read it in Greek, it says they serve a copy and shadow of the heavenly things. In other words, they don't serve at a copy. They don't serve toward the copy. They don't serve in the copy. They serve the copy.
Did you guys hear that?
Okay. So, and I looked carefully at that. I looked and I looked and I looked, and that's what I came up with, is that I can't see how it doesn't say anything other than that. There's no, I guess, what would you call it, conjunctions or any.
It's in the Bible.
Oh, it is. But then same thing in Leviticus though, right? But here's the thing. In Leviticus, where it says to revere my sanctuary, it's the same exact word for revere your father and your mother. Okay.
So literally honor. Word. Yes.
Well, it's translated as honor, but darn, I wish I should be fast enough. I feel like if I go off screen, but then if it says, and it says, and you will revere me, same word. So you revere God, you revere his sanctuary, and you revere your mother and your father. And so, okay, that has a lot of implications, because if you are to revere God and the same word, your mother and father, okay, now we revere the Theotokos, okay, because she's our mother, right? And then you will revere my sanctuary. Okay, well, what does that mean? Well, either it's the saints or heaven or objects. Okay, and I use that in my video. I said, so we revere objects. we prostrate before the altar when we clergy enter. We revere the chalice. Only the priest can touch the chalice. Just all the icons. I mean, the implications there. So now I've since then. Sorry, I'm taking over your show now. It's terrible.
No, please.
But since then,
I resonate. Sorry to interrupt, but I resonate so deeply with clergy like you and like Father Stephen, because I grew up Pentecostal. So for me, it's like. And it helps the Orthodox too, because like the Bible does have pride of place amongst like our most authoritative documents, right? It's the Bible's right up there, the creed and the dogmatic declarations of the councils. It's all up there. So like, yeah, we can go as deep as we want into these other fathers, but the Bible still does. It is the most authoritative document that we have.
Well, that's why I like to work in it, because if people interlocutors blow us off for history and all that stuff, they're going to pause at least when it comes to the Bible. So that's why I like to do this mining, quite a bit of mining. And that's what I came up with. And now since then, another pretty much Bitcoin. I don't own Bitcoin, but it's the same. I have the idea that my version of understanding the deposit that was passed on is that, and I don't know if this is a good distinction, but the idea that the Roman Catholics have this idea that it's a seed that develops, right? And so the idea is that you have something and then it morphs, it changes. I look at it the opposite way. I look at it, the deposit that was given is something that actually has boundaries. And that's why, for example, when you read Exodus, all these measurements of the temple, all these cubits and all that stuff, to me, that tells you that it's a good point, thing, right? So therefore, when you're looking for the truth, you have to mine it. So you're not growing up, you're mining down and going deeper and deeper and deeper.
I
And
love
that's
that.
how I like to look at things. And that's, to me, explains the measurements of the
awesome.
tabernacle. Am I right? That's
Yeah,
always
you
the eternal
can go-
question.
Yeah, so it's like you can go as deep as you like within these boundaries,
Correct.
but you can
see?
keep on going as deep as you like. We got a
Correct.
super chat from. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. You can finish your thought, Father.
Well, I know I saw just briefly on one of Jay Dyer's videos, he talked about something, and anybody that watches this, if they could contact me or answer now, that there's some sort of phenomenon where the deeper you go, the more it's kind of like almost like looking at a human eye or an insect. You know, the deeper you go, the more stuff
Like
is
that
revealed, but
infinite
the thing
zoom,
itself
yeah.
doesn't change,
Yeah.
right? So our tradition doesn't change. But how the deeper you go will reveal how that tradition can be adapted and applied to a current setting and situation.
The super chat says, sorry, 1 second. Best recommendations for commentary on John. I think
Yes.
Saint
Are you
Cyril of
for me or for you?
Alexandria. I mean, we could both answer. I think Saint Cyril of Alexandria is the one that I'm pretty sure he has one. Father Stephen recommended that one to me. So, Father Ron, do you have a recommendation?
I do. It's not going to be as ancient. I use, and I'm almost afraid to say this because I'm pretty sure I'm going to get raise the ire of some people, but there is a scholar that I really like and who is now an atheist. But at the time he was writing, and what I like about him is that he probes the Greek text the way I like to do it. And gee, his name has escaped me. Brody. So, I mean, anybody who knows Brody now, he was a Dominican scholar from Ireland, and he completely, I think he apostatized or something like that. But at the time he was writing, he was very learned and very skilled. So people change, sometimes for the better, sometimes for the worse. But you know what? Truth is truth, everybody. Truth is truth. And so if
we had to have this discussion earlier in my stream, I guess, because like in the debate, it came. I started picking on Paul because he started quoting like Origin like ad nauseum, like just Origin this, Origin that. And I'm like, okay, he was thrice heretic, which like, there's a synod in Alexandria that condemned him, one in Rome that condemned him, and then the Fifth Ecumenical Council like pretty thoroughly condemned him. And he was like, but he was so influential. They're like, look, Saint Basil and Saint Gregory of Nyssa quoted his writings, and look, they used him here in the Philokalia. It's like, first of all, no one here is Saint Basil or Saint Gregory of Nyssa to go in and determine what is true from Origin and take it out and use it. Just because they quote a part of Origin doesn't mean they're giving blanket approval on everything he said. Like, far from it. Like Father Stephen mentioned the other day that Saint Stan Eloy will quote John Calvin every now and then, or even like Hegel or Heidegger on some things.
Well,
he's not giving blanket approval to. He's just, I found this idea here.
Yeah, well, you have that in the Gospel of John itself.
Yeah, exactly.
Caiaphas.
Yes.
Caiaphas, the guy who's like going hysterical because Jesus has said something that scared them, right?
He accidentally prophesized something correctly.
Exactly. And then that also happened with the I believe it was Mary, who anointed his hair, his feet with her hair and wiped him with her hair. I think there was the same thing. But so the idea is this truth is truth. And
right.
if Caiaphas says
and
the
to
truth,
recognize it, you
that's
have
right.
to reside
And so,
in the truth.
you know, so but that to me tracks with the idea that the Holy Spirit's everywhere filling all things. And if he just decides to speak out of the mouth of somebody like that, okay, but we have to recognize it too. We have to have we have to be able to recognize it. So I agree. Yeah, you're right. There are these people who have quoted Origin, for example, but they were able to discern that, us maybe not so much.
Yeah, I'm not saying Basil the Great. What, like,
yeah.
Neither is anybody in the online apologetic sphere today, probably. Like, no offense, but like, Saint Basil's built different. Like, the term applies.
Yeah. I'm going to be going on Cleve's channel in 2 days, and we are going to review his video with Joshua Shooping. And spoiler alert, that's one of the things I'm going to be talking about, because one of the things that Joshua Shooping says, I guess if you're going to watch me tonight, you don't have to watch on Tuesday. No, just kidding. But but one of the things
You guys
he's
have to
talking,
help Cleve meet his goals
that's
too, his
right.
super
So
chat
come
goals.
back. Yeah, somebody's putting chat Shooping. Yeah. I mean, he is difficult to listen to because I mean, even Ben said he just drags on and drags on. But the one thing that I think that I could say is that when people disparage some of the things, like he went after Gregor Palamas, and basically used some of his own writings against Palamas, and then used also his writings, some of his things that were said as to why he left the priesthood, which I think is just insane, but maybe it was best anyway.
Because he read something in St. Gregory Palamas.
Well, so what he does is he basically pulls out some of the texts that Palamas said that, so to an outsider, to unprayerful people like me, okay, they can sound outrageous, but what you said, Alex, is kind of how to handle it, and that is, well, just a second here. I'm not prayerful, and therefore these things are going to sound outrageous to me. But if I was, and so it's kind of like St. Paul who went to the third heaven, and he talks about all these unspeakable things that no man can speak about.
I just can't. It's like there's also some wisdom in that too, right? Where a lot of people, new converts filled with zeal, young men, they're 18, 19, 20, whatever. They want to go read the Philokalia or like the Pedalion or something. It's like just relax and learn the basics first.
Yeah.
Listen to your priest.
Yeah. Clark Carlton, The Faith.
Yes, that's an excellent place to start.
I have those
plain
books.
language. Clark Carlton is great stuff.
He is quite skilled, because that to be able to write at that level and get your point across is a skill.
Yes, that's something we lawyers talk about a lot, because like sometimes we're dealing with very complex issues and you have a judge who has a full docket who doesn't have time to read through every single thought that goes. So you have to really like boil it down and like take these really complex ideas and then present them at like a middle school reading level.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the real work is like boiling it down. Because if you can't do that, you don't really understand it. But I think Clark Carlton, like, he's a great expression of that, of taking these really complex ideas, boiling them down and presenting them simply.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned him, and his books just came back into print. They were out of print for a long time. And I was getting real excited because the one copy I had was worth so much. But no, just kidding. That was a joke. But yeah, they're back in print. So all of a sudden, my, supply and demand, suddenly there's a supply. So there goes the price. But anyway, I wasn't going to sell it. So.
Yeah. Talking smack about Shooping and the 40 views he gets on his videos. Good. He shouldn't even get that. But
yeah, it's just his approach, though. I think. Again,
yes,
I'm going to
let's get back to this. Okay, all right. We'll save it for Cleve then.
I just feel that I should save it because we're going to go sort of item by item. The only thing is that I think we're going to have to play it on speed.
Yes, because I don't know what it is with people. They know how to talk, but they don't know how to communicate.
Right. And I think with him, like, he kind of became a bit of almost a roadie online. Like, he left the church, and then all of a sudden, he was even on Gavin Ortland talking and a bunch of other channels, and he was a real celebrity there for a while. But he's since sort of, it's like what the internet's like. It's here today,
you really
gone
have
tomorrow.
To build a good foundation if you're going to make it last, because otherwise you're just kind of a fad. Like, I see a priest turn Protestant, look, and then they they parade him out for a little while and then he goes back. But like, I'm like with my channel, for instance, I'm very happy with like slow, consistent growth. Like, do I see people where like they'll just hit the algorithm on like their first or second or third video, and it's like bam, from 0 to 30K subscribers over. I prefer it this way, honestly. I think it's much more sustainable long term. Super chat from Moses Verdon, $1.99. Thank you very much, Moses. Father Ron, Christ's 3 temptations, real or metaphor?
Oh, jeez. I'm looking at metaphor, and I didn't see metaphor. I thought, is that some sort of a
like
video?
Facebook? Meta?
What is that?
4 times meta?
4 times. Meta times 4.
Real or metaphor? I mean, it's to play on
like,
the metaphor.
To me, it's real. It's always real, because then he's one of us, right? He's not like us by nature. Let me rephrase. So
Flip it.
None of us have dual natures, right? But
yes,
as far as his humanity, if he's not really tempted, well, then what's he to us, right? Then he's some sort of a superhero.
So good point. Hebrews says he was incarnate, so he could be tempted, so that he could help those who are tempted.
Exactly. I mean, yeah. But I've been asked this and I don't know if this gentleman, I don't think so, but I've been asked this, and I got into quite a tiff with somebody about this.
Oh, really?
And so, yeah. And I'd have to go back and look, but this was interesting that you asked this exact question here, because, but again, I always look at the humanity of Christ, and all the things that if you unpack that, going back to, the Theotokos and her, and, how his humanity and her humanity, in other words, not immaculately conceived, et cetera, it has to be like ours. Otherwise, then it's completely forensic and he declares things, right? There's no healing. There's no, walking according to his example. There's none of that.
Then it's not healed.
Exactly. So what's the point? Then he's just basically sort of letting us off, and nothing's changed. And there's no innate change in us. So that's how I look at it. But
it's like a bunny trail. You know how like Calvinists, they believe in this inherited guilt type of thing. And then in order to get around that for Christ, they say that, well, the sin nature is passed down through like the male line. It's not the feet, which is like such an ad hoc, because you don't see that in the text. It's such an ad hoc argument to make. But I was reading through their confessions the other day, and I forgot if it was like the Heidelberg Catechism or it might be across like a few of them, like the canons of Dort and Westminster. It says that Christ in his humanity is homoousios with Mary, the Theotokos. Like the Calvinists say this. I can understand now, if you have that perspective, why you have to have some doctrine like the Immaculate Conception.
Yeah.
Because Calvinists have this problem now of like, if Christ in his humanity is homoousia with the Theotokos, what does that have to do with your sin nature doctrine? What, you just forgot about that?
See, once you go down that road, you introduce a number of other problems now, right? And that's why I like to I just put out a tweet where somebody was talking about the ever virginity of Mary, et cetera, et cetera. I said, well, you have to understand this biblically, otherwise you're going to get into trouble. And so it's in the text, and I think that's why I work so much there, is because, and I know somebody here, somebody said, if you don't mind me saying, somebody said, but is Father Ron ready for my refutation? Maybe he will debate one day. Well, I don't know about what, but I don't really do debates. I would not do well. Alex, you're an outstanding debater. I would just no, I can't. I would never. I would defer to Alex on theological questions. Well, I would, because I work in the text. I'm not well versed in patristics or anything like that, but that's just where I've landed, basically. And some of us do well in some places, some in others, and that's completely fine. And so I don't know. No, I won't debate, but I don't know what you would refute. But so please let me know. It'd be good to know. So.
Yeah, $5 super chat from Cool Dude. Says, is an Eastern Orthodox power metal band too cheesy or Protestant coded? I would say no. I don't think it's too cheesy or Protestant coded. Your songs have got me thinking something like Blind Guardian, Glory Hammer. secret. I'm gonna get exposed here, guys. I am a pretty big Glory Hammer fan. Glory Hammer is pretty tight. I enjoy Glory Hammer a lot. I don't think it's too cheesy. I think we need more of these things in the culture. In fact, I mean, you go to Russia, you'll see like Orthodox metal bands. You know, I don't think there's anything wrong with it's. I mean, there's some discernment you need in going about and doing that, because there's like a part of the heavy metal culture that obviously is not compatible with living an Orthodox life. But Father Ron, what's your take on this?
You're right, but sometimes these are tools to reach people. They're not an end in themselves. That's how I would look at it. I know you're talking. I've seen those heavy metal bands in Russia, and so here's how that. So one end is like, well, this is not compatible with Orthodox life. Correct, but if those people there were at a rave that was completely a big drunken brawl and drugs and all that stuff, would you rather them be there or at listening to a band like that might promote something, get them? That's how I would look at it. Again, it's not an end in itself, but I could see how it could be useful. I mean, be all things to all men. I mean, could it extend to that?
With the metalhead, I'm a metalhead. You know, with the classical guy, I'm a classical guy. Right? Good question, cool dude.
You imagine.
You know, Father Deacon Ananias on his when he used to do his morning prayer streams, I think probably after Lent, he might go back to doing those. He'd pull out his guitar, he'd sing some folk songs. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I play my guitar regularly. I mean, it's people have seen that. I don't know how to get it on YouTube, but probably that's for best. But $2 from Shanzi. Alex Stream and bonus W Father Ron. What a treat. It is a treat. Last time I saw Father Ron, he was on a plane. That's true.
Moses for $5 follow-up. Was this temptation? It was this temptation question that led me from Baptist to Orthodoxy. Glory to God. But everyone just says we will truly have to ask Christ when we meet. I just apply the four senses of Scripture to it. I think obviously there was, like Father Ron said, a physical temptation. Could it represent something on some higher level? I mean, yeah. That's like the what I love about the Orthodox approach to Scriptures is that like just read them, understand them. If you come to a conclusion that contradicts the consensus of the Holy Fathers or like the council, then you read it wrong. Go back and dig into it more, figure out the right way to read it. Like, I think people get like some paralysis analysis and they're like, I have to read all of the fathers first before I go to the text. No, go to the text, talk to your priest, talk to your spiritual father. If you're wrong about something, they'll tell you.
Yeah. So, I mean, St. Paul talks about that. I think it's in Hebrews where it says he was tempted in every way except sin.
Yes.
So obviously that means that there was a question, right? Otherwise, why would you write that? So, but then I would say so I think what I always believe that the fathers of the church were largely responding to issues. I mean, there were obviously some commentators like St. John Chrysostom and others on the scriptures, for example, but a lot of the writings are dedicated to fighting
actual
heresy
problems. Yeah.
Problems, right. And so therefore, but how did those problems happen is the question. And so I believe that in certain cases, they were kind of compelled to answer a question where otherwise they were completely fine without it. In other words, 300 years go by and suddenly some guy shows up and says Christ is created. Well, it seemed to work no problem up until then, right? But somebody asked the question now, so what do you do with that? Do you just say, sucks to be you? Or do you answer that? And you were forced to answer that because there's a lot of people listening to that.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yes.
I mean, if it was just some one-off that comes up with a statement, well, you can let it go. But in Arius's case, like he's got the 3/4 of the empire on his side, right?
Yeah. Spot on.
It's a big deal.
Agreed. How does a rich man feel true desperate hunger? How does the eternal creator and mighty God feel true temptation? Brutal to ponder. Well, he doesn't feel temptation in the same way we do because he doesn't have a gnomic will per Maximus, right? So he just, he does the right things because he is a divine person. It's because of the person that he is. But this is when the kenosis passage is like so powerful, right? The Philippians 2, that in putting on like that curse of human nature, right? Talking about how like when Adam and Eve left the Garden of Eden, they were like in this cursed land. He put on this curse. That's the St. Maximus. He says when he became a curse, that's referring to Christ taking on a human nature. Came with all of these vulnerabilities. Yes, that's in his what's the blue book? The mystical,
The cosmic,
yes,
the cosmic,
yes, that one.
yeah, that
Cosmic Mystery of Christ or something
Christ.
like that.
Yes, I have that book. It's on loan, but I do have that book. It's actually the one only Maximus book I have. But
It's excellent. It's very,
it
very
is,
good.
and it's
Yes.
dense too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a
Not an
one
easy
fish,
read.
two fish, red fish, blue fish. It's
That's right. So
yeah,
yeah,
it is a very abstract thing to think about, Moses. You're right. This is high level theology. This is hard stuff. So, but good questions. We have Bro Will, who's been waiting very patiently in the queue. What's up, Will? How are you?
Do I
Will.
just start talking?
Sure. What's on your mind?
Oh, great. Okay.
Can you hear us? All
Yeah, can you hear me?
right, bet yes.
Yeah, I guess is there a charismatic issue? Because oftentimes with icons, God will say, I'm empowering this person. I'm using the spirit to empower this person to do this thing. Moses has to be in a miraculous setting to get the temple diagram. Um, is there any hesitation to build an icon without the charismatic approval?
Well, that's why I think in the Orthodox view, it's Orthodox Christians who write icons, and they also have to go through a process of like fasting if they're actually going to do it properly. Like there's a protocol for it. So these are like people that are baptized, they're chrismated, mature Orthodox Christians. They go through a process before they do it. There is a spiritual component, but again, you do have to remember that like these charisms of the Holy Spirit in the Old Testament are different than what you're seeing in the Old Testament. So like in the church, we have a fulfillment of that to where we have iconographers that they have their process to go through when they do that. So I think you're right. There is some spiritual element there, but I think we have that in the church, like in the sense that it's not a problem for us.
And I guess, I mean, I'm Protestant leaning. Church of Christ doesn't really view itself as Protestant, but that's
Oh, you're Church
obviously
of
going to
Christ.
be,
Okay, cool.
yeah, like that's obviously going to be because we're very much I don't even like saying sola scriptura anymore. There's got to be some better way to say it.
It's
Like
too
there's got,
associated with the
yeah,
Reformation.
there's got to be some better way to say priority of the Word of God as opposed to the Bible itself as an icon. Like there's got to be some sort of way to say I'd like to check with God infallibly, because I see this even with Christ. He didn't seem to fit in with his Jewish leaders. He seemed to call them to account, not based on his godhood per se, but based on verses, based on, haven't you read the scriptures? Haven't you seen this? And so to me, I feel like Protestantism begins there with Christ, using
I
the
think
verses
that the
that way.
authority was important though too, because they asked him on what authority do you do this, and he said his own. And that's because, and to be fair to the Pharisees, right? Who wants to do that? They're the bad guys, right? But to be fair to the Pharisees, if Christ was not a divine person, the Pharisees would be absolutely correct about every single thing they said about Christ. He has no authority to say these things. Like, who are you to come say these things? Like, it's because Christ is a divine person that he can even say those things. That's why he says to like all the lay people in Matthew 23 to obey the Pharisees, even though don't do what they do, and they bind heavy burdens on people. They never loose them. They don't let people enter the kingdom of heaven while they themselves don't enter the kingdom of heaven. So I think authority is an issue, although Christ did appeal to the scriptures. And I guess this is a bunny trail. I don't know if this is like so pertinent to your question here, how he does answer people based on what they see authoritative. Like you'll see him use like the prophets on the Pharisees, but when he talks to the Sadducees, he uses only the Pentateuch, the Torah. Father Ron, did you want to add anything to that?
No. Well, the only thing I was thinking about was, first of all, you're correct about when he's talking to the Pharisees versus the Sadducees. That's very, I mean, that's beautiful. I'm going to use
Kind of
that.
cool, right?
Actually. Like that. Well, it goes back. I was just thinking about when he healed the paralytic, that you may know that the Son of Man has power on earth to forgive sins, and he demonstrates it.
The
So
only
his
pushback I
authority
would
is,
give, sorry to interrupt, the only pushback I would give is there seems to be the same protest by the apostles against the same leaders
Yeah, you know
who are
why?
divine.
Because Christ, if you watch my debate with Aaron, see that Christ started a new chain of authority with the disciples. So the disciples, when they became apostles, they had that authority when Christ transferred it to them in Matthew 28 or John 20 or 21. I forgot which chapter it was. When he breathes on them,
20.
he says, "Receive the Holy Spirit."
And so
He conveys them authority.
they become divine, because I thought that was your argument about Christ.
It's not that
No,
they're
they don't.
divine. It's that so the authority of the Pharisees comes from God, right? It's given to Moses. Moses passes it on to the elders, and then you have a chain of authority all the way down to the Pharisees. This is what the Second Temple literature says. This is what they understood. So that's what Christ means in Matthew 23 when he says the Pharisees sit in the seat of Moses. He's saying they're in succession to Moses. They sit in the same seat.
Correct.
If you read through Matthew, you'll see that I think it's I forgot the verse exact or the citation exactly. I know it's in the Gospel of Matthew where he says, the time will come where the kingdom of God will be taken away from you. And then the next verse, it's like, and the Pharisees and the leaders understood that he was talking about them. Which
Just
is pretty,
seems a bit
so he's saying
more pointed.
he's taking away the authority of the Pharisees, and that he's going to give it to the disciples, right? So if you look at all the prophecies about the church, so I'm not trying to talk over you, I'm just trying to include the relevant info for like the viewers too.
Yeah.
If you look at the prophecies about the church in like Isaiah chapter 1, it says, "I will restore your judges as at first." What does that mean? How are they at first?
So yeah, and so to me, it's a little bit more pointed when the Pharisees ask them, "What authority do you have?" They say, "We must obey God rather than men." They feel like they're obeying a authority from it seems very scriptural, like we have to do what God says we have to do.
But they
I
didn't.
don't
Well, but they added to it as well, though.
That's exactly, you're thinking the same thing I was thinking, Father Ron.
Yeah.
The Pharisees, they had this idea that because they were under Roman occupation, they must still be in exile because they haven't actually been returned to the land yet. So the idea is, look, if we keep the law perfectly, then the Messiah will come, he'll take us out of exile. So what they did, they refer to it in Judaism as like a fence around the Torah. Talk about building a fence around the Torah. So if there's a rule that says you cannot walk half a mile, the Pharisees will say you cannot walk 1 mile, just to make sure you don't even get close to a half a mile. Right. So I think that's the objections that Christ is talking about with the Pharisees. Like, you guys bind things on everybody. You never loose anything, although you have the authority to. And he's like, you put all these technicalities like tithing mint and cumin above mercy and love, which is what the law is actually about.
Mm-hmm.
So
it is like scriptural, but there's an authority, like a judicial process too.
Well, I just meant from the apostolic standpoint. If they're going to say to the Pharisees, "Hey, you guys need to stop teaching this thing. You're Jews, and we have authority over you," and they say we must obey God rather than men. To me,
and the Pharisees said, "Get lost."
Right, but that's so you're saying because they dismissed them. I don't understand. Like what gives the apostles the right to say that
when Christ
if the
breathes on them
Pharisees
and he says, "Receive the Holy Spirit"?
They get the charisma.
And in Matthew 16 and Matthew 18, they get binding and loosing power. So you see this language, Josephus, when he talks about the Pharisees, he says, these are the Pharisees. They're really involved in like the temple affairs and in public affairs. They have the power to bind and loose people. And that refers to like a judicial power. So when in Matthew 16 and Matthew 18, when Christ tells the apostles that whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven, he's talking about the authority that the Pharisees have, that they will have the authority.
I guess I don't understand why, if the miracles seem to cease, why do you think the authority continues?
They didn't. When did they cease?
Are you saying that there are apostles doing miracles today?
We have miracles in like documented in every single century in the Orthodox Church, going back to the first century.
I just want to be clear. You're saying someone did a miracle in this century?
Yes.
Everywhere, all the time. I mean, it's not, it's not like they put it on TV, if you don't mind me saying that. And they might, but oh yeah, I mean, we know it's there, and I've witnessed it myself.
Father
And it's
Jonathan Ivanov has a few testimonies as well.
and it's not a necessity for these miraculous people to themselves have a
We
holy
don't we
word
don't think it's
specifically.
we don't think that I understand that in Church of Christ you guys kind of associate miraculous gifts with authority. We think it's more complicated than that, because when you look at the Old Testament, it's more than just miraculous gifts convey, like it's more than that. Like Jeremiah, when he talks about it, he talks about like the lying scribes, and he uses his experience with God as bona fides, right? He says, I understand you guys do have authority, but I saw the divine council. I saw the divine assembly. None of you guys ever saw that. And that's what like his authority in his letter is based on. So
It's
it's not
based on
always a
his divine
manifestation. It could
counsel.
be
What
a
do you mean by
personal
that?
thing. What's that?
I don't understand. What his authority is based on seeing something? What do you mean?
So like in Isaiah 6, where Isaiah has this vision with the assembly of the divine assembly of God. Are you familiar with the divine council theology?
Is that Michael Hauser?
He like
Heiser?
popularized it, yes, Michael
Okay.
Heiser. But you'll see it this here, another bunny trail. When I was a Protestant and I first learned about the divine council theology, I was like, bro, this is like cutting edge theology. This is like crazy, like Deuteronomy 32 worldview, like divine council theology. And then I learned about orthodoxy, and you know what they call it there? Theology.
hmm
It's just theology. They just always believed this forever, for all time.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, I thought, yeah.
I mean,
A
it just
lot of our
seems
worldview is
it
based
seems
off of
really
that divine
complex
assembly.
when really, to me, every prophet just falls into a very simple Deuteronomy 18. That's how you know he's telling the truth.
To ask for a sign.
Right. So just it seems to me every prophet just falls into the Deuteronomy 18 category. And so miracles and authority in the Old
But not
Testament.
every single person with judicial authority is a prophet. Deuteronomy 18 is talking about prophets.
Right. So the prophets get to write the Bible because they demonstrate their miraculous ability to come from
Correct.
God. Like,
And the elders interpret the Bible. They have interpretive authority.
right.
In
So
the
I guess
sense that so again, like if you look at Exodus 13, for example, I know like we're kind of flying through proof text here, but as you can look back after and like pull up the proof text. Exodus 13, God says one sentence: sanctify to me your firstborn. After that, you have like 3 paragraphs of Moses explaining what that means. Which firstborn? The animals too? Like my firstborn? Like, do I have to kill my child and sacrifice it to God? Like, what does that mean? Do I offer a sheep in its stead? What if it's an unclean animal? What if I have a donkey? Do I offer that to God? I can't offer. It's unclean. It's so Moses is going through and like explaining like how does this actually apply to people? Like how do I obey this command of God? And you see Paul doing this in First Corinthians when he's talking about like meat sacrifice to idols. And then he says, like, in this situation, you do this. But if somebody offers you meat sacrifice to idols, and you're not going to be a stumbling block to anybody who's watching, then in that case, it's acceptable to have the meat that's offered to idols. So, like, you have the Acts 15 declaration, which is like that one sentence, right? But you need people to actually tell you what that means and how to apply it. That's the
but all the
authority that the
people you
Orthodox Church
listed
has in bishops. Yes, like
did
practically,
miracles.
yeah. What's that?
But all the people you listed were charismatic.
Yes, but I'm saying that the chain of authority, the people that did that, so like the elders following, they didn't all have miraculous gifts. So like all those scribes, all of those leaders, all those elders that the elders laid hands on between Moses and Jesus, they have real authority. They didn't need to have miracles.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, the iconography is probably the hugest hurdle for me, just because the
I get it,
penalty
man.
is
It was
so
a big one for me
stiff
too.
in Nicaea that like it's gonna take a miracle for me to understand how someone, if I'm even understanding that
I'll pray
correctly, the
for one,
Nicaea
man.
penalty, like the penalty that it's anathema, like how does that
Well,
happen? How could that be
you're
an interpretation? Like how could that happen?
technically, technically, you're already outside the church.
That's not the issue. The question is,
Anathema means we take
it's
somebody who's
anathema,
in the church, we take somebody who's in the church and we throw them out of the church.
right?
It
But
means
that's
we give them over to God.
Thank you for saying it that way,
okay.
because
We're-
it's not godless out there.
we don't send people to hell. God sends people to hell. We give people up to God. He uses his judgment on them. That's what anathema means. It's like St. Paul. I think it's 1 Corinthians chapter 6 where he talks about the guy having an affair with his stepmother or something, his mother, whatever.
Yeah.
And then he says, cast him out of your midst. Give him up to God. That's what anathema
Anathema isn't it strictly that you're accursed? Like you're saying it like it's some sort of like it's much more
Well, there's some
harsh
nuance
than
there,
that,
though.
right?
There's a literal
Yeah.
meaning, and then there's like how they actually use it. Father
Yeah.
on, you probably know more
Well,
about
it's
this than
just,
I do.
I would say, it's exactly what you said. There is a literal meaning, and that's pretty much where everybody's resting. But it has to be understood that my understanding of anathema is this: that you, when it says language, it's rhetoric. When it says, well, but it's also written. It's when it says like you are, accursed, etc., etc. Well, that's because to be outside the church is a very, very dangerous place to be. And so, and some of that language is instructive, meaning that it makes you think. In other words, it's such a serious matter that it would not work really well if the church said anathema means that, we're buddies still, like,
St.
no,
Paul says that he would wish himself anathema if his
Right.
kinsmen would join the church in Romans.
it's
It's a
serious.
nuanced
And
term.
so
It's serious, but a nuanced term.
it
So you
makes
don't
you
believe
think.
him? I don't understand what your point is.
So me or Alex?
Well, when Alex said you said it's nuanced
Paul
as if
said,
you don't
I
believe
wish
him.
I could be anathema for my kinsmen.
Yeah.
It's a
You think
dangerous
he's-
position.
But you think he's using metaphor? I just believe him. He's saying this is how strongly I would go to hell for these people. Like, is that
He's
not what he's
saying
saying?
I would have myself cast out of the church. It's
Yeah,
like
it's
the
okay. I mean,
equivalent. Think about
it just sounds like a
think about-
softer language than it is. Like,
think about the death penalty in the Old Testament. Sometimes the equivalent of the death penalty is exile. That's what anathema is. You might as well be dead because you're cast out of the people of God.
yeah, but separation spiritually, there's just no getting around the fact that it's an eternal destination. Like,
I mean, we're
that's-
telling you that that's not how it's applied. There are different senses to the term.
how was there ever another curse? Like, if you were cursed, like, was there ever another curse where someone was lesser accursed?
No, but what it does mean though, like, and I'd have to check on this, but if you're accursed, it doesn't mean you're forever accursed, because you can return,
Sure.
right? You still have an opportunity to return. And so it'd be like saying, dare I say, if you eat from this tree, you will die. Okay. And look what happened. And then this is not a Bible, but okay. So like, what is that? The first page? And then the rest of the whole Bible is getting everybody back in, right? So
Mhm.
so in other words, you do have an opportunity back. Now, the further you get into that state, the harder it is to get back.
That's interesting.
The snowball
I think I
effect.
heard someone. I think I heard someone quote, is it Catherine of Assisi, that she said the road to heaven is heaven. I kind of suspect that the road to hell is hell. Like, that's what the spiritual separation was. Is that, yeah, you might have time to get back, but the road to hell is hell. You're in hell now, and it's just developing.
Yeah.
The same way I'm
I don't think that's
placed
how
in.
that's how Orthodox people, like, that's not the language that we use, but I think there's a
No.
similar sentiment, maybe.
Yeah, that's why I don't understand the idea of development, because from the moment a person is guilty, like it becomes very binary, doesn't it? Like either you're forgiven or you're not.
Again, we don't see it in terms of like, yeah. So we don't use that language. Like I see Father Ron's face. We don't use that language. We see it more as like, here's an example that Father Stephen used once. He said, imagine you're in a car wreck, a horrible one. Your car light's on fire. You're terribly burned all over your body. You have broken bones everywhere. This is going to take years and years and years of physical therapy, of skin grafts, of surgeries. Like you're mangled. You need help. That's how we see it. We don't see it as like a juridical decision. We see it as you are a broken person. You need healing, and it's a process. It's going to take a while.
I hear you. Well, it's obviously a bit of a distance. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but
No, you're good. This is a good conversation. I love Church of Christ
appreciate it.
people. I think like we prioritize similar things in like
Yeah,
our
I
reading
mean,
of the Bible and
obviously,
theology.
obviously,
We
the
all want to get back.
Orthodox
Like you guys,
doesn't believe in our sacraments, but like at least we acknowledge that like they're pretty important. You know, like
yeah.
for me, I don't like I can't
Like
do
I think you
anything
guys are
else.
right about that. You guys are right. Baptism does something, and it's important.
Yeah, there's just no getting away from that. That to me, I don't understand why that's difficult. Like baptism does something, the communion does something. Like
There was a guy, I just saw a debate, and I don't remember but one of them was Apologetic Dog. That's his YouTube name,
Jeremiah.
Jeremiah. And I watched
He
that, and I
debated
cannot
Leighton
believe
recently.
the hoops they jumped to make it work. It's
Yes,
like duct
Which,
tape and
which
misaligned
pastor are you talking
screws,
about?
and it's
That
all
one.
put together somehow, and it's holding together. But and this guy keeps ripping stuff apart, and he's trying to he's drilling extra holes to make it work. It's amazing.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, just the simple 1 Corinthians 15 to Romans 6 connection and then the 3 verses that say obey the gospel. You got to do something with that. Like whatever the gospel is, there's an obedience. And so the moment you see that you're baptized into Jesus, buried with Jesus, to resurrect like Jesus, that is the good news. That's the good news. Just like Jesus resurrected, you get to resurrect.
Yeah, as
I don't
many of you as
understand.
have been baptized have put on Christ.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, so like we're like this is
It's pretty
if
clear.
anyone is closest to Orthodox and Catholicism, I don't see how the Church of Christ isn't. But the struggle with there's got to be another word for it in Latin besides sola scriptura, sola verbum or something. Like I don't know, we got to find some other word. But like that's the issue is like this authority that is assumed without miracles is like a massive hurdle for me. Like somebody's got to do a miracle, and then you can write a book of the Bible for all I care. But
Yeah.
once
Well,
that
I mean,
happens,
we don't think that anybody has authority to write something on the level. There's no one individual that can go and like write a new book of the Bible. That is specialized pride of place for us. So like we see the Bible, we have the same veneration, respect, and honor for it like you guys do. We see it as infallible and binding. We just value a few other things more than you do. It's not like we value the Bible less.
That's the thing is I would be Orthodox or Catholic, except it just feels like it's too much. There's just too much I can't see in the text, right? Like that's the whole issue. Like that's where I'm at. Where
You can I interject? If
Please.
you want to contact me, we can take this offline.
Contact you how?
Well,
Twitter,
I mean, my YouTube. You can go on my YouTube
YouTube.
channel, which is at Remote Orthodoxy. And Alex, I don't want to step on your toes by
Please
saying
go
this,
ahead. Please.
but you're welcome to contact me. I'm on X. But basically just go to my YouTube channel at Remote Orthodoxy, one word, and just put in a comment somewhere and and this is bro.will, and I'll find a way to send you my email. And if you want, we can chat like this.
Yeah, that
Because
sounds
I
good.
like to do things with the text also. And by the way, I'm going to be sorry, self-promotion. Here we come.
Please go ahead. I have great deference for clergy, Father Ron. I don't know if you have recognized this, but like, please go ahead. Please use my platform.
Right, but sorry, I'll deal with one thing at a time.
Go ahead. Here's the plug.
Brother Will,
Yes.
I like to deal with I lost my train of thought. So
I'm sorry.
just contact me. It's okay. Contact me. I like to work in the text, and Oh, that's why. On April 23rd, I'm going to be back on Cleave to Antiquity with Marco, who is also from Church of Christ, and we're going to be discussing infant baptism, and I'm going to be doing it only from the scripture. And, well, dare I say, I think it's going to blow everybody's socks off.
Yeah, I have
Cool.
another plug too. Have you heard of the Icon Corner?
Have I heard of it?
Yeah, they're a YouTube channel.
No. It's just for me. It's just Dyer and you so far.
The Icon Corner, they're a newer YouTube channel, but it's a former Church of Christ pastor who converted to Orthodoxy, and he talks about a lot of these issues. The Icon Corner, you should go check it out.
Check it out too.
I know Travis pretty well. He's the guy over there at the Icon Corner. I like him a lot. He's cool.
Sounds good. So you're saying at Remote Orthodoxy in the YouTube
In
media
YouTube.
element? Sure,
Yeah.
I'll drop you a line.
Drop me a line and we'll, you know, we'll connect, and then we'll, you know, take it slow, but I'll answer all your questions best I
Yeah,
can.
that'll be exciting. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
All right, cool guy. I
Yeah.
love Church of Christ people. They're like so genuine. They love the scriptures so much. They are like, I always get the sense that they're actually searching. They're not just here like, if somebody's here to debate, cool, that's like fun, whatever. I get a kick out of it, but they are asking real questions.
Actually, I do have a question about what he said to you, Alex. So I had difficulty understanding him, but what I think he was talking about sort of the charismatic side of the faith versus the, I'm going to say the sort of the liturgical side, let's put it that way. And I've always felt that in the Old Testament, you have this authority given to Moses and given to Aaron and all his sons, et cetera, but the prophets were there when those guys went off track, or when things got forgotten, and you know, the book of the law got buried in the temple wall and all this stuff, and the kings just decided to do their own thing, and then so you had that end run by the prophets to steer everybody back, but it wasn't to dismantle what was established.
That's a good point. Yes, that's an excellent point. It was never there.
Just brought them back.
Yeah, that's right. And generally they succeeded for like 5 minutes, and then they sawed Isaiah in half, and then they went back to
Yeah, no, I mean, the prophets were killed and stoned and all that stuff and everything. Yeah, they had a, you know, but I don't think, but it's true that it didn't invalidate it. It just basically, I'm going to say the prophets, if anything, upheld it.
Yeah, they said get your act together because you have get your act together because you have this authority.
Yes.
Stop abusing it. Yeah.
Correct. Because they could have said, well, we're taking over. And then what a disaster that would have been too. Because, you know, read Ezekiel, Jeremiah, for example, everybody came after him and was just about destroyed him.
There's a whole book called Lamentations.
That's right. So, yeah.
$5 from Trooper. Howdy, Alex. Would you ever be up to do a stream where the chat submits photos of their icon prayer corners to show off? I think showing off defeats the purpose a little bit of having a prayer corner, but I can do like a reaction stream, I guess. If that's what you guys want. Should do like S tier icon corner. That sounds a little distasteful. I don't know. Any icon corner is a good icon corner, right? You have, well, here we go. People are going to take that out of context. If you have even just one meager Orthodox icon, that's fine. You don't need to have 8 billion icons. That's what I mean to say. Moses 199. You are not anathema. You are a heretic in COC. I wouldn't even go that far, to be honest, because a heretic, I think, is like Father Stephen says, somebody like William Lane Craig who should know better and like does know better, nonetheless, still opts for some weird neo-Apollinarianism.
I like to look at it as a person by person thing. I mean, so
yes,
many people have seen sort of me have I had 3 sessions with a gentleman named Joseph Patano, Bible Sia. First 2 were cordial. The last one, sorry, did not go well for me. I mean, like, so I always like to say, I get lots of love from people, but there's a side of me that came out in that video because I got so frustrated with him. And the reason I got frustrated is because he was just dying for me to call him a heretic. He was just like begging me to do it, and I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it because I keep thinking to myself, well, just a second here, like, okay, I know, I use these terminology. I know my corporation calls your corporation a heretic and vice versa. I know that, but this is you and me. Let's just
Yes.
push that aside for a second, just for 1 second, and just be a human to human. Let's start there.
I think
Okay.
the way the fathers talk about this, they do talk as if there's a distinction between a heretical system and a heretical person, right? You can be
Oh, interesting.
like you can be in a heretical system and you don't know any better. You were just born into that system, right? That doesn't make you a heretic. Like Bro Will, who called in, is like, this is somebody who is learning about orthodoxy now. How can you call him a heretic?
Well, right. It's a person by person. And so, like St. Isaac the Syrian, right? We
Yeah.
say his prayer. Okay. So he's a holy man. I mean, that's the way I look at it. I mean, so I don't know if I'm right or not, but we use his prayer. He was, as far as I know, I think he was an Nestorian. But that didn't seem to stop him from having a really.
It was a weird relationship between this is something I learned firsthand because I made some unqualified statement one time about Saint Isaac the Syrian wasn't even in the physical church. He was totally outside the physical church. And Father Peter here is texting me like 2 minutes later, and he's like, it's a little more nuanced than that. It was something like Constantinople recognized whatever jurisdiction St. Isaac the Syrian was in, but most others didn't. So it was like Craig Truglia calls it a schism spectrum.
Yeah.
He was,
and I know exactly what that is.
Kind of in the church. Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. And fair enough. But again,
it wasn't perfect.
Truth, right?
It wasn't perfect standing. He wasn't in perfect standing with the church.
Yeah. Yeah. So I know what I wanted to say. Do you have more super chats that you have to?
I have a caller in the queue who has been
sorry.
very
Then
patient,
I'll wait. Yeah.
Vulpus, what's up?
Hello. Hey, Alex. Hello, Father. Good to see you both. I suppose I just wanted to. I'd be interested in both of your takes. So I know it's pretty clear that aniconists love to say that Origen of Alexandria is a faithful attestation to the aniconic tradition in the early church. The pushback is usually, well, Origen actually seems to have a permissive or positive view of veneration of the imperial image in the civic sphere. So, and for me, like the origin of icon veneration could go like either two ways. Like, was it a civic practice stemming from veneration of the imperial image that perhaps the apostles baptized and said, yes, it's proper that we venerate images of the saints in the same way, or it's like thinking about the Europos synagogue, thinking about Craig and Harmony's documentary on Jewish veneration of physical objects. It seems like it could have like Second Temple Judaism origins too, and I'm just kind of like, I suppose both sides seem plausible, and I just wanted
did you hear my debate with the other Paul recently?
I'm going to be honest. I watched about half, and then I had to stop. Because
me, my position. I think that they were venerating the images of the cherubim in the tabernacle and in the temple.
Yes, yeah, I saw that. Yeah. So your position is like Second Temple or
iconodulia is how God instructed the Israelites in the desert to worship, and we inherited that from them. It's not some invention. I think the style of the portrait icon was influenced by Greek culture, but that's fine. We already have images that are venerated in the tabernacle.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And those portraits are like the way we think of icons today. Yeah, like that's well attested to. That like Greco-Roman style.
Yeah, it's adopted from. It's like an Egyptian style. Who Michael Garten was on earlier, and he was describing that it's generally that style from like Egypt. like Alexandria around there, like that Christian center.
Yeah. Okay.
But of
And
course,
look, I
like
was
you look
thinking-
today, sorry to interrupt, but you look today at
No,
the
no,
different
that's cool.
jurisdictions,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the Russian
Yeah.
Orthodox, they have a very distinct iconography style. The Romanians
Yes.
have a distinct style. The Greeks have a distinct style. It's like, but the basics are all there.
Yeah, like the building blocks.
It's the gospel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like
And,
the
like,
That's the
modesty is there.
basics.
Yeah, and you don't see this in like Roman Catholic iconography though. Like there's a lot of modesty. You don't see, like, for lack of better terms, you don't see naked people when you look up in the Sistine Chapel. You know, you don't see that in Orthodox churches.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's because
That
it's
makes
art. I mean, I don't want to disparage that, but I mean,
No, yeah, it's
it's
art.
akin
It's
to
not
art.
iconography.
correct. Iconography is a totally
Spot
it
on.
truly is a
Father.
different animal.
Yeah, it's spot on.
And on the principles too, right? So this is what was a bit of a kill shot on the question for me for icon veneration is it's well attested to that Christians venerated the cross, like they're called cross worshippers by their pagan opponents. And what is the
that's
cross?
very early on.
It's an icon of the Lord's victory, of the Savior's victory over the demonic powers, and it's like, so if it's well attested to
that they venerated the cross,
venerating crosses,
yes,
like, and doing all that stuff, then like that is de facto icon veneration because the
Yes.
cross is an icon. Like
Correct.
it just
you are correct.
you're grasping at straws at that point. If you as a Protestant apologist admit that,
Thank you.
and then turn around and say, oh, actually, the panel portrait icons are a different category, and it's like, no, they're not, bro. Like they're actually the same. It's the same thing. So, yeah, like, that was a bit of a kill shot for me on the whole thing. But not St. Paul, the other Paul. I can't believe I'm getting those mixed up. The
I
other
said
Paul.
I said that too during the debate, and I was like, maybe he's a saint. It's every time I mention a Paul, like 99% of the time it is St. Paul. So a bit of muscle memory there, I guess.
There we go. Well, look, his concession, right? He said that, oh, well, feasibly, there's holy things that could be set aside for holy use.
But
and
not
he was-
icons. You remember I asked
Yeah.
him that. I was like, why can't icons be? And he's like, well, because they have a visual
Yeah.
similitude to. I'm like, what are you saying?
But the
I
whole
was gonna lose my mind in that debate, dude. I was on the cusp.
I saw in the bit that I saw, yeah, it's just like, I suppose as well, right? Where the whole house of cards comes crashing down for the iconists is just where the rubber meets the road in reality. Like the country I'm in is very young. It's culturally bankrupt. It doesn't have cool cathedrals and giant, beautiful things. But when I went to Europe, right, you'd go into these beautiful ancient churches. You would see things, and where the rubber hits the road is there's categorically no difference between like a Christian going to one of those places and just like a tourist, like if you're just agnostic or whatever. You're in the presence of relics, you're in the presence of iconography, and you just kind of stand there and gawk at it. Like it actually irreverences, like it's actually irreverent. Like, and this clicked for me that you just stand there and you look at it like you're in a museum and you're like, oh yeah, that's nice. Like, and for me, that was a bit of a house of cards moment for an iconist position, because I'm like, it's actually proper that these people are venerated, through their images. Like, it's not proper that we just walk around like we're in a museum and saying, oh, well, that's nice. Take a photo, maybe you stand next to it. Like it just, the house of cards crashes down, right, for aniconism in the actual practice and in the presence of these things. Like the aniconist position is, it's like true orthodoxy or traditional Catholicism. It actually only exists in theory. It doesn't. It can only exist conceptually. Yeah. So anyway, I thought from what I saw, Alex, yeah, like you brought up some really good points. And it was really great to see it was all like biblical and right there. So, yeah, I've never thought about the temple that way, and the images in that way. So it gave me a lot.
I think like my thinking was like, I mean, God does everything for a reason. Like there's a reason why you have, God in the Holy of Holies. Right in front of him, you have the cherubim. And right in front of the cherubim, you have the altar of incense. And you find out that the job of the cherubim is to bring the incense to God. Right? So it just makes perfect sense to me from the layout. Like you would have to be so obstinate to not admit that there's a purpose for this image. The purpose is for worship. But obviously.
Yeah. And yeah, that was awesome. I'm still kind of, I think, digesting those points a little bit because like
it's a new people don't use this argument. I don't know why not.
Yeah.
Like I can't see any problem with it so far. It's just they are so indoctrinated with this idea that it must be a development, that it has to, and they've been arguing a development for so long that to just think of it in a different way they'd kind of have to reorganize, restructure the rest of their worldview based on that, because it is such a big deal to say, what are you guys talking about? This was here from the very first time God instructed people how to worship.
True.
And what they missed too with Nicaea too, the Second Ecumenical Council is sorry, not the second Council of Nicaea, the Seventh Ecumenical Council. They missed that the people being anathematized were they weren't just indifferent and iconists. They were they had very strictly towards tending towards Platonizing views on things, and there was also imperial pressure because the Saracens not having images and the empire losing to the Saracens. There was I believe from one of the emperors that was an iconoclast that he considered images or having images of the divine the reason to be the empire that was losing, to be the reason why. So he's pushing that. So the objectors to Nicaea to like they miss out on the spiritual and intellectual context of the groups being anathematized. They just say, oh, my Baptist grandma doesn't like images, so she's the mean Eastern church says she's going to hell. Like that's how they read it. But it's
I wish you were exaggerating, but you're right. I've interacted with these people. They do literally think we're saying your Baptist grandma who thinks Filioque is like the name of the pool boy. We think we're damning her to hell or something. That's so crazy.
Yeah. But look, I just wanted to kind of discuss that a little bit. But I'll bump off now, but I appreciate you, Alex, and good to see you, Father Ron. I've been seeing more of your content, and I really like it, so I found it helpful. So,
well,
God bless.
Thank you so much. Sorry, Alex, didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
Thank
please.
you so much.
Feel free.
That was so nice of you to say that. I'm touched.
Oh, that's all good. I mean, we're what do the Catholics always like to say? We're like 1% of the population in the US of Christians or whatever, but we all great things start with a trickle. Christians are minority in pagan Rome, and so just like supporting each other and that is important to me. So yeah, God bless. See you both.
Thank you.
We got all the reasonable people tonight. Look at that.
I have a question for you,
Yes.
Alex, that has rapidly escaped me. So my hope is I can rapidly bring it back in.
I'm sorry.
No. It's just how my brain doesn't work. Anyway, it'll come to me. It'll come
in
to
the
me.
meantime, we got a super chat from Trooper $5 saying show off was bad verbiage. Lambast me. A React stream is more what I probably meant. Keep trucking and doing good work. Thank you, bro. Doing my best. I have a few ideas for some videos in the pipeline. First, I have to respond to that dunce Jordan Cooper. Sorry, that's not very loving of me, but he has a PhD. He should know better than the things that he said in that video about me, disparaging my character like that. Then I have to do the I and P in Tulip. Irresistible Grace and Perseverance, the Saints. Then I have some ideas in the pipeline, but I'm not going to share them yet. But possibly a debate with a big Unitarian, possibly.
I remember my question.
Yes.
Did the other Paul at any time say, because, well, first of all, I was confused. No, let me ask the question first, so I'll forget. Did at any time he say why it was important to him, or what was at stake for him, that he not venerate icons, or that or that icons should not be venerated? Why is that important to him? Did he say that?
I think he would say it's just getting close to idolatry. Okay. Or it is idolatry, which, by the way, that's a good point you bring up, because idolatry is a specific intent crime. You don't accidentally do an idolatry. So you have to intend to do an idolatry to commit an idolatry. But yeah, why? What were you getting at?
Well, it's just sometimes you know, there's an underlying issue.
He didn't actually expressly say, by the way, to answer your question directly. I was just kind of deducing that from his arguments.
Yeah, okay. But like, so sometimes when people, again, I don't know what's behind his, well, what I was confused about is he had icons behind him, and that was confused me. Like, do you know why he had icons?
He's not against Christian art. He draws the line at kissing them, which Father Stephen says basically he just doesn't like kissing them. That's like that it must be like a sensibility or something.
Okay, and that's a reasonable answer, but sometimes, and again, I don't know him, but like I've been looking at people like, you know, I still have to reconnect with Elijah Yassi because I really want to have a discussion with him about papal office in Matthew 16 and all that stuff. And I doubt he's watching.
A smart guy and very humble.
Yeah,
he got very upset after our debate, but I do like he is humble.
Okay, that's good, but I don't know.
He's not going to try to dominate his conversation.
No, I didn't. I would never expect that. I just want to know why it's so important to him. Yes, him being a representative of that whole. Well, if I can say online for sure.
Yeah, he is one of the. He's like one of their guys. Yeah,
he's one of their guys, but I don't know. Like, why is this so important to you? And I know, you know, some things that have been thrown have been, well, you know, if there's a dispute in Orthodoxy, they look what happens, look at what's happening now and all that stuff. And but
same thing's happening in the Roman Catholic Church anyway. With
I just
the
don't know,
SSPX is about to get
what does
thrown
this
out.
keep you up at night then? Like, that's my question. It's almost a personal question, a question of the heart. Is this keeping you up at night? That if there's a dispute, how is it going to be solved? Is that keeping you up at night?
It's a good point.
It's
pretty abstract. It's pretty abstract for that to actually be what makes him passionate about like getting up and defending the papacy today.
Well,
it must be something deeper. I see what you're getting at.
There is, and I would like to know, because it seems to be a thing. And I've been watching also that I'm going to butcher his name.
Suansana, yeah, he's a smart guy.
Suansana,
he graduated Harvard or something, so he's not a dummy.
Well, yeah. Guy. So I watched lots of his content on this topic.
He's still wrong. He's still wrong about Catholicism, but
well, okay, fair enough, and I agree with you. But
yeah, he's not a dummy. He's a smart guy.
He is a smart guy, but I detect a little bit like he. Well, first of all, I think he's quite honest. In the sense that, at least to some of the stuff that I watched, like, but they are reaching when it comes to, like, you know, uniting what's said in Matthew 16 with Isaiah 22. I don't know. I'm sure you're familiar with that.
Yes, who's the assistant of the?
Yes, but
Eliakim. Yes.
Eliakim. Sorry, I didn't say it correctly. So,
Eliakim,
but how they use that is. I just get this impression that they are grasping at this, because I don't think they have I think they know innately that what they consider to be their foundational text, which is Matthew 16, is insufficient.
And there is no patristic consensus to help them. No early patristic consensus to help them in connecting Eliakim to that.
I know. That's going to help me,
though.
Who
you know who you need to talk to about this? I don't know if you have Barrel Age Faith, Cassian King.
Well, okay, if he's watching or if you know him, I've been trying to reach out to him and I've been unsuccessful. I don't know if it's because he's busy or whatever.
It's because he doesn't have a smartphone. He has a Wise phone. He has an old. He doesn't get all the. He doesn't get all of the stuff. He's kind of hard to reach sometimes. So I can make the connection for you.
Well, he is also very learned, and I've noticed that.
Thank you for noticing that. People sleep on him. Like he is there. He's
well researched.
He is very well researched.
Yeah. No, I noticed that. So, but what I'm trying to do though, and again, I don't want to hold you up, but I'll just say this: I have done some of my own research.
No, would like to stay in the chat, please. I have another caller. I would like for you to stick around. I'd like your input. If you have time, please don't.
No. Well, what I was going to say was when I'm withholding what I'm going to tell Elijah Yassi, because I'm going to be challenging him, but I'm also challenging Sua Sona through him.
Okay.
And they don't know. They have no idea what I'm going to present.
Guys, you're hearing it here first. You get the inside scoop on Alex Soren streams.
Yeah, no, they will not. They will be blindsided.
Father Ron's gonna drop a nuke.
The only thing is am I right? That's all, the eternal question.
That's always what it boils down to, right? Like, am I right though?
Yeah, I know, but I've been looking at it very carefully, and I think I'm on pretty solid ground. There's some little bit of shakiness on one thing, but we'll see how it goes.
Pufferfish says you're gonna mog them all.
Yeah, okay. I mean, when I say these things, though, I mean, so when I say these things, I don't want to sound like this, arrogant.
You don't. You're not coming.
No, it's because the only reason I'm saying it, Alex, is because I've been watching hours and hours, and I have not seen them talk about what I'm about to talk about. So I'm going to use the same text, though.
All right. Next up, we have COC, who, thank you. You've been waiting very patiently, COC. What's on your mind?
Hey, how are y'all tonight?
So far, so good. We're trucking along, as they say.
So, today my dad was talking to me about the Church of Christ he goes to. Apparently, on Saturday or Sunday, I can't remember which, they're going to be putting flowers on the cross for Christ's burial and resurrection.
That's very interesting.
The face you're making, Father Ron, was the exact face that I made. He was very conflicted about it.
Thank you so much for sharing this.
Do not send that to Aaron Gallagher. The Church of Christ my dad goes to is like kind of on the liberal side. They're not liberal, but like for a Church of Christ, they are. Yeah,
I understand. Yes.
Yeah. Interesting. Thank you
for
sharing.
They're closing in on that They're closing in on that shunning excommunication.
Oh, really? I was gonna say it's pretty liberal then.
No, they don't have musical instruments yet, so they're doing all right.
The chat says this is profound.
But that's something that's like a trend that I've seen in lots of different evangelical and like non-denoms that I've noticed or that I'm connected to, is that they seem to want to do some type of iconography type thing. It's like kind of connecting to that like spiritual hunger that people in America are having. And so people in different like, I guess you might say like in churches that are like exploring theologically, they're like going back to these older traditions to kind of capture that. But specifically during your debate, I noticed that TheOtherPaul did the same maneuver Gavin Ortland does, where he defines veneration as kissing and bowing and does not allow any other type of honor showing.
He didn't start that way.
Veneration.
He didn't start
Sorry?
that way, though. If you notice, he didn't start that way.
Uh-huh.
He moved that way as the debate progressed.
Yeah, I saw him make that move, and I was like, wow.
Because offering incense, I don't know of I don't think there is a higher form of veneration. I think that is the highest form of veneration. Hey, I trust you with my prayer. Please go take it to God. A bow is just like a greeting. A kiss is like, hey, I love you.
Yeah, there was a certain point in the debate where he said, I put like, so me and my family have images of like deceased loved ones up on a mantle. And in 100,000 years, if you dig up my house, I guess you could say we venerate them, but and I said that at some point.
These are special people. They're on the mantle here. This must have been very important to them. Like, why is that so crazy? They're like, they complain that, oh, they changed the definition of veneration to include everything. Well, it's like, I just don't think you know what we mean or what they meant at the Council of Nicaea too. Specifically bowing and kissing. Like, so the equivalent of that in Western culture is shaking someone's hand.
Literally. Because like we got rid of all the king stuff, so we don't do any type of king-like veneration.
When I go to Romania, I kiss everybody. They kiss to say hi. They do the cheek thing, right?
Yeah. So with this distinction, that's like very common in kind of American culture of identifying bowing and kissing as like worshipful type things. My question would be, what would be good language to get across the Orthodox idea? Should we do the thing like with the Theotokos where we're using the Greek term and people have to kind of figure out what we're talking about? Or would it be better to switch from veneration to something like showing honor to the person through the icon as like a translation tool, which would be like a better way of like approaching that to get the idea
I think
across.
Maybe Father should answer this one, actually. What do you think, Father, on?
Reverence is one. I'm going to just, while you're talking here, because I'm going to just check something while you're doing that in the Septuagint. So I'm going to say reverence is one. So you're looking for sort of a bridging term. Is that what you're doing? Like something that isn't veneration, but something akin to it?
Is veneration like rings like Catholic red flags and like kind of shuts people off like immediately?
Okay. Well, let me just see.
Yeah,
here.
I think honor is a fine word. I think everybody kind
honor,
of knows what we're saying. Yeah.
So like we're showing Christ honor when we kiss the cross.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Hold on. I just lost the thought. Hold on. It'll come back to me. If you compare it to civic acts of honor, right? They use this term all the time to honor the fallen soldiers. It's the same thing. If you honor the fallen soldiers who rightfully honor them because they gave up their lives for our civic liberties, it's a big sacrifice. How much more would we honor the martyrs who died? Like many of them in the first few centuries were also crucified so that we could have the faith today. How much more would we honor them?
Are there any like martyrs that Protestants are very fond of who they would be able to connect that concept to? Like the end of the spear martyrs, maybe? You know that movie, The End of the Spear?
Sure. No, I'm not familiar with the movie.
Okay.
I feel in my experience, it's kind of like after Revelation, after the book of Revelation, they kind of don't really have any knowledge of martyrs after that. And I grew up charismatic, like Pentecostal.
So, okay. So yeah. I did again. So in the Septuagint in Leviticus, the word that's used for God, for mother and father, and for sanctuary is exactly phobethesine, which has the base word of fear. And that's translated in a number of ways. It's respect, reverence. I mean, this is just this one thing I'm looking at, but the actual word is fear. So can you imagine? I mean, no one in their right mind would dispute you should fear God. I mean, and somebody would say you should only fear God, right? But then it says to fear your mother and father and to fear my sanctuary. So therefore, again, is that an adequate word to use? Probably not that exact word, but again, sort of, if you wanted to, find synonyms for that would be adequate, you could say reverence. And there is, of course, also in Psalm 99:5, where it talks about worshiping his footstool. And I know this has been brought up.
Yes, it's very literal language. It's like literally worship the footstool.
Oh yeah, I'll bring
it's very
that up.
literal.
Oh, that one's a good one. I just got to find it here.
We have some
so
questions
you're
about
saying-
incense we'll get to soon here after this question. I see you in the
So you're
chat, gentlemen.
saying that when they bowed to the ark, they were bowing to the ark.
Yeah.
Reverence his footstool.
So it basically, exalt the Lord our God and proskeniti to hippopodi to podon aftu hati agios esti. So
I knew one word there. I knew at least
yeah,
one.
sorry. Proskeniti is worship, obeisance.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's proskeniti to toward the footstool, and so not so the way the English does this, they put in English worship at his footstool, but
it's not at. Yeah.
So the way there's actually, you have to supply a word, but the normally with datives it's to. A dative is the supplied word to make it English. It would be to, or to. So it'd be worship to the footstool of his feet, because as holy he or it is, because it's a third person singular. So and that's the nice thing about this text, is because even though it appears ambiguous, it is, he is holy and it is holy. You see? Because they could have said he. There is a word for he.
But it's like there's a pattern though. They almost never do. I don't think there is a place where they do. I think it's always talking about the material.
It also kind of fits with like the pattern when John sees Jesus right before the baptism, and he's like, I'm not even worthy to untie his sandals. Or he points to the object that's at Jesus' feet.
I never even thought of that. That's a really good point. That's a very, very good point. Even his sandals. I can't
There's
touch
that Church of Christ education coming out.
Sandals. Yes.
Well, you need, okay, but you're on your way to, okay, that's good.
Yeah, I'm a catechumen.
Oh, sorry, are you? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Had me fooled.
No. We're still working on it.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so it says COC. Okay, laugh at me all you want. I deserve it.
Oh, we're not laughing at you. I'm laughing at COC.
You're laughing toward me.
No, as someone who grew up in a solo scriptura context, I deeply appreciate your approach to Scripture, Father Ron. It's very, very effective it's very, very top.
That was a good joke though, COC, about that Church of Christ education coming back, because they do try to take that like literal, that like a very funny approach to the scriptures.
Yeah. If it's okay, I'd like to ask a question that might be a little bit scandalous.
I mean, sure, as long as I don't get banned off YouTube.
Not that scandalous.
All right.
So I spent about 3 years in Latin America, and in
sorry. Real quick, I just want to go through these super chats real quick, because they did pay. So Gregory Tamales $4.99. Abuela never hits Filioque, the pool boy, with her chancla. I hope I didn't just like swear in Spanish or something. But anyway, thank you, St. Gregory Tamales, for the $4.99. Appreciate that. I don't know what that means. Amy got $5 from Paisio Sevilla. I'll stop believing in intersection. I think it means I'll stop believing in the intercession of the saints when they stop interceding for me. They won't. So there you go.
There you go. You're locked in.
I think that was his point. But yeah,
Yeah.
sorry. Go ahead with your story, COC. Your point.
Yeah. So while I was in Latin America, I got introduced to a lot of Catholicism. That actually is what led me towards Orthodoxy. And one of the things that I saw pretty constantly was veneration of icons that like kind of does border into idolatry, or at least makes me very uncomfortable. For example, people would place money on icons and things along those lines. And so I was wondering if that type of stuff ever pops up inside of the Orthodox world, to y'all's knowledge, by and large. I know in America, that doesn't really happen in Catholicism in America. In Latin America, it does, because there's a bit more, especially in more rural areas, there's more syncretism between like Aztec religions and Catholicism. So in the Orthodox world, does this type of scandalous type thing pop up?
I think you'll see scandalous things on the edges. No matter what church you're in, no matter what assembly of people you have, you'll have some scandalous things on the edges, right? Like the Pentecostals that are rolling around and barking like dogs, like that's not what I grew up in. They would think those people are crazy and have lost their mind. Like, don't you know that Paul says our God is a God of order? You can't roll around on the floor in a church service. But they'll just get lumped in together anyway, right? So there probably is some scandalous practice somewhere in the Orthodox Church, but I don't think it's not reflective of the teaching of the church. Father Ron?
Yeah.
It's not tolerated. I'm going to say, you're right, Alex. You're going to always find something somewhere because there's human beings involved. And especially, again, I don't want to disparage some of the Slavic traditions, but don't forget that a lot of those people coming, at the time of Vladimir of Kiev, they were pagans. And, some of that thinking carried on in the church. I mean, I know this for a fact in my own family. But I will say, I'll just tell you a quick story. When I was in Newman College, Roman Catholic, my MDiv was from a Roman Catholic college, and I went to
subversive.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
No problem.
I mean, it's good. It equips you to talk to Elijah.
Maybe. I just know that I went to a native church here in Edmonton. So it was a church. It was a Roman Catholic church for natives, and the art, I'm going to call the art inside, or even if I could just dare say the word iconography inside or imagery inside, they had a large eagle. And I know that the eagle is very important to the native people, and I have nothing bad to say about it. But one thing I remember as a student saying, in Orthodoxy, we'd never accept that, because if you go to Alaska, they didn't bring all the Alaskan people stuff into the church. What they did is they kept the integrity of the church and brought in and orthodoxized, if I can put that, anything that was akin to orthodoxy. So that's why I said, and I remember not arguing, but discussing with my professor, saying, you know what, this is incorrect, because, there is canonical iconography in the Orthodox Church. That's very important.
That's the thing. That's what people like when people will hear there's such a thing as heretical iconography. They're like, wait, what? Hold on a second. What? What are you talking about? It's a whole category of stuff. That's a good point, right, Father Ron.
Because if you start, I mean, again, nothing wrong with the eagle. I know it's important to those people, and I have nothing bad to say about that, but I don't think that's the place for it. Because, it could be said like, God is like a great eagle, and you can even find that in the Old Testament. But that's not what the canonical presentation of Christ and of his saints and of his events of his life is according to the gospel. Okay. And that's quite strict. So I don't know if I answer your question. It's just a little story I wanted to tell.
No, I think you guys answered my question. It's similar because I've been looking for my experience with Catholicism. I've been looking into the Orthodox Church for parallels in there, and I haven't found, at least not even close to the extreme levels that are appearing in Catholicism. it seems fairly normal, I guess you could say, what you would expect from a human organization. But no, thanks a lot. You guys are great. Keep doing the Lord's work.
Cool. Thank you for calling in, COC and the man. Okay, so we got some questions here, and then we'll get to Moses V, who's in the queue. I want to address these incense things because this is kind of important. Is incense veneration or worship? Isn't incense more a part of consecration or something like that? Smoke is from the Old Testament where God smells burned sacrifices, right? Well, if you open up with me to Exodus 30, where it talks about the altar of incense, starting from verse 6, Exodus 30, verse 6 says, talking about the altar of incense, you are to put it in front of the curtain that is before the ark of the testimony, before the atonement lid. That's the term the NET uses for mercy seat. They call it the atonement lid. Before the atonement lid that is over the testimony, that's where I will meet you. Aaron is to burn sweet incense on it morning by morning. When he attends to the lamps, he is to burn incense. When Aaron sets up the lamps around sundown, he is to burn incense on it. It is to be a regular incense offering before the Lord throughout your generations. You must not offer strange incense on it, nor burnt offering, nor meal offering, and you must not pour out a drink offering on it. Aaron is to make atonement on its horns once in the year with some of the blood of the sin offering for atonement. Once in the year, he is to make atonement on it throughout your generations. It is most holy to the Lord. So incense is an offering to God. Who brings it to God? The members of the divine assembly, the elders, the angels, the saints. They bring it to God. So we don't burn incense to the saints. We trust them. It's not an offering to the saints. We trust them with our prayers. They bring the incense to God. It's an offering to God, ultimately. Also, oh yes, this question on the consecration. In Isaiah chapter 6, the coals have, and like the smoke from the incense. Actually, I think the coals are from the altar in Isaiah 6. That might not be the best comparison, but the idea is that the smoke from the incense has a purifying effect. So when you sense something like an icon or the iconostasis or people, you're not offering incense to them. It's the smoke from the incense, because it's an offering to God. It has a purifying effect. And the wording is actually interesting on the incense offering. It's like an offering of fire to God. It's an offering of fire. So it's like the incense itself burning, like that is the offering to God. It's like the incense itself burning. But the smoke, it just has like a cleansing, purifying effect. Father, thoughts on incense?
I'm just looking at Isaiah 6:4. And the lintel was raised at the voice by which they cried out, and the house was filled with smoke. Curious, you talk about, like the voice which they cried out, and the house is filled with smoke. Is kind of like there's this. What I'm reading, at least in this translation, is that it's akin to uniting the smoke with the prayers.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, these passages are like really important, guys, especially when it like anytime you see a divine council scene, to use the late Dr. Heiser's language, divine council scene, it always informs you on worship every single time, because that's like that's the spiritual reality that we're participating in. That's what we're doing. That's why it's so important. So very good questions. In between Sundays, still here. I just ended a 2.5 hour stream and then tired. How do you do this? I'm built different, dog. We had a conversation about Negronis, so this is kind of a deep cut. What fuels you, Negronis? No, this is just I've trained myself to sit through like 7-hour depositions. So he drinks a lot of Monster, and that doesn't hinder me in any way. From got $2 from Shanzi W incense sniffing.
Where did that start?
the incense sniffers?
Yeah.
It started with Cleave to Antiquity Ben, because when he first announced that he's converting, he went onto Father Peter Here's channel, and he's like, honestly, I had been considering it a long time. I was like right on the edge. I did all this research. Like I had all the intellectual scaffolding in place. There was just something in my heart. And he said he had an experience with like the Theotokos, and that it was as if he was like literally smelling incense. And then ever since then, everybody's like, oh, well, Ben went crazy and he smelled incense and became
Yeah.
Orthodox. So, like, that's kind of the narrative. So now it's like, yeah, we're all incense sniffers now.
That's funny.
Moses, my friend, what's up? How are you? Best beard in the business. Thank you for your patience. Can you hear me?
Oh, Alex, hey, good evening.
Moses, how are you?
Hello.
Good evening, Father Ron. How are you?
Hello. I'm well, thank you.
Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, of course. Well, I had a question, but to that last guest, COC, about will he find that corruption in the church? I think you said you both had extremely good points, but like, what was it Gandhi said? I like Christ, but I don't like his followers, or something like that, which just adds to the point you guys were saying. But prior to that, Father Ron was saying that metal has a place or could be used to reach certain people that normally wouldn't be reached. You remember that?
Yeah, we were
I
talking about
said it.
music. That there was a super chat about can I have an Orthodox metal band or something?
Yeah.
Well, we were
Yeah.
talking about the metal bands in Russia, and I've seen those.
Yes.
Right. And your initial response was no, not necessarily appropriate initially or at first glance. However, it could be used to reach places that normally wouldn't be reached. Or something
So,
along those lines.
well, it would be no, this is not the Orthodox life,
Mhm.
but it can be used to bring people to the Orthodox life. It is a tool, but not an end in itself.
So on that very point, I do have which I would consider, not many people would consider serious, but a question regarding that. I was actually brought to the church through, I would say, means of that nature, where you could say I was surrounded by feminism of the most extreme nature my whole life. I was raised by feminists in every direction, and it was extreme though, to the point where I was just kind of like, I knew nothing but that. And so when I realized there was a world outside of that, and I heard Andrew Wilson, and I would say maybe 7-8 years ago, of all people, right? Andrew Wilson.
That's before he blew up.
Yeah, well, he was just debating, and I just
he had like the debate channels back then, right? He was still doing he was doing the same thing.
Yeah, but he said something that today every priest who would hear this line would not think that's appropriate. And no, that's not an Orthodox thing to say. But I perked up like, oh my goodness, did he just say that? And then in that same few sentences later, he said he was an Orthodox Christian. I said, what is that? Right? Instantly, what is that? Because I had been fervently looking for the truth, like a way out of this, what I felt was a disgusting culture. My whole life, it was backwards. It didn't make sense. Something's wrong about this upside down world of empowering women. Men are bad. The natural masculinity that I seem to have seems to offend everybody I know, and things like that. That led me to Jay Dyer, etc. A lot of other provocative kinds of personalities that when I finally made my way into an Orthodox church, it was a Father Andrew, the most meek and wonderful man I've ever met. It was a saintly kind of presence. I walk in, he just looked up as if he had seen his long lost friend. I can't explain it.
Just has that
like,
love.
Oh my goodness.
Some people just,
oh my goodness.
Yeah, some people just have that love in their heart where like they just look at you and you can just
Nice.
see it
Yeah.
like on their face.
Welcome.
Right?
Welcome. And it
Mhm.
was just this, what did I just enter? Long story short, I've still not met a priest who would necessarily agree with any of this. However, like the Andrew Wilson's rhetoric and the mannerisms in which he goes about doing these things, but it brought me there. Only for me to find out that all our most venerated saints, now here comes the question I came for, are the opposite kind of human being as I. The opposite of Andrew Wilson's, the opposite of Jay Dyer's, things like that. And I when asked what brought me here, I said Andrew Wilson and Jay Dyer, and I just get this look like, interesting. Tell me more. How did that bring you here? And kind of gave him a little spiel like I gave you. So my question really is, can you recommend fathers, church fathers, reading materials that would convince a baptized Orthodox Christian like me, not convince, that's not the appropriate word, I misspoke, that would show me that people like me belong here, that I am a part of, I don't know how else to explain it, because if I open my mouth to my real opinions of things, to even those within the church, I get similar responses to my old feminism that I was raised around. Very gasping. That is inappropriate. You know, I put a super chat on some channel and that offends somebody, and I'm just like, wait a minute, that was a normal comment from me, or a normal thought. Long story short, Saint Basil deliberately abstained from meat to lower his testosterone. You could interpret it this way, so that he wouldn't feel the physical passions as much, because as a monastic, that's just something you don't really want to deal with. Obviously, that's, you know, you got other things to do, which is the opposite of things that I would do. I would want to raise my testosterone. I'd want to become physically fit and protect my children. And so it's this backwards world that is hard for me to relate to. And a lot of inquirers that come in, I don't know what it is about me, but I attract inquirers and they think I'm some, you know, wise man, and I'm always like, no, I'm like the last person you want to talk to.
I wonder why when you have a beard like that. I mean,
well,
that's like instant credibility right there.
Well, I have to, you know, very strongly, like, no, I'm not that man that you think I might be. However, I'm asking this so that maybe I can become that man one day. How do I find a relatable source into our history of Orthodoxy, where people like me are, in fact, I really am home? Because, or am I just this disgusting sinner that needs to literally keep going through theosis until who I am is destroyed and a new me is like, am I just, do you understand the paradigm I'm coming at you with?
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
When you said you went on a super chat and people got, correct me if I'm wrong, people got offended by what you said. Can you tell me I mean, I don't know if you swear words or not, but can you tell me the content of that? Are you,
So I do use,
or Alex,
I do use swear words, but
does he have permission? Because it's your channel.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't.
Okay.
And it's 1:16 a.m. So
I don't use swear words on the super chats.
But so, but what did you say though that got people upset?
Oh God, it's a lot of things. I mean, I probably have a problem. I put super chats in a lot. I don't know.
What?
I think
Okay,
Alex
hold on. I missed something. What are we talking about?
I just asked him what got him into trouble in the super chat, because I'm trying to ascertain.
I remember. No, there was something about. Are you talking about the one at the debate?
Well, that would be another of the 100 examples of, you know, my super chats. They either start to read it and they go, oh, no, I can't read that, or something like that. Like, this doesn't belong here kind of reactions, which is, I don't know. That's not necessarily the point. The point is, how do I find a relatable source into our fathers, our history? Because I have read like the life of Saint Stephen the Great, or Saint Stephen of Moldova, excuse me. And I'm like, oh, that's what's up.
I know him very well. Yes.
I like that guy. Oh, you know who his cousin was Vlad.
Vlad, yes.
That's what's up. And then I read the stories of these lives and I'm like, this is amazing. I want more of this. But then everyone tells me, whoa, calm down. You know, no, you need docility. You need the opposite of what you are. And so how do I move forward in this and help
we see
others
all
who
kinds
have
of saints, right? Like you see soldiers, you see, you know, people like they're not all meek monks sitting on a mountain. I think I was talking to Father Stephen about this, where like I don't know if I can phrase it this way, for lack of better terms. It even seems like, at least in the Bible, that God gives people like a gift of violence, even sometimes, like Samson and David. Like Saul killed thousands and David killed tens of thousands, right? That's not luck. That's a talent. That's a gift you have for like warfare, right? So I think there are many examples of that. And it's like, I'm not saying that you should go like go to war and
So what
unalive a
you're
bunch of
saying
people.
is I should
Basically,
burn
what
it
I'm saying
down.
is you should go be SEAL Team 6 and just like that should be your mission in life. But and there are people that I think are built for that, you know, because unfortunately we're in a fallen world where we need we need things like that. I think if you look through the lives of the saints, you see all kinds of people can become saints. It's not just
I mean, in my mind, I have fools for Christ, but I'm not saying, and the reason I'm not is just that they're so outrageous sometimes. I mean, especially to people in the church. Saint, I think it was Andrew of Edessa. You know, I mean, he was practically they beat him up. So the church people beat him up so bad. But what he was doing was he was trying to bring attention to their hypocrisy. So again, that's a very high calling, a fool for Christ. That's, you know, you're called to that. In fact, that same saint was 30 years in the praying before he went and told his cellmate, I'm going to go and mock the world now. But that's after 30 years of prayer. So you don't just start doing that.
yeah.
Right?
That's the thing is
But
like I'm not Saint George. I'm not gonna go kill a dragon. He did a lot of things that I don't do, right?
right. But
When you look through the fathers, they're not like all a bunch of pushovers. You read Jerome's letter to Helvidius or Jerome's letter to Vigilantius or Saint Athanasius when in his discourses against the Arians, he calls them what does he call it? He basically calls them a bunch of girls, a bunch
I
of
get that.
ladies. Yeah.
So I made that argument to a priest once, my own priest.
And his answer was probably something like, "You're not Saint Jerome."
Exactly. Precisely. You're not a monastic. You're not a saint. And I was like,
well, but they started somewhere though. Okay.
You know?
Yeah, they started somewhere. You have to be sensitive to the people around you, but you have to have fidelity to the truth, and you got to find that razor's edge. It's difficult, to be honest with you, because there's a difficulty between loving people and telling them the truth. You have to do both. So, but your expression of that is going to be unique. So you're not going to be obliterated in theosis. You're going to be the exact person who you are, but perfectly.
For sure.
Meaning that Moses, the way he is, who you are as you are, is going to be perfected, not obliterated. So I mean, I can see why that priest would, you know, embrace you like a long lost brother. Most probably I would too, believe it or not. In the sense that I've had people like yourself come to me in my parish, and I guess I'm just so happy that that you're there. That's my initial stance. Hallelujah, praise the Lord, you're here. And after that, you know, that begins the life of a you know, a priestly relationship with the parishioners that I have. But anyway, I don't know if I'm speaking out of correctly or if I'm answering I'm just yakking like I normally do.
I think no, please go on, Father. I think that's good advice. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, I get stories of people who, you know, like, what is it, full patch Hell's Angel bikers that are seeking orthodoxy. And you know what? It doesn't even move the needle for me, to be honest. I look at them like I look at, I don't know, a mother and a child walking in. I'm just so happy they're there. I consider that God has sent those people there. I want them to be there no matter what, no matter their past. And so, you know, and yeah, there are people who have to take the time to transition to a different way of being, in the sense that, you know, if a person has problems with profanity, for example, okay, well, that has to be doffed, and that may take time, and I'm willing to be patient, but I also have to consider my community, right? That's the balance I'm talking about. And usually when you present it that way, the person who has, I'm just making it up, sort of, I don't have exactly this example, but if a person had problems, I'm not talking about you, Moses, now, I'm talking about if a person had this type of weakness, it's, you know, that requires patience from everybody, but also my sensitivity to that person and also to the parishioners. Doesn't matter though, I want them there.
If I may ask one last question on this very subject, though. So,
Yeah.
Andrew Wilson would say to that comment you just said, and I'm not referring to him as some kind of authority, but it is something that bothers me. This is what he would say. He deals with some of the most vile humans imaginable on a very consistent basis. And the only way to get their attention to engage with you is to sometimes meet them exactly where they are. Now, on that very same line of thought, I live in California, and I'm surrounded by these kinds of people everywhere I go, everywhere I work, everywhere I go. To get to my place of worship, I have to go through these people, sometimes protests of that nature. So I guess any thoughts on that before I go? You know, people like us who we don't get the luxury of living on a mountaintop in seclusion, away from this, where we can just focus on prayer and not be affected by it.
No.
You know?
So did you want to say something, Alex?
Go ahead, Father. I'll go after you.
So I guess my demands, if I could put it that way, would be quite low. I mean, I know there would be people who would say, well, you gotta beat the devil out of these people, no, that's just not my approach. It's not my demeanor, nothing like that. I've had much success with meeting people where they're at, and if I could put it this way, playing the long game. That with prayer and hope, because I've seen things happen that people, interestingly, will not appear to be changing at all, and suddenly there's this radical change for no other reason than somebody was patient with them. And very often when others lose patience, you know what I mean? I don't know if I'm answering your question, but no, you're not on a mountaintop. You have to, and I would say, even I have respect for you. I will be the first to say I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth. I had colored TV at age 6. Okay. So I have trouble sympathizing and empathizing with other people who are leading very difficult lives. I feel I'm in a deficit position. I feel humbled by that, because I look at people who, again, have led much more difficult lives, and I say, I can learn from you.
Nobody's ever said something like that to me.
I could learn from you. Why not?
Based.
Agreed.
I have like 2 verses that come to mind on this, if I got the right citations. First one is Philippians 4:8-9. Finally, brothers and sisters, whatever is true, whatever is worthy of respect, whatever is just, whatever is pure, whatever is lovely, whatever is commendable, if something is excellent or praiseworthy, think about these things. And what you learned and received and heard and saw in me, do these things, and the God of peace will be with you. And the second one is, if find the citation real quick. Just bear with me a second here. Second Corinthians, starting from verse 3. 2 Corinthians 10, verse 3. For though we live as human beings, we do not wage war according to human standards. For the weapons of our warfare are not human weapons, but are made powerful by God for tearing down strongholds. We tear down arguments and every arrogant obstacle that is raised up against the knowledge of God, and we take every thought captive to make it obey Christ. We are also ready to punish every act of disobedience whenever your obedience is complete. You are looking at outward appearances. If anyone is confident that he belongs to Christ, he should reflect on this again. Just as he himself belongs to Christ, so too do we. So, on one level, St. Paul is telling us, look, all of our thoughts should be focused on like these things. On another level, saying there is real spiritual warfare out there. And I think Andrew is engaging with that on the front lines. And that's when you see him using harsh language. Like Jesus didn't have anything nice to say about King Herod in particular. If you look into the language that he's using there, it's very strong language that our Lord uses against King Herod. Of course, St. Paul is notorious for using strong language at times when it's called for. And sometimes we are called to fight. But it seems like the default posture, wherever you look at in the New Testament, is like, look, if you focus on the things of God and spend your time doing that, you will have the discernment when the time comes to know when to use like that force and that abrasiveness that, like I said, I think sometimes it's not everybody can do what Andrew does. I think Andrew is doing a good thing. Like at least overall, it's a good. Am I endorsing everything that he says and every word that he uses? No. But it's work that needs to be done. Right. So.
Well, even Christ converted a feminist, the Samaritan by the well.
That's right.
How many husbands did she have?
Yeah.
It's not as many as any standard feminist has, it seems.
Moses, I'm just thinking, I'm listening to you and I'm thinking like, because of my own disposition, I would, if you came to my parish, you know what I would do? I would recruit you to do,
what does that mean?
To do the work that I can't do. Because what I'm hearing from you is you have at least a connection with, like you say, you walk through all these things. And I don't know if I'm hearing you right, but again, you're in places where I would find difficulty being. You know what I mean? And that's what I normally do with people is like, what are your talents and skills, and how can I make use of this? For this, to the glory of God and for this parish. So, like, that's exactly what I hope that, again, that's assuming that I've heard you correctly, because I'm starting to doubt that, but.
Doubt it. I'm not a good man. I don't think I am.
Well,
I'm full of anger, and I basically spend all day holding myself from letting that anger out.
Hold on, that's what a good man would say. So the good
Hallelujah,
man would
praise
admit
the Lord.
Okay, this is my cue, guys. Well, I appreciate your time.
Hallelujah, praise the Lord.
Glory to God.
Glory to God.
Yeah. Thank you, Alex.
That's right. Thanks for calling him, Dan. Yep. Cool guy.
Are you wanting to go to bed, Alex?
Absolutely not, because of who I have in the queue right now to jump in on the stream. I have Marco IBS.
IBS is acting up tonight. The IBS is acting up tonight.
If you make that merch, I will wear it on stream and endorse it, and I will plug it and I will push it.
Yeah, I was thinking
guys,
like
buy the Marco IBS shirt.
like the I love New York, like the white shirt, but I love IBS. It'd be so easy to make. I can get that font tonight.
That's so funny, dude.
Yeah, I'm dead serious. Like a week ago, I was just about to change my channel name. I was thinking of different channel names. I was so sick and tired of
Cleve
IBS.
kept chirping you for IBS.
Yeah. Everywhere he's like, WIBS in the chat. WIBS. And
that's a good impression.
it is.
WIBS in the
Yeah.
chat, guys.
So W incense in the chat.
Dead, dude. Oh, let me go through these super chats real quick.
Yeah.
Marco is saying walking into an EO church felt like walking into a Bible. Will probably stick with me for the rest of my days. A cool line. You know what's odd is that Marco, for not being an Orthodox Christian yourself, I think you're a person who has influenced the Orthodox community the most without actually being an Orthodox Christian, because we have like a few memes going around now. I've seen burpees for Jesus. You have walking into a Bible.
That's so funny. Those are like my 30 seconds after walking out of the door thoughts too. That wasn't even like the last thing that happened was I was standing in front of like an icon and some guy told me, he literally went, shh, get out of the way, because he was trying to like venerate the icon before he left. And then I walked out after that. I briefly met like a deacon. I walked out and then I turned on the camera and they started talking. So yeah.
That's awesome. I also got $5 from Nathaniel. Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it. I just heard it said the reason icons and parishioners are both incensed is because of the image of God in us. I can see that too. Father Ron, you have any opinions on that?
No, that's true. Because we sense the people, right? We sense all the icons and not always the people. So that was always my understanding, is when I sense the people, I'm sensing basically more images of Christ.
There you go. $5 from Llama Fish. Remember the story of Saint Christopher of Lycia? God works with us where we're at and brings us where we're needed. I think that was directed to Moses, to the last caller. So, and then $20 from Patty V. Peterson, just because.
Patty Peterson.
Yes.
If she's in the chat. She was very supportive of me when I was on Planks and Pieces. I was just on Planks and Pieces, and I did 2.5 hours.
Yeah, that's Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons, right?
Yeah, and
plan on listening
she
to that
was
soon.
she was very supportive of me, and I just wanted to thank her. Many people have been, and I just because her name came up. Thank you, Patty, if that's your name.
W. Patty.
Yeah.
Travis on Facebook says, I looked at my phone and I saw IBS over here. How dare you, Marco? Now
This
I'm gonna
guy-
be tired at work.
This guy got off my stream like an hour ago saying he was going to bed. He's ducking me. Everyone ducks me. Everyone's running away in fear from me because I'm anyway, nice to see you, Travis.
So here, I have a question. I know it's in between Sundays, but
Yes.
that's not why you're laughing. So why are you laughing?
Well, IBS is more famously an acronym for not in between Sundays, but irritable bowel syndrome.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
That is funny.
yeah, it was never acronymed until the Ortho Bros, actually. They pointed out the acronym, and yeah, I legitimately was going to change my channel name to like anything else, and it's growing on me. IBS has become a part of me, and I'm not ashamed of it anymore.
It can be treated too.
Dude, that is the most
Yeah.
base take I've
Yeah,
heard,
yeah.
I think. Yeah. There might not be
man.
anyone more based. That's pretty wild.
I did have a quick question. It's a silly question, but just a curiosity. Is that okay? Do you do that on the
Yes,
stream?
obviously. Yes. Of
Yeah.
course,
Okay.
please.
I didn't know this.
And you're Marco. I do anything for you,
Yeah.
man.
I didn't know if it was that kind of stream where you answer questions and stuff. So
I mean, I try.
I'm I'm out of town right now. I'm in a remote area. That's why like there's like a southern icon
Yeah, I
corner
was
over
like,
here.
where's-
Yeah. It's like
Dude,
I'm in-
Romanians are actually obsessed with those things.
like
those,
China cabinets.
Yes, they love them. They love them
Yeah.
so much.
Yeah, and so I was thinking about like visiting an Orthodox church actually while I was out here, but there are none for a long ways, like a couple hours. I'm in the middle of the country right now, and I was wondering like, how does that work? Like you get a dude who wants to be Orthodox and he lives in a within not within 2 hours of an Orthodox church. What's the recourse for that guy? It gets into a little bit of like the quote unquote seed principle stuff that we talk about sometimes. So what do you guys think about that?
Well, I'm gonna give you the uneducated answer because I'm not really educated.
That's what I expected.
That's what I expected. Father Ron, I think, will be better equipped to answer it. What I understand is that if you don't have an Orthodox church in your area, you just contact the diocese and you tell them that you're interested. They'll start a mission over there, like a mission parish. And basically what they have is, at least from my experience, they'll have like priests on a rotating basis that will travel out there and like do a liturgy like once a week or every 2 weeks or something of that sort, so that they do have actual worship out there.
Well,
like,
is that like what Father Ron does? Is that what you were traveling? Is that kind of the stuff you've been doing?
It appears that way, but I'm actually the parish I serve was an established parish at one time. It's a beautiful building, seats 175, so it's not technically a mission, but it's a missionary situation because there's no other parish within 500 miles in any direction.
Wow.
So yeah,
that's way more vast than even where I'm at.
I know, and so therefore, I'm a catch basin. Actually, this parish is a catch basin for people from all over the place. I have a parishioner coming 2.5 hours on a Sunday. I'm only there once a month. But we do have Typica services in between, which is basically a reader service. Now, but to start a mission, though, you would need more than one person. You'd need at least a good core group before they would even consider sending somebody, because the clergy shortage is very acute right now. It's acute and chronic. Mm-hmm. And, I just had somebody who was Protestant that contacted me, and we started talking, and then in a very similar situation, it was an hour and a half or something like that. And, this is a real issue. Only in the major centers do you have churches. You're in the middle of the country, you said, and there's been no Orthodox church for 2 hours. Well, yeah. And so all you're going to be left to do, if let's say you live there, is either commute on a regular basis. It depends how enthusiastic you are, but regardless, it's kind of like we're in a very difficult situation right now where you have a rapidly expanding number of people and less clergy.
Yeah,
I loathe to say it.
I'm thankful I live in a major city, because this would be a real tough thing to deal with. I can't imagine driving over like 2 hours,
a bit of a downer. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. It's like over here where I'm at, we have like, I think almost every single jurisdiction in one city over here where I'm at. We have the Rocourt Church and OCA Church. We have like 2 Romanian parishes. We have the Macedonians. I think the only major one we might be missing is like a Bulgarian parish. We have the Serbians. We have everybody over here.
Father Ron, can you tell me, did I really pronounce that wrong earlier when they said Gorch?
Yeah, it's Goarch.
Goarch.
Gorch. Yeah, I was on Marco's stream briefly. Well, I stayed a little while, but then you got off to other things, and so I moved here. So don't take that personally. But it's Goarch because we were talking. So that's the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of America.
Okay.
And they that's the acronym they use.
So I guess like the guy that lives in the remote place far away, if he's going to take his relationship with God seriously enough, he's got to make the drive. He's got to consider moving or something, right? Because I mean, like
at the moment, yeah. And what's compounding, I'm going to say, at least in Canada, and maybe Alex could. You're in Canada, right?
I'm in Ontario, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Marco's gonna make fun
as life gets more expensive, this is pushing people out of the major centers.
Yeah.
And
that's a good point.
Okay, but there you go.
Especially now in Canada, it's like way faster than in the States too. That's a good point, Father.
Really?
Yeah. So
Canada is gone, dude. I'm an American. I have an American passport, born in America, raised in America. I moved here because I married a Canadian. And I'm on a border city, so I was like, whatever. She's closer to her family. Whatever. They're
Yeah.
nice people. I love it. So it's like 5 minutes and I'm in Detroit, right? But yeah, it's dude. I can tell you more off stream, but it's like it's quite like you will be shocked when I tell you some.
Well, give me an idea. Give me your
stats that I've
address.
gone
Give me your
through.
address right now.
I might as well just put it
Let me
out
get a
there
good
for the
idea.
whole world to know, right?
Yeah. No, it's that way over here as well. People like, again, I live in the Dallas area, and people move out to the country, and with that, again, you're just further. Even in the Dallas area, there's not like a crazy amount of Orthodox churches out here, from what I can tell. Just Googling stuff when I was looking for a church to visit, but yeah, living out in the country. I think in the South, especially, maybe I'm wrong about this. It seems like few and far in between are the Orthodox churches in the South out here, right?
Well, they're mostly, if the U.S. would be for sure the Northeast. The South is doing better, and that's. I'm gonna say, I mean, they even used to have a channel, Orthodoxy in Dixie or whatever it was, or something like that.
Really?
I can't even remember if that still exists or not. But you just wherever the populations of the immigration went, and that's why you have lots in Pennsylvania, lots in New York State.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so it's the same thing in Canada. Like, where did the Ukrainians go? Well, they went to Edmonton, they went to Winnipeg, and where did the Greeks go? Vancouver, Toronto, Montreal, and that's where you have the parishes. And so, I mean, my first stream ever with Ben on Cleave to Antiquity was supposed to be this exact topic, because I was going to talk about missions and evangelism, because I mean, I have some ideas how we have to change our way of thinking in terms of meeting the needs of people, because like I'm 61, like, okay, and I'm considered one of the young ones, to be honest with you, if you can imagine that. That means
you can't be a day older than like what, 30, 31.
What's that?
Never mind. I was just making a joke.
Okay. Sorry. But anyway, what is it? The mean? Probably, well, if the mean is 60, let's say, no, not mean. The mean would probably be closer to 70.
Whoa.
Where you have half more than 70 and half under 70. So can you imagine that? That's why I'm considered one of the young ones. And then in my situation in Prince George, barring a miracle, but then again, I was a miracle to them, because my predecessor passed away 5 years ago and completely orphaned the parish except for me. But there's nobody coming after me. You see, so what I'm trying to do is set things up so that this parish can survive for a time without me.
Yeah.
That's my goal.
That's fascinating. I can appreciate the consistency of all this, because it would be so lazy for me to just be like, well, it would be a lot easier if you believed in the seed principle or something like that, right?
What is that? Sorry, what is that?
It's the idea that like if there's someone who is a Christian in a certain area, but they live in this remote area, they can still be a faithful Christian, but not be, not have to, like, maybe I'm misunderstanding the idea of, or maybe I'm not saying this correctly, but like, would you guys say only the Orthodox Church can give you the faith, right? There's got to be you got to have like a priest. You got to have a connection to like an ordained priest in your area, or I guess wherever you're willing to travel
divine
to.
Do the
liturgy is
sacraments.
That's the sacraments, and the divine liturgy is the highest form of worship. You need to have a canonical priest to engage in those things.
Yeah.
Okay, so we would not say that you need to have a canonical priest. That's why, but I wouldn't just make the argument that it's just easier, so therefore it's true, right? I appreciate the consistency of saying no, it's actually that would be difficult, and
but
someone
barring that,
should prioritize their faith.
In northern Alberta here, there was a time in the turn of the 20th century where the priest, there was no local priest. He came from across the pond on a boat, right? And then he had to travel by train across Canada. And so people would wait a whole year.
The Calgary thing I've ever heard.
Yeah. He had to fight two bears on his way to Mass.
Yeah.
To divine liturgy.
And these people would wait, and they would wait for a year. And when the priest came, he was like 24/7 baptizing, marrying people, celebrating liturgy. But they did reader services in between. And that's also how a lot of the faith was kept alive in Soviet Russia when there was this very short priests because they
What's
were
a
on
reader
green.
service? Is that just like a really easy
So,
one to do?
there's a couple of them, but mostly what we call a typica, or in Slavonic would be called obedientia. And it's kind of like a hit parade of divine liturgy. It's a lot of the hymnography from divine liturgy. It's led by a reader. There's no sacrament, but what it does is it gathers the people together to sing the hymns, to hear the scriptures. I mean, it's the next best thing. And I think we're heading that way, to be honest. This is my prediction.
I think that's probably a good idea. Just do a bunch of those.
What's the alternative, right? The alternatives have nothing.
Yeah.
So at that, do you need a priest there? Is that what
Well,
the difference
no.
about that? Oh, okay.
You can have reader services carry things until a priest comes. And I'm just predicting that with the shortage of priests, I mean, I can't get into details, but I can tell you I'm a wanted man. And it's just going to get worse. I don't want to frighten people, but what we have to do is prepare, I think, for a time that if to deal with all the people coming into the church, we're going to have to innovate to keep these communities going, because they will just basically die off if we don't innovate.
Father, can you briefly speak to online services and Orthodoxy, which we know they don't quite work because you need to be there to receive the sacraments?
Yeah.
Some
I
people
mean,
do
okay,
that.
like if you're a shut-in, that's completely fine. I mean, that's sort of like down the list of. I would prefer reader services before online services. I mean, we had this discussion in the Greek Archdiocese, like, should we be continuing after the whole COVID thing? Should we continue online services? And what they discovered is people stopped coming to church in some cases.
Zoinks.
Yeah, that's a different pastoral problem, though. And I would not imagine that would be a problem now. The people that are coming in are motivated, and they're motivating other people, even the cradles, to, come up.
Stir up their zeal, yes.
Yeah, they're lifting them up.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, thank
Yeah,
you.
but priests are wanted people. That's true. My priest, we have a similar situation where it's like, I think 12 hours north of here, there's a little mining town, and again, like very Canadian, little mining town like up north by like maybe close to Thunder Bay. It might be more than 12. It might be like 16 hours from here. But they have like a few Russian families, I guess, and they have a rotating basis of priests that they send up there to have a liturgy every week.
Yeah, so. I mean, I just discovered. Sorry, that Marco. This is you're gonna have to open your maps.
I'm fascinated.
But I just heard of a pair in Sudbury. And I just discovered there's, and I'd have to verify this, but I trust the person who told me that there's a very large Ukrainian Orthodox church there, and apparently it's been shuttered for quite some time.
Sudbury.
Yeah.
I'm still thinking about Sudbury.
Can you get there from here?
Sudbury's by me, yeah.
Oh, yeah. It is real.
It's a thing.
Yeah, I thought it was like from a TV show or something. Wow.
$5 super chat says, Father Ron, I don't see any music videos on your channel. Where can we hear you play bass? $5 from D-Sign.
I have to start a different streaming service. Number one, number two, be careful what you wish for.
Fair enough.
You know, I'm a bass player as well, Father Ron.
Oh, awesome.
It's my best instrument. Yeah.
Maybe
one day I'll join an EO metal band, huh?
That would be
there.
Great.
You go.
I hope so.
Yeah.
We have Silver Ogre that says, I'm still waiting to hear a Canadian say
anathema, eh? Well, somebody said you haven't heard a reference to Red Green. That's because, well, I mean, yeah, he's been gone for a while, but yeah.
That might get clipped.
I like how when you pause, we both like literally got out of the way. I just let him cook for a second.
That might end up on the soundboard.
That's a great one. Yeah.
Looks like somebody asked me, what is the GOA doing to encourage ordinations? Not sure. So I'm in Greek Archdiocese of Canada, but I'm the farthest thing away from Toronto. And what I mean by that is the major centers get all the, and I can understand this, they get all the attention. And because everything's, I'm going to say, going quite well in Prince George, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I don't really have a pulse on things. I know that they have more students now than they've had in the past in the theological school in Canada, but like everybody else, it's not going to be able to meet the needs. I mean, we have more holes than students.
Yeah, I heard like, I don't know if it's a formal requirement or something, but it's more like a guideline in the Antiochian diocese. They want a minimum like 4 deacons per parish, which is ambitious. I think that sounds ambitious, but there are some parishes I've gone to and they have like 10 altar boys, and it's not like the biggest parish in the world, you know. So like in some places I see there might be people to pull from. Maybe it's good that a lot of the converts are young men.
Well, that could be the salvation of the church, believe it or not, except we are actually quite a bit behind. And so like we are, to be honest, our biggest concern is keeping things as they are, let alone adding.
Yeah.
If we can keep things as they are, that's an accomplishment. And so it's going to take, this should have been done 30 years ago.
Yeah.
That's how far behind we are.
Alex, I'm so sorry if you're going to end stream. I have one soft, easy question.
For you, I'll keep going, dog.
Just one. I have one IBS related question. Okay. Hashtag IBS strong. That's a dirty of abundance. There was a conversation we had tonight in my stream. Some of the ortho bros were there. I can't get away from these guys, you know. But no, it was an interesting. And I don't want to step too much about what Father Ron and I are going to talk about on April 23rd on Cleve's Antiquities channel on infant baptism. But we were talking about, because you know, one thing that gets brought up a lot of the time is like in baptism saves. We agree on this, but like, you know, we would say sometimes the water's not magic or something like that, right? It's not like a special water. But I was kind of being led to think that maybe there is something to that in the Orthodox Church that I'm not aware of yet here. I know you wouldn't say magic water or something like that, but
No, but we would say spirit-filled water, because what happens is the candidate is exercised, and the water is, we invoke the Holy Spirit to come into the water.
The water becomes a sacred object.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. I wasn't aware of this for some reason.
Yeah.
All this talk and the Ortho Bros do, they never told me that, you know.
Well, I would know that because I'm a priest, because I say the prayers.
Yeah.
And unless you attend baptism weekly.
You need to read the service for an Orthodox baptism. Read it.
What is that? Where do I read that? Where do I read that from?
Just Google it. Find it on I think it's on the Gorch website.
It is.
It's pronounced Gorch. Pronounced Gorch.
The Gorch website.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Father Ron could probably send it to you.
Where can I find the breakdown of what they do in a liturgy? Like, I'm gonna go to a divine liturgy on Lazarus Saturday. That's a plan. Like, is there like a handout that they give that I can just follow along and like read along to? Or you just gotta know. If you know, you know.
Father Ron, you need a 30-second breakdown of the structure of the liturgy.
I can. I mean,
no, I mean, like, do they give you something to where you can follow along, or you just hear it and over time you?
Well, no, it's called a service book.
Yeah, usually they have like
usually they will have a service book. Now, maybe you didn't. Now, you may have not seen any at that cathedral.
No, I didn't.
Are you going to the same? I mean, none of my business, but wherever you're going, most probably they'll have service books for visitors. Some people use them all the time.
I'm happy to tell you. I just don't want to say it on stream.
No, it's completely fine. You don't
public
have to
figure like myself.
Normally, you'd have there'd be service books sometimes in the pews. They'll have them, or at the door. Maybe they were.
I must have missed it. I thought I looked for it, or I don't know. Maybe it.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes it gets to sometimes it's just dare I say, and I don't know if sometimes it's just like the priest has one, the deacon has one, and the choir has one.
Yeah.
And nobody else has one. And that's kind of tragic because of people like yourself coming in. Well, then what do? You have no idea what's going on. I make sure I've got service books all over the place in our parish.
My beloved
laughing at
mod
Octavian.
Octavian. My beloved mod Octavian says show up early and axe for a
Axe.
service book. You got to put some more grunge behind it. It's axe.
Yeah. I think 95% of the people at the pre-sanctified liturgy I went to weren't holding anything or reading anything. So I
That's
don't know. If that
probably, you know
means.
why? Because they know it.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, the vast there were only about like 6 or 7 catechumen there when they did the prayer for the catechumen. So yeah, everyone else.
Yeah, I mean,
seemed
that's
to
my
be legit
guess.
ortho.
And some people they're just content to listen to it. But in your case, you don't know what's going on. It's not really fair to you.
Yeah.
So I hope that so what you can do, and I can maybe send you again, maybe you and I can talk offline. You
Sure.
can tell
Yeah,
me
let's
where
do
you're
it.
going, and I can get you an electronic copy so that, and again, that's another thing is using phones, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's
that'd be
not,
great.
it's not apropos. It's not.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah. Well,
No.
how about
Not
this,
really.
guys? How about this? It is 2 a.m. How about I end it here and then we can exchange
Yes.
information.
Great.
And
Yeah.
then I'll see you guys this week, I'm pretty sure. So thanks again for tuning into the stream, guys. We're gonna close it out
Sorry,
here.
Alex.
We're gonna what? No, you. I mean, otherwise, I'll be here for forever. Are there any more super chats? No, we're good. So, all right, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Appreciate it very much. Thank you again for the donations. You guys have been obviously very generous, overly generous. Hopefully, yeah, go check out Michael Garten. Remember, he was here at the beginning of the stream talking about my debate, talking about icons. Go check out his Substack. Buy his book. It's very good. And by buying his book, you give him the means to produce, his second volume, which I am very much looking forward to. So thank you, Marco. Thank you, Father Ron. Thank you, everybody who called in today. Appreciate you guys. Love you guys. So
Bye.
end stream.